Forward. As an investigative reporter, I began covering the murders of Noah, John, Paul, Luke, and Mary Yates hours after their mother, Andrea Yates, then 36, drowned them in their suburban Houston, Texas home on June 20th, 2001. A transplant to New York City, I was visiting my hometown, Richardson, Texas, in suburban Dallas, when regional news of the drownings broke live from the crime scene. Each of the people and places in those early broadcasts became intimately known to me as I pursued the story first for the Oprah magazine, and later for the New York Times magazine, Salon.com, and the television news magazine Dateline NBC, for whom I broke the story of an itinerant preacher who had influenced Andrea Yates. On March 12, 2002, Andrea Yates was found guilty of the murders of 3 of her 5 children. Harris County reserves the right to prosecute the murders of Paul and Luke at another time. One day after the guilty verdict, my reporting regarding the mistaken testimony of a key prosecution witness, Dr. Park Dietz, contributed to a motion for mistrial and grounds for an appeal of Andrea Yates's conviction. Dietz's testimony fueled the argument that Yates planned the murders based on an alleged episode of an NBC television series, in which a mother kills her children and uses a postpartum defense to set herself free. Dietz, a consultant to Law and Order, testified that the episode had aired shortly before the murders. I had worked as a scriptwriter for Law and Order on several occasions and did not recall that episode. Overnight, I confirmed that no such episode had ever been written or produced. The next day, network attorneys began discussions with the defense and prosecution. Dietz recanted that portion of his testimony, but the jury had already reached its guilty verdict. The judge did instruct jurors to consider the impact of the missed testimony in determining whether to choose death or life in prison as Yates's punishment. The New York Post reported on March 22, 2002, that I saved Yates from the death penalty. Andrea Yates is currently serving life in the Skyview unit of Rusk Penitentiary in Rusk, Texas. She will not be eligible for parole until the year 2041, when she will be nearly 77. More than a year after the children's murders, I knew that the real story of Andrea Yates had not been adequately told. I also understood that correlation and analysis of interviews, information, and the public record would take at least a year and could only be adequately reported in book form. Much of what I have written has not been previously reported. I divided my research into 20 areas of investigation: Andrea Pia Kennedy Yates, the Yates family, the Kennedy family, Andrea Yates's attorneys, Office of Harris County District Attorney, Harris County Police Department, staff of Harris County Jail, Office of Judge Belinda Hill, Mental Health and Mental Retardation Administration of Texas, Andrea Yates's psychiatrists, religious influences on Andrea Yates, medical staff of Ben Taub Hospital, medical staff of Devereaux, Texas Treatment Network, League City, expert witnesses, independent experts, jurors, friends and colleagues of Andrea Yates, others who talked with or visited Andrea Yates, the public record, sworn testimony, trial transcripts, books, newspaper, magazine and television stories, public statements, video and audio tapes, public documents. From these sources, I constructed a list of more than 100 people whose sworn testimony I had witnessed or whom I had interviewed at the time of the Yates trial, or whom I had yet to interview. Over 24 months, I interviewed many of them. Are You There Alone is based largely on these interviews, my notes and observations of more than 5 weeks of trial testimony and court proceedings, portions of transcribed trial testimony, nearly 2,000 pages of Andrea Yates's medical records, autopsy reports, and Texas Department of Health records. I attempted wherever possible to verify one person's recollection of an event with another's, and where recollections diverged, I chose what I believed to be the most reliable account. I have not changed any names or identities of characters. As is customary, my sources understood from the beginning that they did not have the right to read or revise the manuscript before publication. Some sources spent dozens of hours with me and offered information freely. Others spent less than an hour. I interviewed Andrea Yates' husband, Rusty Yates, more than 30 times. My correspondence with Andrea Yates began in 2002 and continues today, totaling more than 30,000 words. Her frame of mind and whereabouts at certain times were confirmed by correlating many types of police, jail, and hospital records, including admission and discharge reports, health assessments, consultations, patient progress notes, physician's orders, nursing reports, medication dispensation records, nutritional intake reports, and special intervention and precautions charts. I interviewed Michael Warnecki and his family in person on 2 occasions and have corresponded with him and his family for more than a year. His correspondence with me exceeds the length of this book. Some sources provided me with diaries, timelines, medical records, letters, notes, and calendars. Others gave information in response to facts or information obtained elsewhere. And there is original material gleaned from living in Houston, Texas, for 2 years, as well as from trips to Michigan, New Orleans, and Galveston. All of my notes were written by hand or on computer and/or transcribed from tape and indexed under the appropriate area of investigation. Subject areas were further divided chronologically into each of the days and years leading up to the deaths of the Yates children. The feelings and thoughts of people described in the narrative are based on what they told me they felt and thought, or what they described as their thoughts and feelings in trial testimony. The trial testimony quoted is true to the substance of the official trial transcript, and in some cases has been edited to assist in the narrative flow. In several instances, I relied on my trial testimony notes alone, including in instances of obvious trial transcription errors. I relied chiefly on 2 versions of the Bible: New American Bible, a Catholic Bible consistent with the early Catholicism of Andrea Yates and Michael Warnecki, and New American Standard Bible, the Bible Michael Warnecki prefers now. Suzanne O'Malley, October 2003. Prologue. I can tell you with certainty that on June 18, 1999, at precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, Andrea Yates had been quietly sitting in the day room of the Methodist Hospital, and 15 minutes earlier, she had been sleeping in her hospital bed. That on August 5, 1999, she sat with her consulting doctor at Memorial Spring Shadows Glen Hospital and said no to electroconvulsive therapy, ECT. I can tell you that on April 4, 2001, at 1 in the afternoon, she was drinking Carnation instant breakfast mixed with chocolate milk through a straw. That nurses watched every day as her husband came to the hospital and tried to feed her the same drink. I can tell you that on May 5, 2001, she went to group therapy and said nothing. When she got a little better, she introduced herself in group as Andrea Depression. At 9 a.m. on June 20, 2001, she was sitting at her kitchen table in suburban Houston, uncharacteristically eating corn pops out of the box while her children watched morning cartoons. Between 9 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. the same day, she went into her guest bathroom and, calling her children to her one at a time, drowned them. I can trace the steps of her body in exacting detail. Knowing the mind of Andrea Yates was the challenge.
The Prophecy. A little before 10 a.m., 9:56 to be exact, Rusty Yates' cell phone rang, in the 6th floor shuttle vehicle engineering office he shared with 3 other National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, employees. It was his wife, Andrea, calling. Not even an hour had passed since he had left her at home with the kids. She'd been sitting at the kitchen table eating sugary corn pops out of the box. He'd given her a 300-milligram morning dose of the antidepressant Effexor, and the previous night, a 45-milligram dose of the antidepressant Remeron, with a 15-milligram dissolvable Remeron Sol-Tab booster. His mother was due at the house to watch the kids at any minute. He had a 10:30 a.m. presentation to give to the Space Shuttle Program Manager on the progress of the space vehicle's instrumentation systems upgrade. "You need to come home," Andrea said, in a firm, sober voice Rusty had heard only once before and dreaded. Not long after the birth of their 4th son, Luke, 2 years earlier, she had had a sort of nervous breakdown. That time, she had asked Rusty to come home from work. Now she wasn't asking him, she was telling him. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's time," Andrea said. "What do you mean?" "It's time," she repeated, later recalling that she hadn't said it well. Rusty Yates didn't need to hear any more. When his wife's father had died 3 months before, she'd gotten sick again. And there was a new baby at home, 6-month-old Mary. He left his office, stopping only to tell a colleague he had a family emergency. On the elevator, he wished for the days before Andrea had become sick, when he didn't have to communicate with her through a filter of mental disease, wondering whether she was really well or might try to kill herself as she had twice before. Wondering whether he'd micromanaged life well enough to be there to stop her if she did. He raced through the lobby and out the front doors of NASA Building 1, dialing his mother on the way. Dora Yates had come from her home in Hermitage, Tennessee, to help out when Andrea became ill. A couple of weeks had stretched into a couple of months. Her daughter-in-law had been hospitalized twice, but she hadn't improved much. They were all running on fumes. "Mom, are you there yet?" Rusty asked. "No," Dora Yates answered. She hadn't left the Extended Stay America Hotel on NASA Road 1 yet. "Hurry," he told her. "Something's wrong at the house." He was 10 minutes away. He sprinted across the employee parking lot to his SUV and dialed Andrea from behind the wheel. Thank God she answered. "Is anybody hurt?" he asked. "Yes," Andrea answered. "Who?" "The kids." "The kids? What did she mean?" "Which ones?" Rusty asked. "All of them," was her unfathomable answer. At 9:48 a.m. on Wednesday, June 20th, 2001, 8 minutes before she called her husband, Andrea Yates had dialed 911. "I need a police officer," she said, her breath heaving unsteadily into the phone. "What's the problem?" Police telecommunicator Doreen Stubblefield asked, with a whiff of attitude. "I just need him to come," Yates said. "I need to know why they are coming," Stubblefield persisted. "Is your husband there?" "No." "What's the problem?" "I need him to come." "I need to know why they are coming," Stubblefield repeated. No answer. Nothing but Andrea Yates breathing irregularly, as if an intruder might be holding a gun to her head. "Is he standing next to you?" Yates fumbled the phone. "Are you having a disturbance?" Stubblefield asked, thinking this might be a domestic problem. No answer. She had to determine whether she was sending officers into a dangerous situation. "Are you ill or what?" "Yes, I'm ill." "What kind of medical problems?" Valuable seconds ticked by. Who could explain this to a stranger on the phone? "You need an ambulance?" Stubblefield suggested. "No, I need a police officer," Yates said. "Do you need an ambulance?" Stubblefield repeated. "No, yes, send an ambulance." Yates's breath became even more labored. Then nothing but static. "Hello?" Stubblefield asked, urgency finally mounting in her voice. Still no answer. "Is someone burglarizing your house?" she asked. "No." "What is it?" asked Stubblefield, frustrated. Silence. "What kind of medical problems are you having?" More time slipped away. At length, Yates once more asked Stubblefield for a police officer. "Are you at 942 Beachcomber?" "Yes." "Are you there alone?" "Yes," Yates said. Suddenly there was more static, then another long silence. Stubblefield wondered if she'd lost her. The sound of panicked breathing returned. "Andrea Yates?" "Yes." "Is your husband there?" "No, I'm sick." "How are you sick?" Stubblefield asked. Yates's answer was unintelligible. "Andrea Yates, is your husband there?" "No." "Why do you need a policeman, ma'am?" "I just need him to be here." "For what?" "I just need him to come." A long silence ensued, followed by static. "You're sure you're alone?" By now, Stubblefield knew something was wrong, but was Yates refusing to answer her questions, or was someone stopping her from answering? After 8 years on the job, Stubblefield thought she knew how to recognize a battered wife when she heard one. "No," Yates said finally. She was not alone. "My kids are here." But her rasping breaths continued. "How old are the children?" 7, 5, 3, 2, and 6 months. "You have 5 children?" "Yes." She might not know exactly what was wrong, but 5 children were enough to satisfy Stubblefield. "Okay, we'll send an officer." "Thank you," Yates said politely, and hung up. Officer David Knapp was patrolling alone in his marked police car. He was a uniformed police officer, doing the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift in South Houston. At 9:52 a.m., his radio announced a dispatch to Beachcomber Lane, a 911 call. He needed to do a welfare check. Welfare checks made him glad he'd done crisis intervention training in his spare time. What was up this morning? A wet, white female with long dark hair met him at the front door to the single-level brick home. She was wide-eyed and breathing heavily. "What do you need a police officer for, ma'am?" he asked. "I just killed my kids," she said, looking him straight in the eye. Okay, he hadn't been prepared for that. All he could think to ask was, "Why?" "I killed my kids," she repeated flatly. "Where are they?" "They're in the bed." Andrea Yates motioned Officer Knapp into the house, past the dog barking from her kennel in the family room, down the hallway lined with framed family photos and carpeted in beige plush, and into the master bedroom. A king-size mattress and box springs sat on the floor. The first thing Knapp noticed was a small child's arm sticking out from under the deep burgundy cotton sheets. The arm was porcelain white, and Knapp later learned it belonged to 2-year-old Luke Yates. There were what appeared to be 4 lumps in the bed. When he pulled back the covers, he had the impression the children were all in bed resting peacefully. It appeared the children were tucked in. Mary's head was lying on her older brother's arm. Methodically, Knapp checked each of the children for signs of life. He noticed a frothy substance under 3 of the children's noses. It was the sign that their lungs had more or less burst. There was no way Knapp or emergency medical services could revive them now. He was too late. He wished the dog would stop barking. 21 years in the Houston Police Department, specializing in narcotics and hostage negotiation, had done little to erase Officer Frank Stumpo's New York City accent or his hard-edged cop prose. Like Knapp, Stumpo had been called to the scene on a welfare check. He pulled up in his blue and white, approached with caution, knocked, and opened the door. He found Officer Knapp in the family room with Andrea Yates. Stumpo retraced Knapp's steps down the hallway to the left. "I saw a sparsely furnished room with a mattress on the floor, and I saw a little head on the mattress," he said. "I thought it was a doll. The closer I got, the more it came into focus, and when I got close enough, I realized it was the head of a child. I touched the child's head. It was warm to the touch." In the guest bathroom tub, he discovered a fifth child, 7-year-old Noah, floating face down with no pulse. He wanted to hurl. Andrea Yates sat on a blue love seat. Knapp sat beside her. He asked for her driver's license, which she gave him, and permission to use the telephone in the adjacent kitchen to call his supervisor. 9 minutes after Officer Knapp entered the house on Beachcomber, Sergeant David Svan, a patrol supervisor with 16 years on the force, arrived in answer to the Code 1 call from his men. Knapp remained with Yates on the love seat, while Stumpo met his sergeant at the front door. "She killed her kids," he told him. Svan authorized Stumpo to arrest and handcuff Yates, then did a walkthrough of the home that was now a crime scene. He saw a typical suburban residence with family photos on the refrigerator door, cereal bowls on the kitchen table, and toys on the floor. He noticed a child's wet gray and white sock lying on the hallway carpet. Outside, additional officers were already putting crime scene tape around the house. Svan stationed himself in the entryway to the Yates house. He heard a scream outside and ran out the front door. An athletic man in his mid-30s ducked under the yellow tape. He was visibly upset and hollering some things, Svan said. The man was Rusty Yates, Andrea's husband, the father of all 5 children. "What did she do to my kids? What did she do to my kids?" Svan remembered Rusty Yates pleading. He said his wife had called him at work and told him it was time to come home. His wife told him she had hurt all 5 of the kids and that she finally did it. "I told him all 5 of his children had passed away," Svan said. He fell to the ground and pounded the ground and began screaming. Hell, after seeing the child in the bathtub floating in fecal matter, Svan felt like doing the same thing. He could be another 16 years on the force and never get used to a crime like this one. At length, Yates got up off the ground and, in his pain, grabbed a plastic yard chair and threw it at nothing in particular. Then he fell to the ground again and coiled into a fetal position, still screaming. Rusty Yates wanted to see his kids, wanted to hold them, talk to his wife, be told that this was a bad dream. Instead, Svan explained that the Yates home was off limits. Perhaps the backyard of the L-shaped corner lot would be a more private place to wait out the crime scene investigation. At the rear of the cedar-fenced house, through a slit in the curtain fashioned from a white pinstriped bedsheet, Rusty Yates could just see his wife sitting on the couch. He yelled through the glass, through the depth of the house, through the shell of his wife. "How could you do this? I don't understand," he yelled again and again. He was sinking to his knees, and then he was just sinking. For a second, Andrea's eyes rested on the sliver of her husband's face. Rusty's crying, she thought. He wants to come in, but the police officer won't let him. Stumpo walked to the French doors and shut the curtain tight, then turned to Andrea Yates. "Do you realize what you've done?" he asked. "Yes," she answered. Shut out, Rusty heard sobbing from the front of the house. He thought it was Andrea, but it was his mother. An officer had just told her that her grandchildren were dead. Rusty turned and banged his fists against the side of his house. He was a NASA engineer. His life mission was to anticipate consequences. He had baby-proofed every electrical outlet in the house, put plastic corners on every table, installed keyed locks on cabinet doors where the bleach and cleaning products were stored. But he had not anticipated this. He had failed. He had not protected his wife, he had not protected his children, and he had not protected himself. I was crying for the kids, and crying for Andrea, and crying because I knew I could never trust her again. It broke my heart. Andrea is the only person I met that I ever wanted to marry, he remembered later. The only person he'd ever wanted to marry had done this. What did that say about him? With or without his wife, he wasn't safe. He'd chosen her. Even before his wife was arrested, Rusty Yates had been sentenced to life. His mother patted his back, sobbing, and trying to console her son at the same time. He turned and cried in her arms. Stumpo went outside and took a break, leaving Andrea Yates with Knapp. He noticed that Rusty Yates briefly recovered his composure, then became distraught again. To say that this day sucked didn't begin to cover it. Stumpo offered the guy and his mom some water. It was their house. Yates replied that Stumpo would be lucky to find a clean glass. 5 kids had just eaten breakfast in front of the TV. Stumpo searched the kitchen. The guy was right, he muttered. There aren't any clean glasses. There are glasses in here, Andrea Yates said helpfully, pointing to the china cupboard. The stuff suspects say never ceased to amaze Stumpo. He thought stoic was a good word to describe Andrea Yates's demeanor. Outside in the 90-degree heat, Rusty and his mother sat in yard chairs, talking, as crime scene personnel filtered in and out of the house. Between bouts of crying, they pieced together their new reality. It was hard enough to comprehend she had killed one of the kids, much less all of them, Rusty said. Before his mother arrived, he'd babbled something about how maybe Noah was with his grandmother. I knew Noah had been in the house when I left for work, but my mind wanted to believe one of my kids had somehow survived. Dora Yates's grandsons sometimes took turns going back to her motel room at Extended Stay America for an overnight, a coveted treat for kids with 4 siblings. I remember holding out hope Noah had been spending the night with Mom, Rusty said. Then the press wrote I didn't know whether my own son was in the house. 1 to 2 hours after we'd found out they were dead, and we were crying the whole time, we were thinking about when Andrea filled the tub in May. I guess she finally did it, Rusty Yates said offhandedly to his mother, still bewildered and grasping for answers. According to Rusty, Sergeant Svan overheard the conversation and reported it to his colleagues inside the house. Later that day, it appeared in the media. Speculation took on the force of fact, treated as concrete evidence of premeditation in the drownings. There was actually no connection between that incident and the children's drownings. When she'd filled the bathtub on May 3, 2001, Andrea Yates was acting on a different delusion. She'd just been discharged from Devereaux, Texas Treatment Network in League City, following her 3rd inpatient hospitalization for psychosis, and had had 2 follow-up sessions with her psychiatrist there, Mohammed Saeed, MD. She was on a regimen of 4 milligrams of the antipsychotic drug Risperdal, plus 300 milligrams of the antidepressant Wellbutrin SR, and 150 milligrams of the antidepressant Effexor XR. According to witnesses, she had seen a water truck on the street and began to imagine her family's bills were unpaid and the utility workmen were going to cut off water to her house. When Dora asked her daughter-in-law why she was filling the tub, Andrea said, I might need it. Filling one's bathtub with water for washing dishes and flushing toilets was prudent. Wasn't that what one did as a precaution before losing running water in a Gulf Coast tropical storm like the one that had just flooded Houston? The next day, May 4th, 2001, Andrea's husband put her back in the hospital. Andrea was sad, tearful, depressed, not talking, according to Devereaux records. On May 7th, Saeed wrote that her husband was gravely concerned. Andrea had refused to eat anything, even on his, Rusty's, request, which was unusual for a patient. We discussed the options, including ECT, electroconvulsive therapy. They remain reluctant and want to try exactly the same treatment that got her better last time. Andrea was discharged as an inpatient after 10 days in Devereux on May 14th. She spent 8 more consecutive days at Devereux's daytime partial hospitalization program, mostly in substance abuse groups. Lacking a program for postpartum disorders, Devereux drug counselors instead taught Andrea how to avoid chemical and alcohol dependency and how damaging these substances were to the brain. By the time of her discharge on May 22, 2001, she was once again able to speak in complete sentences. At 11 a.m., Officer Bob King and his partner, Officer Douglas Bacon, both homicide investigators, arrived at the crime scene to begin collecting evidence, along with Sergeant Boyd Smith, who interviewed Dora Yates outside. King took one look at Andrea Yates and asked that her handcuffs be removed. He pulled a worn card from his pocket and read Yates her rights, one at a time from the card verbatim. She gave him her yeses. "You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Do you understand that?" he asked her. Yates nodded. "Any statement you make may be used and probably will be used as evidence against you in court," King continued. "Do you understand that?" "Yes." "You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand that?" "Yes." "If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand that?" "Yes." "And finally, you have the right to stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that?" "Yes." "Are you willing to give up your right to remain silent and to have an attorney present?" he asked. "Yes," Yates replied. Then he asked for Yates's consent to search the house, handing her a voluntary consent for search and seizure. She spent 30 seconds reading the form and signed it. King selected some dry clothes from the master bedroom closet, some underwear, a purple short-sleeved t-shirt, white socks, blue jeans, and tan shoes. He asked Yates whether that clothing would be all right. She nodded. King handed the dry clothing to Stumpo. Without a female officer present, Andrea Yates would have to change back at the jail. Andrea Yates looked across the table at the man who had brought her the Diet Coke. Her eyes were dead black. "If you could just go ahead and name your children and give their ages," Sergeant Eric Mills said as the audio tape whirred on in interview room 6 of the Harris County Police Headquarters at 1200 Travis in Houston. Mel, a 12-year veteran homicide detective, never used videotape to interview a subject. It wasn't his habit. Noah, 7 years old. John, 5 years old. Paul, 3 years old. Luke, 2 years old. Mary, 6 months old, Yates replied. She had no attorney. There was a readiness in her answers that didn't match the lethargy of her speech. Mel had been over these questions with her already, taking notes before interviewing her on tape. She was the only one left alive who'd been in the house during the drownings, and she was about to tell exactly what had happened in her own words. "Okay. And we also talked about earlier, you've been treated for depression," Mel said, consulting the interview notes he would destroy the next day. "Is that right?" "Yes." "And who's your current doctor?" "Dr. Saeed." "And the last time you saw him?" Two days ago." "Okay. And what time does Rusty leave for work?" "He left about 9. "And by the time Rusty left, were all of your children awake at that time?" "Yes." "Okay. What was going on in the household at that time? Were they eating breakfast?" "Yes." What were they having? Cereal. After Rusty left, you filled the bathtub with water, is that correct? Yes. How many bathtubs in your home? 1. There was a stall shower in the bathroom off the master bedroom. Okay, so it's just the master bath, I guess you would call it? Yes, Yates replied incorrectly. The shallow white enamel tub was in the blue-walled guest bathroom. Okay, is it a regular-sized bathtub or is it a big one? Regular-sized. How far did you fill it? About 3 inches from the top. About 3 inches from the top. After you drew the bath water, what was your intent? Mel asked, hoping to steer the questioning toward motive. What were you about to do? Drown the children, Yates said in the same monotone in which she had answered all of Mel's other questions. No wailing, no moaning, no facial expression, he recalled. Okay, why were you going to drown your children? As if her script had come to a sudden dead end, for 15 seconds Andrea Yates said nothing. She was staring directly at me, Mel recalled. She was within 2 feet of me, and she just sits there and stares. Her lips maybe quivered like she wanted to say something, but it wasn't coming out. How long would he have to wait for an answer if he didn't prompt her? Mel had no idea. It was important to try to establish motive. Was it in reference to, or was it because the children had done something? He asked. No, she said simply. You were not mad at the children? No. He'd struck out there. Okay, you had thought of this prior to this day? Yes. Bingo. How long have you been having thoughts about wanting or not wanting to, but drowning your children? Probably since I realized I have not been a good mother to them. What makes you say that? Mel asked, searching for the premeditation that is the difference between manslaughter and murder. They weren't developing correctly. Behavioral problems, Mel suggested. Yes, Yates agreed. Learning problems, Mel continued. Yes, again. So after you drew the bath water, what happened? I put Paul in, Yates answered. Perfect Paul was the best behaved and most compliant of all the children. And how old is Paul? Mel asked. The children had died so recently, they lingered in the present tense for both Mel and their mother. Paul is 3. Okay, and when you put Paul in the bath water, was he face down or face up? He was face down. And did he struggle with you? Yes. How long do you think that struggle happened? A couple of minutes. And you were able to forcibly hold him under the water? Yes, Yates said, agreeing to Mel's description. By the time you brought him out of the water, had he stopped struggling? Yes. There was no more movement? Mel asked. No. And after you brought him out of the water, what did you do? I laid him on the bed. Face up or face down? Face up. Did you cover him? Yes. Did you cover his entire body? Yes. With what? A sheet. Mel didn't ask why. The confession to the first drowning was complete. Okay. So after you put Paul on the bed and covered him, then what happened? I put Luke in, Yates answered wrongly. In fact, she had drowned John, her most rambunctious boy, second, not Luke, but it would be months before anyone knew that. Okay, how old is Luke? Mel began again, as he would for each child. He's 2. Okay, and was he face down in the water or face up? Face down. Did he struggle? Yes. How long do you think that struggle lasted? Just a couple minutes. Okay. And when you brought Luke out of the water, was he any movement at all? No. What happened to Luke then? I put him on the bed. Did you cover him with the same sheet that you'd used to cover Paul? Yes. Okay. So Paul and Luke are on the bed. Then what happens? I put John in. Okay. And how old is John? John is 5. Okay. How did you get John to come into the bathroom? I called him in. Okay, and he came in? Yes, Yates replied. Her yes is beginning to come with such robotic quickness that Mel couldn't finish the question before she answered. Did you say anything to him? I told him to get in the tub, she answered. Okay, and did he? No. What did he do? Yates gave no description of what John did. She responded automatically. I put him in the tub. Did you pick him up? Mel asked. How, under the arms, he suggested? Yes. And did he go into the water face down or face up? Face down. Okay. Did he struggle with you violently? Yes, she said, again agreeing with Mel's description. Did that struggle last longer than with the younger children? A little bit, yeah, Yates said. Okay, but still, you were able to hold John under the water, and eventually he stopped struggling? Yes. Okay, when you brought John out of the water, was there any movement at all from him? No. Okay, and then what happened? 2 more deaths to document, and then it would be over. I put Mary in. Did you actually have to go out into the other room to get Mary? Sergeant Mel asked, apparently noticing he'd skipped a question. No, she was in there already. Was Mary in the bathroom with you when Paul, Luke, and John all went in the water? Yes. Okay, what was she doing? She was crying. Okay. Was she sitting in a chair, one of those, what was the word he wanted, infant seat? She was sitting down, Yates said. On the floor? Uh-huh. Okay. So you picked Mary up? Uh-huh. She go into the water face down or face up? Face down. Okay. She was able to struggle with you? Yes. Because she's only 6 months old, right? Mel pressed on, not stopping over Yates's affirmative answer. Uh-huh, she responded. But she struggled, and how long do you think she was able to struggle for? A couple of minutes. Okay, and after Mary had died, what did you do with her body? I left it in there and called Noah in. Noah, namesake of the last good man left on earth, spared from death in an Old Testament flood, came immediately when his mother called. When Noah walked in the bathroom, did he see Mary in the tub? Yes. What did he say? He said, "What happened to Mary?" And what did you say? I didn't say anything. I just put him in. Did he try to run from you? Yes. Did he get out of the bathroom or were you able to catch him? I got him. Andrea Yates would later say she had not chased her eldest son around the house, as detectives and prosecutors later alleged, and Time magazine reported in lurid detail. Okay, and Noah is 7, is that correct? Yes. Did Noah put up the biggest struggle of all? Establishing a drowning order from younger to older might be helpful to prosecutors, Mel thought. Yes, Yates nodded. Okay, did he go in the water face down or face up? He was face down. When you were struggling with Noah, did he try to flip over and come up for air at any time? Yes. Did he ever make it out of the water long enough to get a gasp of air or anything? Without his descriptive questions, Mel thought Andrea Yates's confession would be little more than a series of lifeless yeses and nos. Yes. How many times? A couple times. But you forced him back down into the water. Yes. How long do you think that struggle lasted? Maybe 3 minutes? Okay, and after Noah was dead, when you brought him out of the water, was there any sign of life from him? No. What did you do with his body? I left it there. Okay, so Mary and Noah were left in the bathtub? I took Mary out, Yates said. After Noah was dead? Yes. Okay, what did you do with Mary's body? Put her on the bed. Did you cover her? Yes. And you left Noah's body in the tub? Yes, Yates said. A string of the words yes and no face down a couple of times and a couple minutes, and what would become Andrea Yates's ironclad confession was over. Okay, you had told me earlier that you'd been having these thoughts about hurting your children for up to 2 years. Is that about right? Yes. Okay. Is there anything that happened 2 years ago that made you believe, led you to have these thoughts? I realized that it was time to be punished, she answered. And what do you need to be punished for? For not being a good mother? How did you see drowning your 5 children as a way to be punished? No answer. Mel had to encourage her. Did you want the criminal justice system to punish you, or did you? Yes, Yates answered, cutting off the end of his question. Okay. We were also talking earlier, and there was one other time when you filled the tub with water, and were going to do this and did not do it, Mel reminded her. Is that correct? Yes, Yates again agreed in monotone. How long ago was that? It was 2 months ago, she said. Okay, were all the children at home at that time? Yes. Rusty was there too. Rusty was there too. Do you think Rusty would have stopped you? Yes. So you filled the tub with water that time. What is it within yourself that stopped you from doing it that time? Just didn't do it that time. Okay, Noah, what's his date of birth? February 26, 1994. She ticked off each birthday in turn as Mel prompted her. John, December 15, 1995. Paul, September 13, 1997. Luke, February 15, 1999. Mary, November 30, 2000. She remembered dates with a precision that disappeared rapidly within the next 24 hours. Okay, after all your children were dead, did you let the water out of the tub, or did you? I left it in. Okay, so when the first officer got there, Noah was still in the tub? Yes. And the other children were on the bed? Yes. Were they still covered? Yes. Okay, it's now 1:23 in the afternoon, and I'm going to stop the tape. It had been 3 hours and 35 minutes since Andrea Yates had dialed 911. Mel took 3 Polaroids of her. She had only one question, he later recalled. She wanted to know when her trial would be. Back at the crime scene, Officer King and his partner remained in the house identifying evidence for the crime scene unit. On the stackable drawers in a corner of the master bedroom, King found a Post-it note referring to a doctor's appointment 2 days earlier on June 18th at 5:30 p.m., and the business card of Dr. Mohammed Saeed, board-certified in adult, child, adolescent, and addiction psychiatry, noting a future appointment on June 26th at 6 p.m. The only prescription drugs the officers found in the Yates home were the psychiatric medications in the kitchen cabinet prescribed by Dr. Saeed. Bacon called Saeed's office. He and the other detectives speculated about the mental status of Yates that day. Something like this you just gotta wonder, King said, shaking his head. Later that night, Saeed called Rusty on his cell phone. Rusty had never received a phone call from Saeed over the 12 weeks he had been his wife's psychiatrist. Is this happening? the former Pakistani native asked worriedly. Yes. I asked her about suicide, but not this. Wasn't your mother there? She was on her way, Rusty said. Is there anything I can do for you? Dr. Saeed asked. It's a little late for that now, Yates answered. If Saeed had put Andrea on the proper medications sooner and hadn't taken her off too soon, Yates thought his kids might be alive. Melissa Ferguson, MD, was the Mental Health and Mental Retardation Administration psychiatrist on call that first night. Over the phone, she prescribed 2 milligrams of Ativan every 6 hours and approved Andrea Yates's admission to the third-floor psychiatric unit of the jail. Ativan is a common medication used for calming patients down, milder than Valium but similar. It is also used to treat patients who stop speaking. Like alcohol, Ativan has a disinhibiting effect. Ferguson was unaware of the antidepressant medications, Remeron and Effexor, Yates was taking, or the antipsychotic medication her doctor had previously prescribed, so Ferguson did not prescribe them. Andrea Yates went cold turkey into the night. At 1:30 a.m. on June 21, 2001, Andrea Yates appeared before Magistrate Carol Karras, who found probable cause for further detention and ordered her held with no bond. Defendant Yates was returned naked, a precaution against her using her clothing to kill herself, to isolation cell 2H6. Her cell lights remained on throughout the night, another anti-suicide precaution. At 3 a.m. and again at 4 a.m., she asked for a phone. She remained awake, alternately lying in a fetal position or sitting with her knees drawn up to her chest. Dr. Ferguson saw Yates in person for the first time at 9 o'clock Thursday morning. Client Andrea Yates had requested to her psychiatrist that she be allowed to attend her children's memorial service, registered nurse John Bayless reported in that day's progress notes. She also requested that her doctor cut the consumer's, patient inmates, hair in the shape of a crown. She wanted to see whether the mark of the beast, the number 666, was still there. She asked for her husband and wanted to see a religious person. Ferguson inquired whether she preferred Catholic. Yes, she replied. Ferguson saw Yates again at 11:40 a.m. Mrs. Yates, how could this have happened? The doctor asked. Yates talked guardedly about a prophecy but couldn't explain what she meant. I'm so stupid, Yates wailed, hitting herself in the head with her fist. Couldn't I have killed just one to fulfill the prophecy? Couldn't I have just offered Mary? Mrs. Yates, could I tell you the truth about what's going on here? Dr. Ferguson asked. Your mind is playing tricks. No, it's not. I'm not mentally ill. It's real. The state will impose the death penalty on Satan. The drowning was the way. Are they in heaven? Dr. Ferguson had treated more than 6,000 patients since becoming a psychiatrist. When she saw Andrea Yates on June 21, 2001, she was one of the sickest patients she'd ever seen. To date, not a single doctor has disagreed with that characterization. Ferguson terminated the interview when Yates disintegrated into moaning and crying. She prescribed an additional dose of Ativan to calm her. Rocket fuel. Rusty Yates would never forget the day he met his future wife. He had gone downstairs to the swimming pool at the Sunscape Apartments where he lived on Farm Road 1959. Carrying his boombox tuned to a rock station. He didn't visit the pool often, but it was Houston in midsummer and hot. What he saw laid out before him was a vision. A woman whose slender and perfectly formed body was interrupted only by a bikini lay motionless on the surface of the water. Her long dark hair floated about her face. Her arms were outstretched. She was absolutely still. Her only contact with the non-aquatic world was the spot where the tips of her toes touched the glossy tiled edge of the pool. Because her eyes were closed, he was free to contemplate her beauty undetected. A girl this lovely, he thought, could never fall for him. He was not in her league. He said a few words to her anyway. He had been voted Mr. DuPont, the ideal student representative of DuPont High School, after all. He told her it was remarkable how she could float like that. She thanked him sweetly but seemed unapproachable. On September 6, 1989, his 25th birthday, his buddies at NASA took Rusty out drinking. For every tequila shot they drank, they bought him a giant shot. He never remembered being as sick as he was the next day. He finally went to the doctor and was diagnosed with mononucleosis. One night in early October during his recuperation, he was on the phone when there was a knock at his apartment door. A young woman introduced herself and mentioned that someone had dinged her car in the parking lot the night before. She wondered if he might have seen anything. She was, he realized, the water nymph. He told his friend on the phone he couldn't believe that this gorgeous woman had just shown up out of nowhere. Andrea Yates didn't socialize much outside of work. She was a registered nurse at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center of Houston. That night she decided to get dressed up and take herself to a nice restaurant. Watching the other couples there, she was inspired to knock on Rusty Yates's door on her way back to her apartment. She was shy, and the ding on her car was as good a reason as she was ever going to find to say hi. Later that month, she left a note on a scrap of paper on Rusty's car window, asking if he wanted to stop over after work sometime. He went, giving up watching Monday Night Football. He enjoyed their conversation, not about trivial things, but about interesting and challenging things. He still had the scrap of paper with her note. The two began dating. She'd heard about his birthday bender. After a date in November, she said, "Rusty, I've got something important to tell you, and I'll understand if you don't want to see me anymore." He gulped. How bad could this be? "I don't drink," she said. If you shake any family tree long and hard enough, you'll find alcohol problems somewhere. The Yates and Kennedy families were no exception. Rusty's father had been a drinker, and Andrea described a brother and sister who had drinking problems in the past. The fact that Andrea didn't drink made Rusty trust her more. He stopped drinking, aside from an occasional beer. "I wanted her to trust me too," he said. "Most of the stuff I'd done that I ever regretted was when I'd been drinking." "We get along well. We always have," Rusty said. "Andrea says the doctors in jail kept saying, 'Tell me about when you fought,' and she'd say, 'We didn't fight.' And the doctor would say, 'Oh, come on, everybody fights,' and she'd say, 'No, we didn't fight.' And it's true. We just get along." One of the reasons may be that Rusty Yates had no qualms about identifying or expressing his needs. "That's the way it was in my family. If someone needs something, then speak up," he said. Andrea was not allowed to have any needs in her family. She can't even identify her needs, and that's odd to me. The youngest of 5 children, a competitive swimmer, and a high school valedictorian, Andrea Pia Kennedy had graduated from the University of Texas School of Nursing at Houston with a BSN degree. Her mother grew up in Nazi Germany and met her father during the British occupation when he was an Air Force B-24 navigator and she an interpreter. After the war, her dad worked as a technician for Ford Motor Company in Houston and later as a school teacher. When he lost his job and times got tough, Andrea's mom went to work as a floor manager at JCPenney. She remained there 20 years before retiring. The family attended St. Christopher's Catholic Church. The boys went to Catholic school. "I don't have one of them that's Catholic now," said Mrs. Kennedy, who converted to Catholicism when she married. "We don't know why. Maybe we were too strict. I go every morning to Mass." Andrea was studious and shy and didn't date seriously until she was 23. One of her first experiences of depression followed a failed relationship when she was 24. The issue was sex before marriage. Andrea Yates's virginity was becoming a heavy burden to her. Raised near Nashville, Russell Edison Yates played football and was active in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes at DuPont Senior High School. He graduated third in his class and went to Auburn University on a Navy ROTC scholarship. He dropped out of the program after 4 quarters and a 6-week summer cruise, realizing the Navy wasn't for him. His gridiron career, like that of many high school athletes, ended at college. "I tutored athletes there," he laughed. He still had a buff physique and dressed almost exclusively in blue jeans, polo shirts, and black Doc Martens-style shoes. Rusty introduced Andrea to his friends and religious mentors, Michael and Rachel Warnecki, not long after he'd begun dating Andrea. He had listened to Warnecki preaching on the concourse near the Auburn Tigers' Good Luck War Eagle cage and was intrigued because the man didn't sound like a hypocrite. Yates, the president of the Methodist youth group, had been raised Nazarene. His father's father was a Nazarene preacher and Methodist. He took some of Warnecki's literature. Over time, the two men struck up a correspondence that led to friendship and religious kinship. Warnecki and his wife and 6 children traveled the United States in a motorhome, visiting college campuses, preaching hellfire and brimstone wherever anyone would listen. They were hard people to find unless they wanted to be found, and then they were difficult to miss. "I don't care if you don't like me yelling and preaching at you like this today," Penn State's Daily Collegian, October 1st, 1998, quoted Warnecki as saying. "What I care about is saving you because you are going to answer to God." Students often found his diatribes disturbing. "All I keep hearing are the words Satan and hell," one student told the Collegian. Warnecki's wife told the Indiana Student Daily, "Seek Jesus, not in the church or religion, and not in Christianity, and not in the system. The system cannot save you because it is based in Satan." Was there any place the Warneckis did recommend seeking Jesus? Yes, in the New Testament at home, or at least not in a church. The Warneckis continued their peripatetic lifestyle by homeschooling their children. "I can't fathom sending them off to strangers and strange spirits 8 hours a day," Rachel wrote in the Warnecki publication Perilous Times. "A woman is created to be a helper," according to Warnecki's interpretation of the Bible. "This does not mean a wife. It means a servant, single or married." "Rusty told me he had met the girl of his dreams," said Michael Warnecki. "He knew she was the one, and he was really impressed with her. She was a nurse, and he wanted us to meet her, real bad." Their meeting took place at the home of a mutual friend in southwest Houston. Andrea seemed a little intimidated, Warnecki remembered. "You're coming into a situation, you're gonna maybe get married to this guy, and you want to impress somebody that he likes, My heart kind of went out to her," Warnecki said. "Andrea to me wasn't somebody that you would feel intimidated by. She was just somebody you could sit down and talk with very, just real." I did caution Rusty not to get married, as I do most young people, for the simple reason that, for myself, when I came to Christ, I realized I was not mature enough to be able to love a woman and take care of her needs as well as children. I needed to have some real character and some real wisdom and things that I knew I could only get from the Lord. Warnecki was 20 and Rachel 18 when they fell in love. Michael was telling Rusty that you need to have a foundation in Jesus before you involve yourself deeply in the life of another person, explained Rachel, who waited 5 years before marrying Michael. Early in 1992, Andrea Kennedy and Rusty Yates began living together. Andrea had difficulty with her guilt about not being married. Rusty proposed at Christmas time, and the couple was married not long after, on April 17, 1993, by a non-denominational minister named Ronald L. Collins in a chapel at Clear Lake Park. Though her new husband was the only man she'd ever slept with, when her father escorted her up the aisle, she wouldn't wear her wedding veil over her face because she wasn't a virgin. Andrea's brother Andrew Kennedy, 47, took videos of the couple's wedding, which 100 friends and family attended. He said he'd never forget how happy his little sister was that day. Andrea made Rusty promise he'd marry her again on their 20th wedding anniversary. He said he would if she could still fit into her wedding dress. A few weeks before the wedding, Rusty bought a brand new 4-bedroom, $95,000 house in Friendswood, Texas. A little under 2,000 square feet, it was among the less expensive brick homes in the suburban Houston neighborhood, but there was more than enough room for 2 plus a baby. Unlike her mother and father, who had been surprised when they conceived their firstborn after 5 years of seeming infertility, Andrea was pregnant within 2 months of being married. She'd stopped using the birth control pill. She and Rusty had agreed they would accept as many children as God sent their way, whether the number was 0 or 10. She continued her nursing job at MD Anderson Hospital until Noah was born on February 26, 1994. Rusty said she was still pushing stretchers there until the day before Noah's birth. Andrea became a stay-at-home mother and quickly had another son, John. Andrea is 2 months older than I am, Rusty liked to recall. When she turned 30, I'd introduce her and say, "This is my wife Andrea. She's in her 30s and I'm in my 20s. He would laugh. I'm going to do the same thing when she turns 40. When Rusty's NASA job required a 6-month stint in Tampa, Florida, the family rented out their home, put most of their belongings in storage, and accompanied him, living in a trailer home. Back in Houston, Rusty said, they'd forgotten why they ever needed half the things they'd stored. They rented a plum spot for their 38-foot Jayco 376 FB travel trailer at the edge of Lazy Days RV campground in Hitchcock, Texas, an ex-urb halfway between Houston and Galveston. The site overlooked acres of bucolic grasslands where wild milkweed grew and butterflies emerged from cocoons in profusion. There was a swimming pool, laundromat, playground, bath facilities, and plenty of full-time residents like the Greens and Allbergs, who quickly adopted the Yateses as their friends. Eventually, they sold their Friendswood home to the people to whom they had rented it. Andrea's parents were disappointed. They thought their daughter and grandchildren deserved better than a trailer park lifestyle. So did some of her friends. In the spring of 1998, the Yateses learned that the Warreneckis wanted to sell their 350-square-foot customized GMC motorhome and replace it with a sailboat. They made a trip to Miami to explore whether they might be interested in buying the bus. The trip amounted to a week-long marriage encounter with disastrous consequences. The Warreneckis saw Rusty as a workaholic. Others would consider him a typical middle-class family man, uninterested in giving up his worldly possessions to spend his life traveling in a bus preaching the gospel. I believe Rusty was willing to sacrifice his wife and his children for the sake of his job, Michael Warrenecki said. It is also possible that Rusty Yates' having $37,000 in his bank account to pay for a motorhome Warrenecki wanted badly to sell raised issues surrounding the older man's own material success or lack of it. She was desperately lonely, Warrenecki said of Andrea. She had the responsibility for all those children, and she was all alone in that, you know? And she didn't know how to handle it. You can buy a person a house, but unless you fill that house with love, it's a tomb, baby. I mean, it's a tomb. Some of their conversation focused around a simple book called Hope for the Flowers, used by the Warneckis as a teaching tool. I bought Hope for the Flowers for Andrea before we ever married, when we were dating, Rusty Yates explained. Michael Warnecki had recommended the book when Rusty was a student at Auburn. The thing I like about that book is it shows how futile it is to make work your life's mission. Once you're on top, what's the point of that? The guys underneath will just throw you over. Andrea seemed to like the idea of the motorhome. Noah was hardly an impartial voter. Only 4, he'd fallen in love with the bus's secret play space hideaway in a converted baggage compartment, which the 6 Warnecki children had dubbed the hole. Rusty was more concerned with the 5 leaks he found in the roof when he spent the night alone on the bus after he'd taken his family back to Houston and returned to Tampa to finalize the bus's purchase. The GMC might have a bigger and better engine than their SUV trailer combination, but it didn't have the same high-end finishing or safety features. Rachel, who cried when Rusty drove her longtime home away, corresponded with Andrea in July 1998. The window of opportunity that God has opened up for you at this time, through us, will only stay open for a certain time, she wrote, referencing Paul's second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 2, and letters to the Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 7. All the rebuke, confrontation, and sharing that went on between us was intended to affect your souls for salvation. If you allow Satan to come in and steal the understanding, the consequences will be tragic, she predicted, citing Matthew chapter 13, verse 19. There Matthew had written, "The seed sown on the path is the one who hears the word of the kingdom without understanding it, and the evil one comes and steals away what was sown in his heart." Somehow Andrea found time to write to Rachel and tell her that Luke, conceived during the visit with the Warneckis, had been born. "So that's 4 boys," Rachel wrote back cheerfully. "Wow. I know you were probably wishing for a girl." She had a more serious message for the new mother as well. "It is so very crucial for you to do whatever you have to right now, before you are overwhelmed by things. I have seen many women just continually put off their salvation in Jesus. Then, as the years slowly slip by, so does any hope for them to be truly saved. They keep waiting for their husbands to get right with the Lord, and they slowly hunker down in a worldly mentality. Oh, that's just so terrible, Andrea. Don't let this happen to you. I know you're frustrated, Andrea. I know things are not the way you would like them to be, but you can change them. There will be a day when it is too late, Rachel predicted, but we don't believe that day has happened yet. There is still hope." Andrea began reading the Bible with renewed intensity. With Luke's birth, Andrea, like many new mothers, was breastfeeding every 3 hours and sleeping only a few hours a night. On June 16, 1999, Andrea called me at work crying and asked me to come home, Rusty later wrote in a journal. At the time, we were living in our bus conversion motorhome in Hitchcock, Texas. "I dropped what I was doing at work and just drove," he recalled. "I was worried because she sounded like she needed me." I found Andrea in the back room of the bus, in a chair, bent over, shaking her legs and, to a lesser degree, hands, uncontrollably. She had difficulty speaking. "I need help," she managed to stammer. "I tried to comfort her," Rusty said. "I wasn't sure what was happening. I guessed it was a nervous breakdown. In '99, when she called me home, I didn't know anything about depression." Rusty Yates had no useful data in his brain for nervous breakdown. Systems had failed. He had no contingency plan and no time for a root cause analysis. The first creative thought he had was fresh air. He got the boys in the strollers and Andrea, put them all in the Suburban, and drove half an hour to Galveston. Andrea didn't say anything. They strolled along the sidewalk on the Galveston seawall, built along the Gulf Coast in the early 1900s after the city had been flooded by a hurricane. It was a peaceful, relaxing place, one of their favorite spots. Still, there was no relief for Andrea. Rusty drove her and the boys to Andrea's mother's house for help. The next afternoon, while the family napped, Andrea took 40 to 50 50-milligram trazodone tablets, a medication with a strong sedative quality that had been prescribed for her father. The dose could have killed her, but her mother found her in time to rush her to Houston's Ben Taub Hospital emergency room. The date was June 17, 1999. Rusty had returned to his in-laws' house after doing errands and discovered an ambulance in the driveway. It might have been there for his ailing father-in-law. I remember that all the kids were crying, especially Paul, as the attendants pushed Andrea out of the house on a stretcher, Rusty said. I rode in the ambulance with Andrea. The driver asked me which hospital I wanted to take her to, and I asked if he could take her to the medical center. He agreed. At Ben Taub Emergency Room, doctors assessed Andrea, lavaged her, and gave her liquefied charcoal to drink. After they were sure she was stable, Rusty said, a couple of officers escorted her to the Methodist hospital down the street. This was just before midnight. They wouldn't let me ride with them. I had to run from Ben Taub to Methodist. Intake nurse Anita Lopez described Andrea's reason for admission as overdose, doesn't want to die but wants for the misery to go away. Lopez noted that Mrs. Yates had lost 10 pounds in less than 3 weeks. She had poor eye contact, poor concentration, low energy, and fatigue. Still breastfeeding 4-month-old Luke, she was negative for menstrual periods and negative for sexual contact with her husband. She was, however, positive for hopelessness. Very guarded responses when given by patient, Nurse Lopez noted. By the time Andrea made her way through the admissions morass to James Flack, MD, the psychiatrist on call, her chief complaint had morphed into, I guess there has been turmoil, although mostly nonverbal. She does nod her head and then confirms that she thought the medication she was taking would end her life, Flack wrote. She just wanted to sleep forever. His medical history of Andrea Yates is a glossary of neuropsychological buzzwords: minimal speech, retarded psychomotor activity, paucity of thought, depressed mood, affect extremely constricted and shallow, attention poor. Most interesting, Flack raised the question of whether Andrea suffered from some delusional guilt, but learned no details from his patient. She thought she was a bad mother. That's delusional right there, her husband later commented. Flack's preliminary and final diagnoses were major depression, single episode, severe. He marked his new admission as high risk for suicide, self-harm, placed her on 1-to-1 suicide observation every 15 minutes, and prescribed 0.5 milligrams of Ativan for sleep. Flack took his monosyllabic patient's word that she had been well until her 4th child's birth. On June 18, 1999, Flack prescribed a starter dose of 50 milligrams per day of the antidepressant Zoloft. His orders specified that patient may go off the unit with family during visiting hours to see her children, accompanied by husband or family. She slept only 3 hours the night following her overdose, 8 hours the next night, and intermittently thereafter. Andrea was tearful and ashamed after trying to commit suicide, but she also felt worthless, a nurse who couldn't even kill herself successfully. I have my family to live for, she told Nurse Bridget Fenton, who recorded their conversation in her progress notes of June 18, 1999. She worried to another nurse that the trazodone overdose would make it unsafe to continue breastfeeding Luke, but she couldn't discuss her hopelessness. She was only able to ask if she had done any permanent damage to her body, Flack reported. In her notes from a joint counseling session with Andrea and Rusty Yates that week, social worker Norma Toriak, licensed master social worker, described Andrea as unwilling or unable to identify any recent life stressors. Rusty was aware and accepting of his wife's disease and was more comfortable calling it postpartum depression than major depression. Toriak carefully noted that all the children were born naturally, no meds, and that the second child, John, then 3.5, had difficulty focusing and staying with one thing very long. She described Andrea Yates as someone who made friends easily and had several close friends from whom she'd drifted apart over the years. Rusty Yates, Toriak reported, saw the marriage as close, with 4 beautiful kids. He described Andrea's increasing reliance on him to make decisions. "Sometimes I feel like she lost her identity," he confided in Toriak. "Now all her energy is focused on the children." To Rusty, their strong points as a couple were similar values, honesty, and trust. Andrea was nearly mute, advancing to a disorder called catatonia, loss of voluntary movement, notably speech. Toriak was the single healthcare professional who sensed something was dangerously wrong, but since she wasn't a doctor, she was unequipped to identify or treat the problem. The prospect of such a sick patient being released from the hospital, though, spurred her to action. She focused her concern on the Yates' living arrangements. "As a rule, the patient and her husband and the 4 children live in a converted bus," she wrote in her session notes. Toriak called Houston's Child Protective Services Abuse and Neglect Hotline on June 23, 1999, to report the family's unusual living arrangements and the fact that patient's husband allows the 3.5-year-old son to use a power drill. 7 days after Toriak's complaint, Dan Wilbur, CPS Supervisor 2, wrote thanking Toriak for her concern for the Yates children. However, because the situation does not appear to involve the occurrence and/or substantial risk of abuse or neglect, we plan no further inquiries, his letter read. CPS suggested directing further concerns to the Houston Police Department because they do appear to have jurisdiction in such matters. Toriak jotted a note on the bottom of the CPS letter. Important. Please place in the chart of Andrea Yates. The letter lay dormant in Andrea's file until the murders. Flack interviewed Andrea again the morning of June 24th. He also spoke with her husband at length. They are requesting that she be discharged to the family's care. They have agreed to watch her around the clock and are aware that she is at risk of harming herself again, he reported in the patient progress notes. Tellingly, Flack's discharge summary also revealed that Andrea was being discharged because of insurance restrictions after 7 days in the hospital. In any case, that day Flack discharged Andrea in stable condition with a month's supply of Zoloft, a list of follow-up care providers, and a recommendation to visit psychiatrist Eileen Starbranch. Andrea Yates was described on discharge as quite depressed, but denied wanting to commit suicide again. 3 weeks later, on July 21, 1999, Andrea tried to slit her throat in the bathroom of her parents' home. "Please let me do it," she implored her husband. Rusty Yates drove his wife to the emergency room. This time she was admitted to Memorial Spring Shadows Glen Hospital, where her new psychiatrist, Dr. Starbranch, practiced. She'd been uneasy about seeing a psychiatrist, but Rusty had made an appointment and taken her to see Starbranch anyway on July 1st for an evaluation. Though she'd been holding baby Luke all the time, she was reluctant to feed him. If he cried, she paced with him, swung him, gave him a pacifier, but didn't feed him. Usually her mom, her brother Brian, or Rusty fed Luke. If they encouraged Andrea long enough, eventually she fed him. She didn't interact much with her other children, but was concerned that they were eating too much. She'd begun scratching her head and often retreated to the bedroom. She'd been taking inconsistently the Zoloft Flack had prescribed. She had flushed the Zyprexa Starbranch prescribed down the toilet when she realized the drug was an antipsychotic. Her illness had clearly progressed since being released from Memorial Hospital. She put a steak knife to her neck, Rusty Yates told Gail Pekacek, RNC. I had to force it out of her hand. Pekacek sketched self-mutilation behavior on a diagram and placed it in Andrea's chart. She indicated deep scratches 2 weeks old in 4 places on her scalp, deep scratches in her nose, and self-inflicted scratches on her arms and legs. Starbranch evaluated her patient at 3 p.m. that day and easily determined she was mute, suicidal, and psychotic. Apparently, the sign of the beast was already there, psychiatrist Deborah Sichel noted years later. In a follow-up consultation with hospital psychologist James P. Thompson, Ph.D., Yates was able to describe thoughts that included audio and visual hallucinations. I had a fear I would hurt somebody. I thought it better to end my own life and prevent it from happening. 2 years before she murdered her children, Yates's distorted thinking already excluded any hope that psychiatric medication might cure or manage her fears. There was a voice, then an image of the knife. I had a vision in my mind. Get a knife, get a knife. I had a vision of this person being stabbed. The after effects. The vision occurred about 10 times over several days. She revealed to Thompson that she'd had her first vision when Noah was a newborn. She remembered the time was early in the morning. When the vision stopped, she gladly blew it off. She didn't say whom she was afraid of harming and changed the subject. Starbranch ordered a consultation for her patient with Arturo Rios, MD, a psychiatrist who specializes in ECT. He recommended the treatment for Andrea, but both Yateses were against it. Instead, Starbranch prescribed an antipsychotic drug mixture described in medical records as an injectable cocktail, including Haldol and Cogentin. Haldol is the dinosaur and also the workhorse of neuroleptic medications. How it works is unknown. Apparently, it blocks certain brain cell activities, primarily those involved with the neurotransmitter dopamine. Psychiatrists prefer Haldol's newer and less toxic equivalents, Risperdal and Zyprexa, which also has some mood-stabilizing effects. But those drugs seem not to work for Andrea Yates. And, as Starbranch pointed out, they are not available in injectable form, with which a physician could monitor Yates's compliance. Cogentin is prescribed to eliminate some of Haldol's more unpleasant symptoms: tremors, twitching, stiffened limbs, blurred vision, and a mask-like face. Haldol decanoate, the drug's injectable form, was ultimately given to Yates, 100 milligrams every 3 weeks, to ensure she took her medication. Starbranch also prescribed a combo of the antidepressants Effexor XR and Wellbutrin. To hear Rusty Yates describe it, the drug combination was miraculous. Within 24 hours, he felt he had his wife back. They sat up late in Andrea's hospital room, having one of the best conversations of their lives. Rusty visited his wife diligently in the psych ward. Nurses' reports describe him as supportive and caring. He brought flowers, complained when Andrea hadn't been bathed in 3 days, and worried over the effects of her medications. Most of visit, patient was lying on sofa with husband sitting next to her stroking her head, one nurse wrote. Rusty really tries the best he possibly can, Starbranch later recalled. He really is a good person. When I had her hospitalized, he would come and see her every day, and that was a long trip, and he would bring the kids with him so she could see the kids. He worked with her to try to get her to take the medicine. He really tried hard. 19 days into this second hospital stay, Andrea was again discharged to a partial hospitalization program. She continued PHP for 11 days but slept at home, now a 3-bedroom house in Clear Lake, Texas. I bought the house when Andrea was sick the first time, Rusty said. She never complained about the bus. I just thought the house might be better for her. I didn't even know if she liked the house until one day she told me, "I'm glad you bought it." Rusty described how he built bunk beds for his sons in one of the bedrooms. Another was used for storage. At Andrea's first post-hospital appointment, Dr. Starbranch told her that even though she was feeling better, she should remain compliant with her medications. In the past, Andrea often took half doses or skipped her medication altogether. She feared drugs and addictions. Depending on drugs made her feel like she's weak, she told her PHP therapy group. By the next visit, August 16, 1999, Starbranch reported in disbelief that Andrea is talking of wanting off medications. She wants to get pregnant and have more kids, wants to homeschool the children. On August 18th, Starbranch wrote, "Apparently patient and husband plan to have as many babies as nature will allow. This will surely guarantee future psychotic depression." She was right. The Apocalypse. Within 7 months, by March 2000, Andrea Yates was pregnant again. She was homeschooling Noah at the kindergarten level and caring for 3 toddlers in their Beachcomber home. Rusty Yates babysat one night a week to give his wife a mom's night out. For a time, Andrea continued monthly visits to her psychiatrist, Dr. Starbranch, whose notes of their December 1999 session quoted Andrea as saying she was doing great, baking cookies and getting ready for Christmas. Rusty accompanied his wife to her January 12, 2000 appointment. Starbranch wrote that Andrea admits she's off all meds since 11/99. Husband says he didn't like her doing this, but she seems to be doing okay. Patient wants to be off meds unless symptomatic. Husband agrees. There are no records of further visits to Starbranch. That winter, Andrea was finally well enough to talk to her close friend of 17 years, Debbie Holmes, about why she had tried to kill herself twice. The 2 women had been nursing colleagues at MD Anderson Cancer Center. Holmes still worked there part-time. She had a daughter Noah's age and a 10-year-old son. When Andrea was sick, all she saw was darkness, even when the lights were on, Holmes said. When Andrea tried to kill herself with the serrated kitchen knife, she looked in the mirror of her parents' pink and green tiled bathroom and saw a face, not her own, looking out at her from the blackness. With her first attempt, she said she was sobbing as she pushed the pills in her mouth, some falling out unswallowed. She didn't want to kill herself. Andrea confided a terrible secret to Debbie. She felt she was possessed. Satan had either influenced her or possessed her and was the source of her breakdown. She talked about not being able to wear the crucifix her family had given her, and she had thoughts about hurting someone or something harmful being done to the children. Andrea asked Debbie, an evangelical Presbyterian and vacation Bible school teacher, to check with her pastor about whether Satan could read minds. The pastor said no, Satan could not read thoughts, but he could hear the spoken word. The information relieved Andrea. She had a 2-fold problem: Satan and a hormonal imbalance. Dr. Starbranch had cured the postpartum hormonal imbalance. It was Satan she had to work harder against in the future. Debbie and Andrea consulted the Bible. Luke, Andrea pointed out, wrote that when a strong man fully armed guards his own house, his possessions are undisturbed. "I need to be stronger," Andrea said. "I just need to be stronger." The two friends read further in Luke about demon oppression. "When the unclean spirit goes out of a man," he wrote, "it passes through waterless places seeking rest, and not finding any, it says, 'I will return to the house from which I came,' and takes along 7 other spirits, more evil than itself, and the last state of that man becomes worse than the first." Holmes remembered Andrea struggling through that first Christmas season after the suicide attempts, trying to make people think she was okay, and concerned about the stigma of having been mentally ill. She was also considering getting pregnant again. Holmes encouraged her friend not to overdo it, and certainly not to become pregnant again. "I've had a long enough vacation," she told Holmes. "Honey, you've tried to kill yourself twice. You've been in the hospital more than you've been out," Holmes said. "If you truly believe Luke, then why would you risk getting pregnant again?" Remarkably to Holmes, Andrea grew healthier during her pregnancy with Mary. She'd been off medication for a year when she gave birth on November 30th, 2000. 3.5 months later, Andrea's father, Andrew Kennedy Sr., whom she'd helped nurse through Alzheimer's disease for 7 years, died at age 84. Since being sidelined by a heart attack and subsequent complications in 1986, he had been in continuous decline and depression. He spent the last 6 months of his life in a wheelchair. Rusty Yates felt the relationship between his father-in-law and mother-in-law was strained, but Andrea adored her father. She was the only family member who shared his enthusiasm for sailing. When her father had been well, she sailed every weekend with him in Galveston Bay. In 1979, the father-daughter team took first place in the Great Pumpkin Regatta. When he became too sick to sail, rather than sell or give the boat to someone else, Andrea said her father sailed it to a watery grave. By the end of the week, her father had been cremated, the funeral service had been conducted, and Andrea Yates was once again showing signs of serious depression. This time, Rusty recognized them. But what had taken months to evolve during her first psychosis now developed in only a matter of days. During the last week of March, Andrea crashed. She exhibited the now frightening signs of standing and sitting like a zombie. What Rusty termed the sewing machine leg returned. Andrea pumped the heel of her foot up and down against the floor with the rapid action of an electric sewing machine needle. She picked at spots on her scalp until they bled. As with Luke during the last psychotic event, she held baby Mary in her arms non-stop, terrified to put her down. She stopped eating, drinking, and speaking, and was plagued by hallucinations she could not or would not describe. She slept only an hour or 2 at night. She didn't eat. She didn't speak. Rusty called Starbranch, the psychiatrist who had successfully treated Andrea in 1999. She recommended immediate treatment at an inpatient mental hospital in Northwest Houston. Spring Shadows Glen had been closed. Both the hospital and Starbranch's office were a 45-minute drive from the Yateses. With work and 5 children, including an infant, and his mother-in-law and babysitter still reeling over the death of her husband, it was a nearly impossible commute for Rusty Yates to juggle. According to Starbranch, he scheduled an office appointment for his wife on April 2nd. During the next 2 days, on March 28th and 29th, he called several local psychiatrists to see if they would prescribe his wife medications over the phone. Understandably, they wanted to see her first, but didn't have immediate openings for new patients. On Friday, March 30th, Rusty called nearby Devereaux, Texas Treatment Network in League City and was advised that it would be best to wait until the following day to admit Andrea because the facility was not staffed to admit her that night. On Saturday, March 31st, Rusty's even demeanor began to fray. "I am not going through this again," he said, raising his voice in frustration, slamming his fist on the kitchen table as Andrea's mother and brother Brian looked on. He walked briskly out to the Suburban. Brian loaded his unwilling sister into the car. Together, the two men jackknifed her body into the seat as she stiffened her legs against them. Rusty drove his wife and her brother to Devereux, a collection of single-level, nouveau colonial brick buildings housing locked wards and a registration and visitor center. At 11 o'clock that morning, Nurse Bob Martin filled out the admission documents. Around noon, Rusty told Dr. Ellen Albritton, the admitting physician, that his wife could not survive another night at home. Rusty said he gave Albritton his wife's medical history, including information about her previous medications and suicide attempts. She had been treated successfully with Effexor and Wellbutrin, he told the doctor. Zoloft and Zyprexa didn't seem to work. Haldol did. Dr. Albritton later testified that she was not told that Andrea Yates had previously been psychotic and taken Haldol. Rusty described his wife's overattachment to 4-month-old Mary, carrying her around and never wanting to put her down. Andrea was sleeping only 1 or 2 hours a night, Rusty told Albritton, lying in bed beside him, eyes wide open. Andrea Yates refused to sign a consent form to be treated at Devereux. Nurse Martin consulted a list of hospital psychiatrists. After 2 calls, he found one who was available to take Yates's case, Mohammed Saeed. Martin noted on a March 31st mental status evaluation that Andrea Yates had been experiencing auditory hallucinations. Both Martin and his colleague Bobby Findlay described her as being selectively mute, giving a monotone yes or no answer, if she spoke at all, or a slight nod of her head. Each response included a long latency time between question and answer. Sitting quietly, a vacant look, staring into space, almost catatonic, was how Yates was repeatedly described in hospital notes. As the day wore on, Andrea still refused to admit herself to the hospital. Not even her husband's coaxing could convince her to change her mind. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, at the hospital's suggestion, Sergeant Josette Boudreau made an application to Galveston County Probate Court for emergency detention of Andrea Yates without a warrant for preliminary examination. Albritton, who had examined Andrea at 12:30 that day, said she was selectively mute, nearly catatonic, had poor self-care, was depressed, anhedonic, apathetic, and had poor sleep, poor appetite, poor concentration, and hopeless, helpless feelings. She joined in Sergeant Boudreau's application, writing that emergency detention for Andrea Yates was the least restrictive means by which necessary restraint could be effected. Yates needs inpatient stabilization for safety of self and others. Will continue to have decline in future, she added. Significantly, Albritton was the only physician other than Dr. Starbranch in 1999 to suggest that this woman might be a threat to the safety of anyone besides herself. Rusty walked his wife across the hospital grounds to her assigned room in the Unit 3 building. He gave her a kiss and a hug, told her he'd see her the next day, then he and Brian went home to relieve Andrea's mother, who'd been watching her 5 grandchildren. By the next day, April 1st, Andrea was worse. Her total nutritional intake for the day was 16 ounces of liquid. Hospital progress reports established that she could, with great effort, speak 3 or 4-word sentences. Her longest sentence was, "I am not a good mother." On April 2nd, after talking at length with Rusty Yates, Saeed wrote to Judge Gladys Burwell. Honorable Judge Burwell, Galveston County Probate Court. Ms. Andrea Yates was admitted to Devereux, Texas Treatment Center on March 31, 2001, with a diagnosis of major depression. She is catatonic and refusing to talk, eat, or drink fluids. She is also refusing to take her medications. She is currently under the care of Dr. Mohammed Saeed. The doctor and treatment team members recommend that the patient be committed to Austin State Hospital. The court's assistance and cooperation in this matter is very appreciated. Sincerely, Mohammed Saeed, MD, attending psychiatrist. Simultaneously, Saeed applied for an order to administer psychoactive medication, describing Andrea Yates's condition to the probate court as postpartum depression with possible psychotic features. Failure to administer psychoactive medication, Saeed claimed, would result in his patient's further deterioration and possibly death. Dr. Patricia Cork, an examining physician, joined Saeed in this application. Both doctors checked committal form boxes indicating that Andrea Yates was a danger to herself and that she was unable to make a rational treatment choice for herself. But one box was left unchecked: is likely to cause serious harm to others. At dinner time that day, Rusty and all 5 children visited Andrea in the unit. She sat on a couch but interacted only minimally with her family. Just after midnight, Rusty telephoned the duty nurse, concerned about his wife's low fluid intake and poor personal hygiene, and wanting to know whether she was compliant with her medications. A nurse wrote in hospital progress notes that Yates suggested dividing his wife's medications into smaller doses and offering them more frequent times since she seemed to accept fluids only when she took medication. The nurse assured Rusty Yates that she would pass the suggestion on to Andrea's treatment team. In the afternoon, Rusty and the children visited once more, trying to get Andrea to eat and drink. The duty nurses told Rusty that his wife might be committed to Austin State Hospital, formerly known as the State Lunatic Asylum, if she didn't sign herself into the hospital. Rusty explained the situation to his wife. "I think the thought of going to a state mental institution scared Andrea," he said. In any case, Andrea relented and signed herself into Devereaux, officially becoming patient 67357. Saeed's notes indicate that he dropped by for rounds after Rusty Yates left. He wrote, "Patient still almost mute, but with husband's persuasion drank Ensure and appears hydrated. Continues to appear paranoid." On April 4th, 2001, Rusty and the kids and Andrea's mother visited again for several hours. Encouraged by husband, patient accepted Ensure and a carton of chocolate milk, another nurse wrote. Dr. Saeed wrote that though his patient had attended her first group session that day, she still refused to eat or drink unless her husband was present. It would take literally an hour to get her to drink 1 carton of Ensure mixed with chocolate milk, Rusty remembered. His secret weapon was that 2 of his brood, Mary and Luke, were still in Pampers. "You need to eat this," he'd tell Andrea, "because I've got to go home and get more diapers." The hour-long group therapy sessions Andrea attended twice a day were provided by the Chemical Dependency Services Department of Devereaux. The hospital had no groups that dealt with Andrea's illness. According to Devereaux records, that first day of group therapy, when Andrea was paranoid, mute, refusing nutrition, and reluctant to take medication, was a chalk talk on alcohol. Yates, who never drank and was phobic about recreational drugs and prescribed medications, gained insight on the effects of alcohol, including death. On Andrea's 6th day in the hospital, April 5th, social worker Barbara Lane Roberts tried getting some verbal responses from her about her feelings. What she saw was a dullness to her eyes. "My mind is so full of things," Andrea told Lane Roberts, but could not distinguish what things were on her mind. Ultimately, she mentioned that she had to go home to be a mother to her children. That same day, Dr. Saeed noted that Andrea continued to be severely depressed, but was alert enough to give brief answers to the doctor's questions. But she became instantly mute when he asked her whether she felt suicidal. "Patient is still not eating or drinking unless husband is here. She drinks Ensure for him." That day, she watched a video on relapse and recovery from drug addiction in group therapy. On April 6th, Nurse Marion Pollard noted for the first time the pacing behavior that spiraled out of control the sicker Yates became. For safety, she was monitored every 15 minutes and continued to be described as severely depressed at each interval. From shift to shift and nurse to nurse, the reports remained the same. The patient was very depressed. From 11 a.m. to noon that day, she attended group therapy and listened to a lecture on the signs and symptoms of post-acute withdrawal from drugs. From 3:30 to 4:30 p.m., after another visit from her husband and children, she attended a second group therapy session. With fellow patients, she watched a video called The Mind, Episode 4, Addictions. She cried all the way through it. Client gained an understanding of how chemicals affect the brain of an addict, Counselor Peggy Davidson noted in her daily report. Yates had lost 3 pounds since arriving at the hospital. She drank only Ensure and only when her husband fed it to her. On April 8th, Saeed's progress note reported that Yates took some solid food for the first time and denied having suicidal thoughts. Asked how she felt, she said, "About the same." The following morning, she had some OJ, bread, and egg. The 15-minute suicide checks continued. A nurse summed up that day's 96 entries describing Andrea Yates in these words: sits and stares. The only other notation in the record with equal constancy described twice daily visits of Rusty Yates with and without the children. Mrs. Kennedy, Andrea's brothers, and Debbie Holmes also say they visited, though Yates's records do not specifically identify visiting family or friends except her husband and children. On April 10th, Yates was back to refusing breakfast and pacing her room. According to Davidson's notes of April 11th, her group session that day included watching a Discovery Health Channel video on the signs, symptoms, and treatment for chemical depression. Later that day, she learned ways to cope with chronic pain other than chemicals. Saeed indicated in her chart that Andrea Yates had made what might seem to some an amazing recovery. She was feeding herself for the first time, reporting she felt 90% better, denying suicidal ideas, agreeing to attend PHP, and requesting to be discharged. Her only question for the doctor was about the maleffects of the antipsychotic drug Risperdal, which he had prescribed. When Rusty Yates visited his wife and learned that Saeed planned to release her that day, he was shocked. So was Andrea's mother. Rusty wasn't a doctor, but to him his wife still looked like the sickest person in the unit. He asked Saeed to keep her in the hospital at least another day. The woman who had been sick enough to be committed to a state hospital 10 days earlier was discharged exactly according to the managed care schedule, April 12th. Her discharge followed a group discussion on alcohol and drugs and her signature on an agreement to remain clean and sober, not to harm or kill herself, and, somewhat contradictory to the anti-drug education she had received, to take all the medications prescribed to her. She would keep her word. Andrea began attending PHP at Devereaux the following morning at 8:30. Lynette Hunterman, Utilization Review LCDC, described Andrea quite differently than Saeed had when he had discharged her. She was sad, depressed, withdrawn, and having suicidal feelings, according to Hunterman. Her goal at discharge from PHP was listed as no longer risk to self. Again, there was no mention of her being harmful to others. On that first day of PHP, one specific goal was for Andrea to be able to identify 3 reasons to live. The objective met box was checked over the signatures of both Dr. Saeed and Hunterman. When Rusty Yates picked his wife up at the end of the day, that Friday, April 13th, she told him she didn't want to go back because the sessions were for substance abuse patients. Rusty called Bob Martin, the nurse who had admitted Andrea, to tell him she was leaving the outpatient program. Hospital records show she was discharged on April 18, 2001. "Patient not here for discharge," read the note written across the Devereaux, Texas Treatment Network discharge plan. Then came the roller coaster ride. Rusty Yates remembered Andrea's being down but stable for the first several days after she left the hospital. Then she began to decline. Dora Yates arrived from Hermitage, Tennessee for a long-planned visit on the day Andrea was discharged. She was shocked to see her daughter-in-law's condition. She babysat when Rusty finally met Saeed in person during Andrea's first visit to Saeed's private practice office. The psychiatrist asked Rusty to join the session after 10 minutes. In the face of Andrea's obvious decline, Saeed increased her dose of Effexor. Rusty was perplexed that Saeed didn't prescribe Haldol. Risperdal was a much newer drug and was preferred by most psychiatrists for treatment of psychosis, but it hadn't worked for Andrea in the past and wasn't working now. Rusty asked Saeed to contact Eileen Starbranch, Andrea's previous psychiatrist, to discuss her success with Haldol. On April 20th, Rusty began giving his wife the new dose of Effexor according to Saeed's direction. She improved slightly, but was still more depressed than when she had left the hospital. Over the next 2 weeks, as her depression deepened, Saeed prescribed higher doses of Effexor. The doses of Wellbutrin and Risperdal remained constant. When Debbie Holmes visited on Friday, April 27th, she had no idea her friend was banking on prayer, not medication, for a cure for her mental illness. By May 3rd, Andrea's eccentric behaviors returned. She paced the house, stood in front of the television screen and stared at it, once for as long as 45 minutes, gazed into space, sometimes for as long as 3 hours, and was withdrawn and non-communicative. Dora Yates noticed her daughter-in-law walking in circles as many as 30 times, around and around. She convinced herself that Andrea was walking for her health because it was too hot outside. She could put breakfast cereal into bowls in the morning, yet she spoke in monosyllables and did not remember to feed the children at lunch. It was confusing, Dora said. Noah noticed his mom filling the bathtub with water. Mommy didn't take baths. She always showered in the master bathroom, which didn't have a tub. He knew she'd tried to hurt herself in the bathroom at Grandma Kennedy's house. She was sick again, and he was worried. When Dora asked Andrea why she was filling the tub, she answered, "In case I need it." That afternoon, when Debbie Holmes again came by the house to bring food, Dora said that Andrea turned her friend away at the door as if she were a stranger. As with her 1999 hospitalization, it took Andrea Yates only a matter of weeks to wind up back in the hospital. At her scheduled appointment with Saeed on May 4th, the doctor wrote, "The patient was near catatonic, sat in the chair and did not move at all." Rusty suggested readmitting his wife to Devereaux. "Well, she would qualify," Yates recalled Saeed saying. The doctor telephoned ahead to alert admissions. On the way there, Rusty took Andrea to Burger King for a Whopper Jr. and fries. When they arrived at the hospital, she didn't want to get out of the car. After appealing to her for 20 minutes without success, he physically removed her from the car and took her into the admissions building. In the waiting room, Andrea stood holding on to a wall until a staff member asked her to take a seat. Unexpectedly, she sat down and filled out the admissions papers. Once again, Rusty walked his wife to a room in Unit 3, kissed her goodnight, and went home to help his mom with the kids. Devereaux was one of the few affordable psychiatric inpatient facilities remaining in the Houston area. Most patients and their families didn't know about the numerous complaints filed against the facility with the Texas Department of Health and Human Services between September 1st, 1996 and August 31st, 1999. In 3 of 11 records reviewed, psychosocial evaluations were performed by non-LMSWs and unqualified mental health professionals. In 1 of 8 records, the psychiatric evaluation was missing. In another case, a director failed to monitor the staff. One patient had committed suicide by hanging himself with a bedsheet while on suicide watch. He had been dead at least 5 hours before his body was discovered. Saeed had not attempted to contact Starbranch for Andrea's medical records. His choice of Risperdal certainly hadn't worked. He relented and began treating his patient with 2 milligrams of Haldol per day at the husband's request on May 4th. He continued giving his patient Effexor, Wellbutrin, and Cogentin, and Restoril for sleeplessness. It was not until May 9th, nearly 6 weeks after Andrea Yates had become his patient, that Saeed obtained her records from Starbranch's office. Jolynn Jonda, the custodian of Starbranch's records, faxed Yates's records to Saeed's office. After Yates's outpatient discharge from Spring Shadows Glen Hospital on August 20, 1999, Starbranch had treated her with Haldol decanoate, injected intramuscularly every 3 weeks. As she showed improvement, the injections were reduced to once every 4 weeks. In October 1999, Yates reported to Starbranch a conflict with the insurance company regarding coverage for the Haldol decanoate. Starbranch's notes indicate that Andrea advised her of the disagreement and asked whether she was well enough to stop taking the injections. Getting Andrea to eat was not such a struggle this time, though she continued to be depressed. Her stay at Devereux included 2 weekends, during which Rusty was able to attend family group therapy sessions with his wife on Saturdays and Sundays from 4 to 6 p.m., as his mother remained in Houston and could watch the children. He found the sessions helpful, but Andrea didn't participate. At the beginning of each group session, the participants introduced themselves. When it was her turn, she said, "Andrea Yates, depression," and nothing more for the remaining 2 hours. During the May 5th and 6th sessions, she stared straight ahead into space, not following the conversation. The following weekend, May 12th and 13th, she did occasionally turn her head as if she were listening. This emboldened Rusty to ask his wife in front of the group if there was anything she might like to contribute. She didn't answer. To Rusty, she seemed more depressed than anyone in the room. He was once again shocked when he came to visit his wife on the following day, May 14th. Instead of being in her room resting, she was standing by the door with her bag packed. After 11 days at Devereux, she had been discharged and referred once again into the only partial hospitalization program Devereux had, for chemical dependency. The next morning, he dropped his wife off at PHP around 9:30. By 10, she had signed her behavioral management contract, agreeing that it was her duty to abide by numerous guidelines, including the 3 rules of being safe: not hurting herself, not hurting others, not hurting property. By noon that day, Andrea was sitting uncommunicatively in a group therapy session where participants talked about what causes a person to pick up drink or drugs. When Rusty collected his wife at the end of the day, she complained that there had been only 1 session that day, and it was focused on substance abuse. Later that week, Rusty asked one of the PHP nurses about the lack of treatment sessions and why were there no sessions that addressed Andrea's depression. The nurse suggested he file a complaint. After her discharge, the Yateses saw Saeed in his private office once in May and twice in June. Andrea remained stable at about 65% of her normal capacity. At the appointment on June 4th, Saeed and Rusty Yates agreed that Andrea had plateaued. She'd been back on Haldol for 1 month. Saeed asked her to taper off Haldol. He would later testify there was no definite indication of psychosis, and that he had considered the possibility that Haldol might be hindering the progress that could have resulted from use of antidepressant medications, because some of the side effects of Haldol produce a picture that could very well resemble depression, meaning their facial expressions are masked, their body movements are slowed down. Saeed thought this was possibly the case with Andrea, and that we would be able to see more improvement in depression if we took that measure. Rusty had been giving Andrea 2 milligrams of Haldol orally in the morning and another 2 milligrams in the evening, as prescribed. Saeed's new orders were to drop the morning Haldol dose for 3 days, then drop the evening dose entirely. The routine patient information sheet on Haldol advises, after you have been doing well for a number of months, your physician may discuss the possibility of slowly tapering the medication. Usually the medication should be tapered very slowly to determine the lowest effective dose. After going off Haldol, Andrea improved slightly for a few days, only to decline sharply thereafter. At the Yates' June 18th appointment with Saeed, the first thing Rusty said was, "She's declined and I'm concerned." Saeed's notes for that office visit confirm Rusty Yates reported that in the last 3 to 4 days, his wife had declined. The doctor wrote that Andrea Yates denied having psychotic symptoms and feeling suicidal. He didn't want to put her back on Haldol. According to Rusty, Saeed's reason was, "It's a bad medicine," referring to its side effects. Saeed would later testify that he did not find any evidence that psychosis was playing any important role. Saeed decided to continue on course. He added 15 milligrams of Remeron in a form that dissolved under a patient's tongue to the 45 milligram dose she was already taking. Rusty had read that 45 milligrams was typically the maximum dose of the drug. Saeed said it was okay to go higher. He told Andrea he was optimistic that increasing the dose of Remeron would help. She needed to help him out with a more positive attitude, he said. Chin up. Andrea told Rusty later that she thought Saeed was sick of seeing her face. Rusty had read up on the drug Effexor, which his wife had been taking at an unusually high dose, 450 milligrams per day. Saeed lowered the dose to 300 milligrams when her depressive symptoms failed to improve. The product brochure warns that adverse events have followed the discontinuation of Effexor XR, and that patients discontinuing Effexor XR after 6 weeks or more should have their dose tapered gradually over a 2-week period. In clinical trials, the dose was reduced by 75 milligrams at 1-week intervals. Individual patients may require different schedules for tapering. Saeed told Yates that going straight to 300 milligrams without tapering the decrease was fine. Now Andrea Yates was on straight rocket fuel, the term some psychiatrists gave to the combination of antidepressants Effexor and Remeron. She had been without antipsychotic medication for 2 weeks. That doctors had documented a possible component of delusional guilt as early as 1999 was an understatement of what was going on with Andrea Yates. More specifically, what was going on between Andrea and the Warreneckis. Rusty had told doctors he thought the patient may be struggling with the concept of salvation. This insight proved to be another warning that was ignored. Andrea was indeed grappling with the concept of salvation, and according to Michael and Rachel Warrenecki, her time was running out. Among the last things Andrea focused on as she lost her grip on reality was this Warrenecki poem. Modern Mother Worldly. Modern Mother Worldly was very, very lazy. All her children drove her crazy. The Bible told her to spank and train them, but society said she must never constrain them. The fruit of rebellion she did now see. On the day of judgment she will have no plea. Modern Mother Worldly cast in hell. Now what becomes of the children of such a Jezebel? The Catchers and the Keepers. At 7:30 on the morning of Friday, June 22, 2001, Andrea Yates, dressed in a bright orange jumpsuit with the words County Jail stenciled across the back, walked into the 230th District Court of Texas. Her hands were folded across her waist. She stood motionless before Judge Belinda Hill. Prosecutor Kaylin Williford detailed the facts to Judge Hill. The accused had intentionally and knowingly caused the deaths of her 5 children with a deadly weapon, namely water. "Do you understand the charges against you?" Judge Hill asked Yates. "Yes, ma'am," she answered. The court determined that Yates was indigent and appointed an attorney, Bob Scott. Scott asked the judge to impose an immediate gag order. Judge Hill took Scott's request under advisement. Yates was led out of the courtroom for a 10-minute meeting with her attorney. On the sidewalk outside the criminal court's building, prosecutors Joseph Ombie and Williford answered questions. Ombie was an assistant district attorney and lead prosecutor for Harris County in the Yates case. Judge Hill had been Ombie's mentor in the DA's office before becoming a judge. Williford, a graduate of Texas Tech University School of Law, was trying her first capital case as a Harris County ADA. Whether the judge issues a gag order or not, the effect is the same, Ombie said. I'm not trying the case out here. I'm not going to talk about the case. Andrea Yates had been charged with a single count of capital murder. John and Noah together, 2 or more people in the same criminal episode, and a child under the age of 6 comprised a capital offense. What about the other children? We haven't made all the charging decisions yet, said Ombie, who had prosecuted a dozen capital murder cases. It is possible that we could prosecute just that case, or charge other cases, or charge different cases. Usually in a charge of capital murder, all acts like that come into the trial anyway. What about the death penalty? Chuck Rosenthal is the district attorney in Harris County, and he'll make that decision, Ombie answered. It's not an everyday occurrence anywhere. It's not an everyday occurrence in the world. I've been here 15 years, Ombie said. This is the most horrendous thing that I have ever seen. On the morning of Friday, June 22nd, criminal defense attorney Wendell Odom was in his 8th floor law office in Houston's Lyric Center, reading a Houston Chronicle article that described his theory of a new legal order. Executives of Houston's beleaguered energy trading company, Enron, traditionally shared its millions with corporate attorneys who tended paper fortunes. But as last year's brilliant ideas became this year's felonies, the same deep-pocketed executives valued their newly and often secretly employed criminal defense attorneys more highly. Odom had just bagged his first client of the new order, Stephen Gary Todoroff, an energy trader who pled guilty to laundering money. Odom's partner, George Parnham, appeared in the doorway. Parnham's face wore a look of contained frenzy, but Odom didn't seem to notice. He couldn't wait to get back to the newspaper. Listen to this, Odom said, quoting aloud from the Houston Chronicle. His attorney, Wendell Odom, said Todoroff made a terrible trading mistake, but it was a personal trade that was not supposed to involve EOTT. A nice bit of publicity, didn't Parnham think? I got a call on the Andrea Yates case, Parnham replied. Parnham explained that he had received an urgent phone message from a lawyer named John O'Sullivan, with whom he had worked on a murder case in Angleton, Texas, but hadn't heard from in a couple of years. He had delayed returning the call. I just had that sixth sense, he said, that he was calling me about this case. O'Sullivan had an office in Clear Lake City and had been the Kennedy family attorney for years. At 7:30 on the morning of June 21st, O'Sullivan, Yuta Karen Kennedy, Andrea Yates' 72-year-old mother, and Yates' 3 brothers, Andrew, Patrick, and Brian Kennedy, met in Parnham's office. They had hired him on the spot without consulting Rusty Yates. Parnham called 230th District Criminal Court Judge Belinda Hill, the presiding judge, and notified her that he had been retained to represent Andrea Yates. Then he prepared a notice of representation and went to see his client. Walking south from his office to the county jail, he turned the corner onto San Jacinto Street and saw a gathering army of satellite news trucks. He passed unnoticed through the lines of reporters and cameramen for the first and last time. He saw Andrea Yates' shadow first, falling against the jailhouse floor. His eyes followed the dark outline along the concrete floor, up her silhouette against the window, past the yellow jacket draped over her shoulders, to her long, straight, matted black hair. He was scared, and he didn't know exactly why. What was he going to say? What was he going to do? How was he going to react to this woman who less than 24 hours ago had taken the lives of her 5 children. He wanted to catch his breath, his expression for withdrawing from the kind of emotional intensity that could suck the breath out of him. He wanted to get beyond what occurred and on to the job of lawyering. But Andrea Yates was in a state of suspended animation. What startled Wendell Odom on his first visit with Yates later that day were her eyes. They were like shark eyes, he thought. There were no pupils. He had never seen anything like Andrea Yates before in his life, and this wasn't his first rodeo, a Texas term coined by convicts who were available to compete more than once in the annual Huntsville Prison Rodeo. He'd had a lot of clients committed to mental institutions who weren't what you'd call mentally stable. But in his 30 years as a prosecutor and defense attorney, there wasn't even a close second to Andrea Yates. Doctors are trained in medical terms, and they say it in a very scientific manner. Flat affect, responding to internal stimuli. Well, that just doesn't portray the picture. Her hair is totally matted. She's scratching constantly at the crown of her head, which she thought was marked with the sign of the devil, 666. She'd rubbed her head raw, trying to get it off. She was mentally ill to the point that we were a sideshow, Odom recalled. There were more important things going on in her head than the lawyers who were talking to her about whether she was charged for a capital offense or not. After conducting prosecutors Joe Ombie and Kaylin Williford on a 9:50 a.m. tour of his Beachcomber home, Rusty Yates was allowed to see his wife. He and Parnham went into an interview room. Later, Rusty felt he'd grilled Mr. Parnham, asking like 100 questions. He was concerned. He knew it was critical to get a good attorney for his wife. Bottom line, Parnham told Rusty Yates what he wanted to hear. "I'm Andrea's attorney, that's it. I do what's in Andrea's best interest." Rusty had difficulty communicating with Parnham. Parnham's conversation was sometimes circular, if not serpentine. "Sometimes you talk with Mr. Parnham," Yates said later, "and you don't know any more when you finish than you did when you started." But what he liked about Parnham was that he was a very gentle, dignified man, someone to whom he knew his wife would respond. With his white hair and full beard, he had a grandfatherly appearance. Andrea had always been comfortable with older people. The longer he knew Parnham, the more he knew he'd made the right choice. "He and his entire team care for Andrea," Yates said. "I would have never expected that from an attorney. To have that means as much to me as his being a good defense attorney. It's made this whole thing so much more bearable." With Yates's stamp of approval, Parnham achieved his aim of a unified family front with the Yates and Kennedy families. But now, Rusty had to introduce Parnham to his wife. Stoic is the word that kept coming up in police and jail personnel descriptions of Andrea Yates that day. Yes, she was absent joy or grief, but she'd also gained a persona that, under different circumstances, Rusty would have thought comical. "You will be greatly rewarded," was what Andrea Yates said when she saw her husband, as if she'd just received breaking news from a crystal ball. Rusty let that pass. "This is Mr. Parnham. He's going to be your lawyer." "I don't need an attorney," Andrea said. "I'm not going to plead not guilty." "Well, Mr. Parnham will help you with paperwork then," he explained, as he might have to an overtired child. Everyone in the family would help her through this, he promised. Andrea shot her husband a skeptical glance. "Have a nice life," she answered. "I was pretty sure I had lost Rusty forever, and that's why I said have a nice life," Andrea later explained. Rusty found only one word to describe his wife's behavior: bizarre. "I had a sense of how the law enforcement people, who are the catchers and the keepers, particularly the keepers, how they viewed Andrea's situation," Parnham recalled. "I believe that, to a person, They believed that no one in her right mind could do what she did. The second thing I realized is that all of the years I've been down to the county jail, 35 to be exact, that for whatever reason, there was a certain deference they were providing. I was important. 2 hours later, Rusty Yates, the Kennedys, and George Parnham took the elevator down to the ground floor to face a phalanx of reporters, microphones, and cameras that extended from the lobby all the way down the exterior steps 100 feet away. Beyond them was an infinity of satellite transmission trucks. I looked out that window from the ground floor, Parnham said, and I realized this family didn't know what was in store for them. She is doing as well as can be expected, Parnham told the press corps, considering the circumstances, which I know you understand are extreme. He had accumulated evidence in the last 24 hours that strongly suggested that the mental status of my client will be the issue, which means entering a not guilty plea by reason of insanity. Rusty Yates's meeting with his wife had been one of a very personal nature. You can imagine that it was as intense, as private, and as heart-rending as any meeting between two individuals that I have ever witnessed. The family would not be making any more statements until after the funeral, he said. Fearful he would inherit the gag order his predecessor had requested, Parnham himself went on a 48-hour television blitz, not stopping even to sleep. Later, Parnham said, he went back to the jail with his associate Molly Odom, sister of Wendell Odom, to check on Andrea Yates. That's when she said what she said, he recalled. Please don't leave me alone. Jailed. I am Satan, Andrea Yates answered when jail psychiatrist Melissa Ferguson asked if there were anything she wanted to share with her Harris County Mental Health and Mental Retardation Administration, MHMRA, treatment team on June 22nd. Yates looked pointedly at Ferguson. You know what I mean. Ferguson was certain that Yates had included her in what she clinically described as Yates's illusion. Ferguson, graduate of the University of Texas Medical School at Houston, had done her psychiatric residency at the University of Southern California. She kept asking questions. She didn't discuss, she made statements, Ferguson said. To fulfill the prophecy, Satan must be destroyed, Yates said. It is better to tie a millstone around your neck and drown in a river than to stumble. The children had to be killed because they could not be saved any other way, Yates told her. Andrea Yates believed there were cameras in her home, put there by media, to watch her performance as a mother, Ferguson recalled. Her statements about being a bad mother changed from years to months to weeks old, without being anchored in time. She said cameras had been monitoring her for years. Yates assured Ferguson she did not need medication. The voices were as clear as you are hearing me right now. Ferguson started Yates on the antipsychotic drug Risperdal, changing to Haldol the following day, and prescribed more Ativan and Trazodone. The MHMRA team rapidly attempted to gather Yates's past medical records for guidance. She was also given a pregnancy test, routine for women prescribed psychotropic medication known to affect fetuses. News of the test leaked to Houston's KTRK television and Reuters news service, causing the unfortunate rumor that Yates was once again pregnant. She was not. On June 25th, she appeared more depressed and revealed that she'd heard noises from hell. Mrs. Yates, do you know how sick you are? Ferguson asked. I am not mentally ill, Yates said, and began to weep. A day later, Yates confessed to having auditory hallucinations. She heard the voice of Satan over the intercom system in her cell. Satan is in me, and Satan will be destroyed, she told Ferguson. How was she going to destroy Satan? Ferguson asked. "I can't destroy Satan," Yates answered. "Governor Bush would have to destroy Satan." At that time, the former governor of Texas had been president of the United States for almost 2 years. She asked Ferguson for a razor to shave away some hair on the crown of her head to see whether the mark of the beast was still there. Yates said she had stopped breastfeeding Mary because the trazodone overdose, which emergency room doctors had pumped from her stomach 2 years earlier, was somehow still trapped in her breasts. But according to her mother and brother Brian, as she grew sick following the births of Luke and Mary, her body had stopped producing milk. The babies couldn't get enough to eat at the breast. During the 2 months after her father's death, she had fallen down on the job of teaching her children. Her homeschooling lesson plan stopped the day her father died, March 12th. She was concerned that the children were tainted and might be retarded. Her children were not righteous, she said, because she was evil. They had to die to be saved. Ferguson suspected her patient was having visual hallucinations in jail as well as hearing voices. Yates later confirmed that the visual hallucinations were of men on horseback, teddy bears, and ducks all pouring out of the cinder block cell walls. By June 27th, Yates admitted hearing a man's voice outside her head, continually saying bad things about her. She revealed having been bulimic in high school and afterward. She'd previously told no one but her friend Molly McGuire Stefano that she used laxatives, purging, to lose weight. Her brother Pat hadn't seen his sister purge, but he had suspicions about her bulimic behavior. According to her brother Brian, after the trial, one of Andrea's friends revealed that she had spoken of wanting to kill herself when she was 17. She'd binged and purged a few times in the 6 months after Mary's birth. She insisted she wasn't depressed. "I never cried." As far as Ferguson could see, Andrea Yates had zero understanding of psychosis. On July 2nd, the day before Andrea Yates's 37th birthday, MHMRA psychiatrist Deborah Osterman returned from vacation and took over daily treatment of Yates from Ferguson, her supervisor. Yates had lapsed back into catatonia and didn't speak as freely as she had with Ferguson. The Ativan, prescribed June 21st for sleep, helped her be able to speak more freely in the initial interview with Ferguson, and she had closed back down by the time I met her, Osterman explained later. Though Yates denied wanting to kill herself, in Osterman's opinion, she was at extraordinarily high risk for attempting suicide. She continued having auditory hallucinations and seeing the signs in the cinder block walls. She really did not think that she was mentally ill at that time, Osterman said. By the time Osterman met with Yates on July 6th, Yates believed she would be punished for being a bad mom, not for killing her children, according to Osterman. On that particular day, she couldn't recall why they, the children, had to die. Osterman increased Yates's dosage of Haldol that day, attempting to get the auditory and visual hallucinations under better control. Psychiatrist Lucy Puryear sat in an interview room at the Harris County Jail, gazing across the table at Andrea Yates and wondering how she had let herself be talked into this. As an international expert specializing in the treatment of women with reproductive psychological disorders and a long-term associate of Baylor College of Medicine and Houston's Medical Center, she was an obvious candidate to evaluate Yates. It was 13 days after the murders when Puryear met with Yates for 15 minutes and confirmed for herself that Yates was psychotic, suffering from a delusion regarding her children and herself. Puryear had 4 children of her own, one less than a year old, and had just opened her own psychiatric practice. After deliberating with her husband about the repercussions of a demanding trial on their family life, she agreed to evaluate Yates for the defense team. she scheduled a video interview on July 27, 2001. Forensic psychiatrist Philip Resnick had made a 14-minute videotape of Yates 2 weeks earlier, on July 14th. For 5 weeks, Yates had been taking 10 to 15 milligrams a day of the antipsychotic drug Haldol, as well as Effexor and Wellbutrin for depression, and Cogentin to counteract the side effects of Haldol. On the day of the interview, Yates was still disheveled, Puryear noted. She hadn't been showering or wiping herself after bowel movements, according to jail notes. Rusty Yates had described his wife as someone who was modest about her body and dress, but during their hour-long conversation and subsequent taped interview, Yates seemed not to notice the sleeve of her orange jail shirt slipping off her shoulder, exposing her white bra strap. Her glasses, which she was not allowed to use in her cell because of suicide precautions, were held together at her right temple by a Band-Aid. Ordinarily, she wore contact lenses. Someone had plaited a strand of Yates's hair, which fell across her collarbone, easily mistaken for a video or audio wire. After reintroducing herself on tape and making certain Yates was oriented to the time, 3:30 p.m., and place, Harris County Jail, Puryear asked her whether she'd ever had anxious thoughts about Noah when he was an infant. She was surprised by Yates's response. "I was washing my hands in the sink and tap, 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 tap. Yates's foot knocked against the leg of the interview table. There was a knife there and a voice telling me to..." "Telling you to what?" Puryear pressed quickly. "To hurt Noah." "To hurt Noah?" "Yeah." "With the knife?" "Yeah." She spoke in the tone of a child sick to her stomach. "I didn't pick anything up." Yates recalled the knife in detail. It was a long, thin slicing knife with a wooden handle. "How were you able to stop?" "Just try to blank it out of my head." "Okay. Did that thought or voice come back when Noah was little, or was that the only time you had that?" "It was going away as Noah was growing up." "It was going away as Noah was growing up," Puryear repeated. "So you had that thought more than one time, but eventually it went away." "Yes." "Okay. And was that a frightening thought?" "Yes." "Did you tell anybody about it?" 10 seconds of silence passed. "No," Yates finally answered. "No? Why didn't you tell anybody?" "Because I thought if I stopped..." Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, went the sewing machine foot. "Stopped thinking about it. If you stopped thinking about it, it would go away. And if you talked about it, what might happen?" "It may happen," Yates answered haltingly. "It may happen that you might hurt Noah?" "Okay, so it was a frightening time for you." Yates's answer didn't surprise Puryear. It is common knowledge that women who suffer from psychosis after childbirth frequently have the paranoid delusion that talking about a specific fear will make it come true. Though the seminal textbook, Infanticide, Psychosocial and Legal Perspectives on Mothers Who Kill, edited by Margaret G. Spinelli, M.D., wouldn't be published until months after the Yates trial, the waxing and waning pattern of the disease was well established. Moments of frightening psychoses often alternate with moments of lucidity, allowing a psychiatric emergency to go unnoticed or untreated until it is too late. Hippocrates called it a kind of madness around 400 BC. Puryear scribbled a note to herself. Yates had actually been at the beginning stage of her illness as far back as the birth of her first son, but the intrusive thoughts had not been constant or overwhelming. "Did anything happen while you were pregnant with John or after he was born?" she asked. "Things went okay?" "You didn't have thoughts like that?" "I don't remember. We were pretty busy then." "Your mood was okay?" "Yeah." "Were you depressed or sad or..." Yates's eyes darted, tap, 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 tap. I don't think so. So that was an okay time for you. If she'd had thoughts about harming her second child, Puryear noted, they were being blocked. What were you busy with? Selling the house and moving into the trailer. Yates recalled incorrectly as she squirmed in her chair. The Yateses had rented out, not sold, their house when they purchased the Jayco travel trailer. You moved into a trailer? Yeah. Why did you sell the house and move into a trailer? We just wanted to simplify things, not have a bunch of junk around and have to maintain it. Tap. So we got a tap, 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 travel trailer, tap, 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 and moved in there. How was that for you, living in a trailer? It was okay. We were there a couple of months, a couple of years. A couple of years? And that's when you had 2 children? Yes. Okay. How many bedrooms were there in the trailer? 2. So you and Rusty had one, and the kids were in the other. Okay. And then after you had John, you had Paul. How old was John when you got pregnant with Paul? He was 17 months. John had been a year old when Yates became pregnant with Paul. Okay. Were you excited to have all these pregnancies, or was it stressful, or were they planned? They were planned. Okay. Were you trying to get pregnant or just letting it happen? Just letting it happen. So you weren't trying to stop it? Uh-uh. Okay. And you had Paul, and how was that pregnancy? Tap, 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 tap. That went fine. That went fine? Uh-huh. Any depression or unusual thoughts or scary feelings? Can't remember. She still sounded thick-tongued with nausea. When you had Noah and John and Paul, where did you all live? We were still in the trailer. Was that here in Houston? Yes. How old was Paul when you got pregnant with Luke? 10 seconds passed. Yates made one false start at answering the question, then stammered. About, 20 months or so, 17 months. Again, Andrea's math was wrong. Something like that, so he was still little. Yeah. Did you breastfeed all of your children? Uh-huh. How long did you breastfeed? Usually I breastfed for a year, but I had to stop Luke at 4 months because of the medicine. Yates said, referring to her 1999 suicide attempt with the drug trazodone. Her husband later explained more clearly that his wife's menstrual cycle was like clockwork. With each of her pregnancies, she had conceived 2 months after discontinuing breastfeeding. She'd had 1 miscarriage between John and Paul and had become pregnant again in less than 2 months. After the suicide attempt and subsequent medication for psychosis, the couple had used birth control until Andrea was off dangerous medication. Did you breastfeed while you were pregnant? Not very long. Not at all if Rusty Yates's recollection of detail is correct, as it usually was. Once you found out you were pregnant, you would wean? Uh-huh. So you were pregnant or breastfeeding for a long period of time? Uh-huh. You got pregnant with Luke, and were you still living in the trailer? We moved into the bus. On the same property? Uh-huh, a converted bus. Why did you move from the trailer to the bus? Well, time passed. It had a little more room. Tap, 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 tap. And it had some appliances like a washing machine instead of me going to the laundromat, an extra refrigerator, and some features. Okay, so it was bigger and more comfortable. Uh-huh. How many rooms did it have? It had the front area, the restroom, and the back area. Okay, and where did you all sleep? Tap. Rusty and I slept. The previous owners, had the bed that folded out. Uh-huh. And the boys went to sleep on we called it the hole, because it was part of the luggage compartment. They had put some carpet around there and some little beds. Yates said, describing the forward baggage hold of the bus that had been made accessible through a trap door in the bus's interior floor. How did you get to that part of the bus? You had to just jump in. From inside? Yeah, there was a door that opened. So you had put some beds and some carpet down there. The people that sold it to us did. Their children slept there too previously. Would you leave the door open when the children were down there? Yeah, we wanted to be careful no one fell in it, so we put in a vent for some air, Yates said, moistening her lips. To get some air down there? Yeah. Okay, so when you were pregnant with Luke, that's where you were? Yeah. And when Luke was born, that's when you started having some frightening thoughts and feelings again? Uh-huh. Do you remember what they were? Yates couldn't get an answer out. To Puryear's trained eye, it was here, at her question about Luke, that Yates began to lose coherence and veer back into psychosis. Long pauses and extra movements punctuated her extended answers. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. Tap, 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 tap. 14 seconds. Tap. It was the fact of hurting one, tap, tap, then suddenly racing toward the words. Can't remember. Tap, 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 tap. Who, specifically who? But you were having thoughts about hurting one of the children? Yeah, she moaned. Not all of them? 7 seconds. Yates's jaw muscle pulsated involuntarily inside her right cheek. No, we didn't. It was just worried about raising them upright. Tap, tap, tap. So you were just worried about one of the children. All of them. You were worried about all of them, but the thought was just that you were going to hurt one of them? Yates nodded. Did you think there was something causing you to have those thoughts, or someone putting that thought in your head, or tap, or making you think that way? It seemed that way. Who would have been doing that? Yates's jaw muscle throbbed. I guess I thought it was Satan doing it. Satan was putting that thought in your head? What did you think? Was that a frightening thought? Puryear asked. Yes, Yates answered. So that was very scary to have that thought. Did you want to hurt the children? No, Yates answered immediately. You tried very hard not to. Yeah. Was that thought all the time? I started feeling it in the bus, got kind of crowded, a lot of stress, and I called one morning. It was particularly bad. Tap, 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 tap. And I called Rusty to come home, and I think that's when I had that nervous breakdown. I was crying and worried, she said. Okay. And you went to the hospital? No, not yet. I went to stay with my mom. Okay. And, she stopped, looking ashamed. The next morning, I took the overdose. You took an overdose of trazodone? Your dad's medicine? Uh-huh. Why did you want to kill yourself? 'Cause I didn't want to hurt the kids, Yates replied, as if it was obvious. You wanted to save your kids. You thought if you killed yourself, you'd be saving the children? Puryear asked, adding some spin of her own. Yates nodded. Besides Satan putting that thought in your head, were you getting any messages from anybody else or any place else? No? Until later. So you took the overdose and went to the hospital. That was Methodist Hospital? Ben Taub. And then they transferred you to Methodist? Did you get better? No. They put you on medicine and it didn't seem to help? And you went home? Were you still having those thoughts about hurting the children? 15 seconds ticked. Yates's jaw muscles spasmed again. At what point? When I came home from Methodist? Right. No answer. She appeared to be busy with an internal conversation. I think I was still worried about that, she said finally. Did you tell anybody then about those kinds of thoughts? Still worried about that. Did you tell anybody about that? Rusty. He was a good husband and wanted to help, you know. I told him I was overwhelmed. Again, she avoided describing any thoughts of harming the children. He tried to make things better. He bought a house because the bus had gotten to be pretty crowded, the two women said, overlapping. So I moved in the house. But you didn't tell anybody you were having these thoughts about hurting the children? 10 seconds passed. Can't remember. You got home from Methodist, and then did you try and hurt yourself again? Yates nodded. What did you do? I took a tap, bang, 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 took a kitchen knife, and went into the bathroom. Rusty was in the house. He saw me. He opened the bathroom door and took the knife out of my hand. Were you planning on stabbing yourself, or what were you planning on doing? Probably. She gestured to her neck with her fingers. Bang, 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 bang. Probably cut my throat. Why did you want to kill yourself? 'Cause I didn't want to hurt the kids. So you were still having those thoughts and thought you were going to act on them, and so you wanted to hurt yourself instead? Uh-huh. Then you went to Memorial Spring Shadows, Glen Hospital, and did you get better there? A little, Yates said, her tongue seeming to get thicker. They tried a few medicines on me. One of them was Haldol. It affected motor skills such as speech. So when you got out of the hospital, you were doing better than when you went in? I thought so. Were you still having the thoughts about harming the children when you came home from Spring Shadows? No. They had gone away? Uh-huh. You did okay then for a while? Uh-huh. How long after you got out of the hospital did you get pregnant with Mary? Maybe March. Yates's memory was correct. How old was Luke? 16 seconds. Maybe, tick-tock. March, maybe 2.5 months. Yates had gotten pregnant with Mary 7 months after her release from Memorial Spring Shadows Glen Hospital, not 2.5 months. And how old would Luke have been? How old was Luke? Uh-huh. Sorry, when I gave birth? When you got pregnant with Mary, how old was Luke? Luke was probably 20 months. She was off by 7 months. Luke was only 13 months old when she became pregnant again in March 2000. So you got pregnant with Mary and you were feeling okay at that time. And you weren't having thoughts of hurting the children? Yates nodded no. After Mary was born, how long before you started having those thoughts again? She was probably 3 months old, and my dad had passed away. Right. You had said maybe when she was a month old you started feeling depressed or started feeling not well? I didn't think it was that early. Things really got bad when your father passed away? What kinds of thoughts were you having? Thoughts. I was depressed after the first month withdrawing from them. Yates's voice trailed off and then returned. Started homeschooling them. Noah was in kindergarten and John in preschool, I think. How was that going? It was okay. We tried the second year and it got more difficult. What got more difficult? Tasks. I had more to do. And my thoughts weren't clear. Tap, 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 you know. And you were having thoughts about hurting the children again? For 15 seconds, Yates didn't answer. I think so. And those thoughts got stronger and stronger? She nodded. Did you tell anybody you were having those thoughts? Bang, bang, bang. 30 seconds more. Yates appeared to be terrified by the unspoken answer to Puryear's question. She was involved in some other conversation inside her head, Puryear observed. Rusty was watching me closely, to make sure it was all right, she said. So you didn't tell him what you were thinking? Not that specific thing, she answered, her voice trembling slightly. Do you remember there was a time when you filled the bathtub with water? A sound came through Yates's lips that meant yes. What were you thinking then? I was, having images. The images I was having. Bang, 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 bang. The images like lose the house somehow, having all those payments, with utilities and stuff. She answered haltingly. And, I was thinking we hadn't paid our bills and we'd lose the house. So when we went for a walk, we passed this water facility and I thought they were shutting our water off. And I put water in the tub to wash dishes or whatever. Okay. Were you having thoughts about drowning the children at that time? Not then, no, she answered shakily. When did the idea about drowning the children come? 30 seconds passed. Probably, she said, struggling to hold back tears. The day before or... The day before. Okay, and what about drowning them? Why drown each of the children? Was there a particular reason that you thought of that? Puryear waited patiently as another 30 seconds passed, but Yates couldn't compose a sentence. Was the drowning for a special purpose or special reason? She tried again. No. Other times you tried to kill yourself to stop it. Did something happen this time that made it seem to make more sense that that's what you should do? Do you remember what you were thinking at the time? Yates sat in silence. The reason I chose drowning? She asked finally. The reason you decided it was time to hurt the children? Half a minute passed, then her foot came to life, tap, tap. I can't remember. Puryear concluded that Yates was unable to answer that question at all. Either her thoughts were blocked or the fog of psychosis had rolled in. Puryear later described her state as the equivalent of the state of persons seen on street corners babbling. Haldol treated those symptoms. Do you remember feeling like you were a bad mother? Yates nodded. How were you a bad mother? Yates strained to hold back tears. Because they weren't developing emotionally, she said, wiping a tear from under her glasses. She bit her lip, then nodded yes in answer to a question that no one present had posed. Seconds passed in silence. Were you worried about them? Yeah. What were you worried about? That they weren't, tap, tap, tap. They weren't progressing, she said, hanging hard onto the last syllable to keep her voice in control. The right way in school, and teaching them manners and social manners and something kids. Tears flowed now. It's, Outside the interview room, random laughter ricocheted through the jail corridors. Yates bit her lip to stop talking and disappeared within herself. Are you okay? She nodded. More laughter from the corridor. She pounded her foot against the metal table leg. Let me ask you a different question. You said you felt like you were a bad mother, and you were worried about the children not progressing. Were you worried about their religious beliefs or upbringing? All those things. Were you worried they weren't growing up as God wanted them to? Yeah. And that time when you were having the thoughts about hurting the children, did it feel again like Satan was putting messages or thoughts in your head? Seemed like it. Did you feel like Satan was inside of you? Is that what you told me? I told you that? Yates asked, looking scared to death. Do you remember saying that? There was no immediate answer. Tap, tap. In reference to what? Tap, tap, tap. You were having thoughts about hurting the children. You had thought that Satan was trying to put those thoughts into your head, Puryear reminded her. Uh-huh. At one point, you said you thought it was possible that Satan was inside of you. Do you remember that now? Well, I thought he was just sending messages. What did you think would happen to the children when they were killed? Their innocence. they'd go to heaven. Were you worried about them not going to heaven? Yeah. Now she sobbed. You were worried about them going to hell? The cackle of a woman's laughter from the hallway pierced the interview room. I just thought that they were so young, she cried. Tap, tap, tap. Did you worry if they grew up that they might not go to heaven? Yates couldn't or wouldn't answer. Then at length she said, Yeah. What did you think would happen to you after you killed the children? I'd be arrested, she answered without any pause. And then what would happen? Go to jail, she replied, her voice trembling like a child's. Is that what you wanted? More than 20 seconds passed. I broke the law and have to be punished for it. Uh-huh. Did you want to be punished? Did you feel like you needed to be punished for something? For being a bad mother, she said, her tone rising insistently at the end of the sentence. Did you think that it was a way to get rid of Satan? Puryear lobbed a big, fat slow ball right over the plate. If ever Andrea Yates had a chance to hit one out of the ballpark, prove herself a nut job, this was her opportunity. Instead, she tapped her foot 14 times against the metal table leg and said nothing. What? What? Huh? What? It's okay, Puryear reassured her. When you're quiet for a long period of time, what are you thinking about? Trying to remember. Consistently, when Yates didn't answer after long periods, her response had to do with not remembering her thoughts. Are your thoughts confused or mixed up at all? Puryear continued. Sometimes. Are you hearing voices now? Just the noises. Just the noises outside? Do you ever still feel like somebody or something is putting messages or ideas in your head? Right now? Puryear nodded. I think so. Who might be putting messages in your head? Maybe Satan. Satan's still trying to do that? There was a radio and they were playing some music in my cell and I heard a voice. And what did it say? I can't remember. Do you think it might have been Satan's voice? Yates nodded. Let me ask you just 2 more questions and then I'm going to stop for today, okay? If you can remember, what were you thinking this time about not killing yourself? The other 2 times you had tried to kill yourself. Do you remember why you didn't think about that this time? Yates sat for 20 seconds before answering. It did cross my mind. Do you remember why you decided not to? She shook her head no. Do you remember you told me about a man you met in the hospital? He said something to you. Can you tell me what he said? He said, they're coming for you. You're going to burn in hell. They're coming for you. You're going to burn in hell? Puryear repeated. Uh-huh. What do you think he meant? More silence. Tap, 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 tap. They're coming for me to... The noises coming from the jail hallway were spine-chilling enough to disturb the sane. That's all I took it for, what he said, she eventually replied. Did you have feelings and thoughts that somebody was going to hurt you or come get you? Come get me. Come get you. Who might that be? Maybe the police? Puryear had been going for Satan, but Yates had just changed tracks and times, or maybe she was simply trying hard to please an authority figure with a right answer. So you weren't worried that someone was watching you or trying to get you? No, it wasn't yet. Okay, was that after the children died or before? What? He said that to you after the children died or before? Oh, before, a few weeks before. Puryear ended the interview. Andrea Yates went back to the voices in the hallway, real and unreal. The Death of a Butterfly. Preacher Michael Warrenecki couldn't get Andrea Yates and her children out of his mind. He knew exactly what had happened, but he hadn't come forward. No one had asked him. For whatever it may be worth, I want to reiterate that Andrea's sole motive for her diabolical actions was revenge, he said. It was deep and it was intense. She had told me on several occasions of her intense hatred for Rusty. She pleaded with me for an answer on how to live with him. She despised him. Matters concerning God had absolutely nothing to do with any of it. All the usage of Christian rhetoric by her and the media was nothing more than a smokescreen to cover her true motive. There is only one major variable. To what degree was Andrea drug-induced at the exact time of her actions? If she was severely intoxicated with those drugs, as I am convinced she was by Rusty, whose motives in dispensing these drugs was sinister, contrary to what he outwardly conveyed, he wanted to silence her while at the same time using her as his slave to take care of the kids. In this case, there is no doubt that Satan took full advantage of her by filling her mind with diabolical delusions, with twisted Christian conclusions. These are 5 people that don't live, that are not going to be able to have an access to Jesus Christ that I won't ever be able to share with. And the scriptures do not take that lightly. The last time any of the Warneckis saw the Yates children alive was in Miami, Florida in June 1998. Noah was 4, Rachel Warnecki recalled. That made John 3 years old and Paul 9 months. They had caught a caterpillar. They kept it in a jar and put a little twig inside, and they actually watched the caterpillar spin the cocoon and become a butterfly. Andrea shared it with our children. She was so vividly excited because she could, 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17 talks about when you come to Jesus, you become a new creation. And this butterfly symbolized that new creation that I believe she had a desire to become at that time. It was a time of great hope for her, Warnecki said. And one wanted to think a time of great hope for the Warneckis, who did not often find people as willing as Andrea Yates to give up worldly possessions and follow, literally, the life described in the Bible. But also the butterfly incident, also told me she is really desperate because she's latching onto this with such strength. This seemingly insignificant thing said something about her life because she wanted to escape that life. She wanted to leave that life. It was not right. She was miserable, and she conveyed that to us. I'm remembering exactly a time when she said, "Michael, what do you do if your husband doesn't want to follow the Lord? Have a relationship, basically." Warnecki said. If Rusty could have just said, "I love you. Man, I'm sorry for blowing it with you, honey." If Rusty could have just said, "Michael, I need help. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to love her like I should. I'm such a selfish and proud man. What do I do?" Instead, he chose arrogance. "We don't have a problem. Everything's okay. Everything's in control." No, things are out of control, and they're only getting worse, and you better wake up, because this is not going in a good direction, especially when you rob a person's hope, She left Florida full of hope, Rachel interjected, recalling the Florida visit. That's right, and to see that disappear, I think that crushed her. That was one way of looking at it. The other was that even Michael and Rachel saw something breaking down in our relationship over the bus, Warnecki said. What we expected to happen did not happen, that they would get serious. If Rusty Yates couldn't trust a guy to sell him a vehicle, how could he ever trust him with his and his family's spiritual life? In addition to the leaks in the roof, there were safety code violations and improper electrical wiring that he thought could start a fire or be dangerous to the kids. He'd need to gut the bus to correct those problems. He was flat out disillusioned. He stopped writing to Mike. Andrea seemed to remain neutral, continuing to write, hinting around about the bus problem, according to Warnecki. She urged Rusty to renew his contact with his former religious mentor. But Rusty knew. Like a kid burned by touching a hot stove for the first time, he did not want to go back for seconds. Andrea continued the friendship on her own through letters and frequent phone calls. The last call was as recent as a month before the children died, according to Rachel Warnecki. For all of Warnecki's rhetoric, his theology of salvation doesn't differ substantially from Roman Catholicism. Man, in the person of Adam, alienated God and was cut off. Redemption required a blood sacrifice. In the Old Testament, when a man sinned, he sacrificed a goat, a lamb, a bull, whichever satisfied the ritualistic requirement for atonement for the specific sin committed. Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his only son, Isaac, foreshadowed what was to come. With the New Testament came the perfect sacrifice, Jesus Christ, Son of God and Son of Man. Only the blood shed by Christ on the cross was ransom enough to be acceptable to the Creator and human enough to represent man in the bargain. That sacrifice alone, according to both the Catholic Church and Warnecki, bought back all men for all time. As Warnecki explained it in a teaching tape called True Salvation, Ezekiel says that every soul that sinneth shall die, that Satan has rights to every man, that you and I are born into this nature of Adam, the first man, and this sin is in our very blood. It is in our very bodies. It is in every cell, every hair. Every molecule has been corrupted in rebellion to God. Essentially, he said, God told Satan, here's the blood you require. Satan laughed and was ecstatic that he had killed man's only hope. Obviously, 3 days later, Jesus Christ showed him what the blood, the resurrection, and the power was all about. The one power that Satan has left is that every soul that sins will die. So he gets everybody ultimately, unless a man is bought back, and that's the whole idea of ransom. Jesus bore our sins in his body on the cross, on the tree, so that we might die to sin. He bore all that junk, all in his body for all time. Here is where the Warnecki doctrinal muddle sets in. Whether to the casual observer or to those who had tried to follow Warnecki for years, the streets of heaven seem empty. In spite of the ransom given for all men for all time, the numeric set of the saved seems to number only 8 people, Warnecki and his wife and children. If you count his mother, who was on the maybe list, 9. For those who were drawn to Michael Warnecki for the sincerity of his beliefs and his walking the walk he talked, there seemed little, if any, hope to equal his personal success. For those who, like Andrea Yates, were both sincere and driven to please, following Warnecki could lead to ruin. On April 6, 2002, Bruce Nichols reported in the Dallas Morning News that Mr. Warnecki says he is devastated by the tragedy but rejects blame. He says he simply delivered God's message and that the Yateses, particularly Rusty Yates, misinterpreted it. The full extent. On August 9, 2001, the Harris County District Attorney's Office filed notice of the state's intent to seek death as a penalty in the Andrea Yates case. Cause number 880205 and 883590. The State of Texas versus Andrea Pia Yates in the 230th District Court of Harris County, Texas. Comes now the State of Texas by and through the undersigned Assistant District Attorney and pursuant to Articles 34.04, 35.13, 35.15, 35.17, and 37.071, Texas Code Criminal Procedure, and in accordance with Section 19.03, Texas Penal Code, in open court hereby notices this honorable court and defendant that the state will seek death as a penalty in the above styled and numbered cause. Respectfully submitted, Joseph S. Omby, Assistant District Attorney, Harris County, Texas. If Harris County were a state, in 2001, it would be fourth in the number of people on death row, behind Oklahoma, Texas, and Virginia. But you have to temper that with this, District Attorney Chuck Rosenthal said. Harris County is also the third largest jurisdiction in the United States in terms of population. Justice for the Yates children was what spurred him on, he said. They allegedly were killed by the person in the world they loved most. The Yates family did not appreciate Rosenthal's sympathy. By offering the citizens of Texas what he described as the broadest range of punishment available for Andrea Yates, Rosenthal narrowed the jury's choices to death or life in prison and gained the advantage of a death-qualified jury. By Texas law, only citizens willing to impose the death penalty can be seated on a jury in a death penalty case. Seeking the death penalty was never used as a ploy to get a better jury, Williford said. It was always used as an avenue to seek justice for those children. Some crimes are so bad that they justify the death penalty. Parnham and Odom were baffled. They had believed that there was no way the state would ask the death penalty for a defendant with a well-documented mental illness. By seeking the death penalty, D.A. Rosenthal had an unlimited budget to prosecute the case. As far as I know, there's not a per se limitation on the money that can be spent in a capital case, said Scott Durfee, general counsel for the Harris County District Attorney's Office. It's a matter of prosecutorial discretion. Ultimately, we don't have any constraints within reason. A conservative estimate of the taxpayer's tab on the Yates trial was $750,000. Operating a Harris County District courtroom for the 4-week-long trial and hearings cost $11,000 a day, including the salaries of a district court judge, bailiff, clerk, court reporter, and district attorneys. The expenses and salaries of ADAs, investigators, and staff for the 8-month-long preparation for trial doubled, or perhaps tripled that sum. Experts, audiovisual presentations, and excerpts of trial transcripts tacked on more than $200,000, according to invoices available under the Texas Public Information Act. Andrea Yates had her husband's $80,000 a year salary. According to Rusty Yates, he and Mrs. Kennedy had more or less split the fees paid to Parnham and Odom. Rusty paid $80,000, including about $35,000 donated by colleagues at NASA and from the Clear Lake community. Andrea's mother, a retired J.C. Penney employee, paid $50,000, including $10,000 from a relative. 4 days to sanity. Though there are now as many Starbucks, Gaps, and Pottery Barns in Texas as elsewhere in the country, the state is still very much part of the Bible Belt, as well as a fertile religious melting pot. It is not unusual to find almost as many new mosques as new churches and synagogues. Some young Islamic women work out in 24-hour fitness gyms wearing chadors. Football players, businessmen, and community leaders alike, not to mention the President of the United States, Texan George W. Bush, attend Bible study classes. Men fill stadiums to support one another in becoming promise keepers to their wives and children. A daily Bible verse appears on the editorial page of the Houston Chronicle. The Pledge of Allegiance can be said at public gatherings without incident. Heaven and hell are concrete places, not states of mind. And the name Satan often refers to an actual person, not a figurative evil. Houston jurors got down to the interim business of deciding whether Andrea Yates was competent to stand trial for her life on September 18, 2001. The hearing had been delayed 1 week from its scheduled start on September 12th. Understandably, jurors had been too distracted by the World Trade Center and Pentagon attacks to concentrate. Apart from the sensational crime, the social dynamics of the trial were considerable. A white woman was being prosecuted for multiple murders by an African-American male assistant district attorney, backed up by a white female assistant district attorney before an African-American woman judge. In the pre-trial hearing, 8 of 12 jurors were minority women. Only one white male, an academic, sat on the panel. Yates's attorneys, both white males, bet on women of color being more sympathetic to Yates than men, an assumption they would later have reason to question. The scene would have been unthinkable 40 years earlier, when few women were attorneys and whites-only signs were still posted at Texas drinking fountains, swimming pools, and laundromats. Andrea Pia Yates was barely visible from the entrance to Judge Belinda Hill's packed Houston courtroom, but eventually her bright orange jumpsuit grabbed the eye as surely as her unthinkable crime had captured the national consciousness. She sat at the defense table, staring through large glasses at the nearest wall, her hands motionless in her lap. On this September day, her long dark hair was washed and neatly combed, not unkempt as it was in her jailhouse photos. Before arriving, Wendell Odom had taken a look at his client's appearance, prepared to make the usual juror-friendly adjustments. Looking Yates over, what he thought was perfect. He wouldn't change a thing. At the bench, attorneys conferred with Judge Hill. They talked and walked around Andrea Yates as if she were a fatality in an overworked emergency room. After 3 months of antipsychotic medication and treatment in the jail's psychiatric unit, the state believed Yates was competent to stand trial for the murders of her children. State District Judge Belinda Hill, who was rated the most outstanding of 21 criminal district judges, according to the results of the Houston Bar Association's Judicial Evaluation Poll for 2001, her 2002 rating dropped by 7 percentage points following the Yates trial, hammered the courtroom to order. The immediate business of this competency hearing, Attorney Joseph Omby explained to the jury of 11 women and 1 man, was whether Yates is rational today, not was she rational at the time of the crime. There would be time to decide that later. In those months, the name Andrea Yates had become a lightning rod for public opinion. Say she did go crazy, maybe she drowned 1 child, but 5? That took conviction. It wasn't like someone who instantly regretted pulling a trigger. A 7-year-old like Noah was strong. How could she drown him? Did she drug him first? Didn't the husband notice his wife was psychotic? Where was her family, her doctors, Child Protective Services? Where, some wanted to know, was God? At the time, few understood the superhuman strength that could be generated by rocket fuel, and few not intimately involved with the case knew of the 2-year-long struggle with mental and physical illness and the multiple hospitalizations she and her family had endured. Her 2,000-plus pages of records from doctors, nurses, therapists, and social workers registered as no more than tabloid headline fodder for the feeding, frenzied press. No one knew what was really wrong with Andrea Yates, and by the end of the competency hearing, indeed by the end of the trial, the case would still be a mystery. For the 3rd day in a row, Andrea Yates sat impossibly still and stared at the courtroom wall. Gerald Harris, a University of Houston psychologist and defense witness, recommended that Yates be treated further and reevaluated in 90 days. The legal concern, he said, was that you're not going to defend yourself if you believe your death is getting rid of Satan. Delusional or not, she believes she committed a crime? Omby asked Harris. That's not the purpose of her wanting the death penalty, Harris shot back. Parnham objected, but was immediately overruled. Omby's words hung in the air. This brief exchange might ultimately have been all that was needed to convict Andrea Yates of capital murder. The standard for insanity in Texas is whether defendants know their acts are wrong at the time of the crime. The McNaughton rule, the not knowing right from wrong test, originated in 1843 with the case of Englishman Daniel McNaughton, who shot and killed the British Prime Minister's secretary and was acquitted by reason of insanity. Though he spent the rest of his life in a mental institution, the case created a public outcry. Queen Victoria ordered the court to develop a stricter sanity test. In the 1970s, some states, including Texas, broadened the rigid McNaughton test and subscribed to a new rule for insanity developed by a panel of experts called the American Law Institute. The Model Penal Code, MPC, considers a defendant not responsible for criminal conduct when, as a result of mental disease or defect, he or she lacks substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. Following the successful insanity defense of John Hinckley after his attempted assassination of President Ronald Reagan in April 1981, the civic backlash was so strong that Congress passed the 1984 Federal Comprehensive Crime Control Act, requiring the defendant in a federal case to prove that, at the time of the commission of the acts constituting the offense, the defendant, as a result of a severe mental disease or defect, was unable to appreciate the nature and quality of the wrongfulness of his acts. More than half of all states, Texas among them, returned to the original British standard. In fact, the wording of the current statute is stricter than the one written in 1843. Insanity pleas are raised in less than 1% of all felony cases. Acquittals for reasons of insanity occur in no more than 25% of those cases, according to veteran criminal defense lawyer Catherine M. Case, who practices in both New York and Texas. The April 2002 edition of Psychiatric Times reported that 75% of those acquittals, or fewer than 0.18% of all felonies, are reached by agreement between opposing attorneys. In other words, the prosecution agrees that society is better served by giving the accused a long-term civil commitment to a secure treatment facility rather than a prison. George Parnham thought the unusual confluence of religion, psychiatry, and the law in the Yates case could easily result in a false positive for the legal sanity test. Andrea Yates knew that killing was wrong. She knew she killed her children to save them. She knew she sacrificed herself to kill Satan. Parnham pointed out the single rub. Show me one person in this courtroom who ever said, "I am Satan, and I deserve to be punished," and George W. Bush will see that it's done. Show me one person, Parnham said. There is only one. She's sitting there. In the jury room, the initial vote was 8-4 for incompetence. But over the course of the 8.5-hour deliberation, unusually long for a Texas competency hearing, a stunning reversal took place. The jury panel unanimously voted Andrea Yates competent to stand trial. As the jurors, some visibly disturbed, left the courtroom, Yates patted her lawyer on the back. "What verdict were we hoping for?" she was overheard asking. Other voices. When a woman is in the delusional state of a postpartum psychosis, she may believe that she or her infant must die, read a sentence from Women's Moods by Deborah Sichel and Jean Watson Driscoll. Perhaps God has chosen her to be Mary or some other figure who will remove Satan from the world. If the mother embroils her baby in the delusion and identifies him or her as the devil, the infant is at great risk. The book was published only a year before Andrea Yates drowned her children. Sichel had had one PPP patient whose psychosis was about Satan and the Virgin Mary. She was Mary, her baby was Jesus, and somehow the child had to be sacrificed. The patient was an Orthodox Jew. Why would this be her delusion? Sichel wondered. Mrs. Yates, on the day of the drownings, believed that her children were going to hell, that Satan was going to get her, telling her to kill her children. Dr. Sichel said, from Boston after carefully reviewing Andrea Yates's medical records. Her only option to save her children was killing them. They were still innocent enough that by drowning them, she might get them into heaven. God might take them up. It's human nature to try to make sense of things. Even Mrs. Yates herself was trying to make rational sense out of what she had done. You can't. Trial by error. As the Yates trial began in earnest on February 18, 2002, President George W. Bush's initiative against the axis of evil was in full swing. The Salt Lake City 2002 Winter Olympics were winding down, with the United States closing in on 20 medals. The bathtub killings trial, the New York Times dubbed the proceedings. There were so many news tents on Preston Street, the scene looked like a spring bazaar. In size and design, the courtroom was not unlike the church from which the children had been buried. Spectators sat on pew-like benches. Members of the media had reserved seating, with local journalists assigned the best seats. The friends and families of the victims and the accused were, in this unusual case, the same people. All of them devoutly wished the state of Texas would go away. Consequently, they were left to duke it out for seating among the general public. A wooden rail separated the spectators, including journalists, from the attorneys, court reporter, court officers, and Andrea Yates, who wore the same gray-green jumper over a white knit shirt she'd worn often during jury selection. In black robes, Judge Hill sat at the elevated judges' bench. U.S. and Texas flags stood on ceremonial flagpoles to her left and right. Cause numbers 880205 and 883590 were read aloud, charging Andrea Yates with drowning Mary Deborah Yates, Noah Jacob Yates, and John Samuel Yates with a deadly weapon, namely water. She was not being prosecuted for drowning Paul and Luke. Because there's no statute of limitations on murder, if something went horribly wrong with the prosecution's case, the state could simply prosecute again on behalf of the two other children. Mrs. Yates, how do you plead? Judge Hill asked. Not guilty, Andrea Yates answered. A long list of witnesses, including Rusty Yates, his mother, and his mother-in-law, was sworn in en masse and sent out of the courtroom to wait until they were called to testify. Joseph Omby began his opening remarks by slowly ticking off the names: Luke, John, Paul, Mary, Noah, in no particular order. He described Andrea Yates's 911 call, the drownings of the children, and the activities of the police at the murder scene. You will hear that her motive was altruistic. She thought it was right and good to do this to these children. You will also hear evidence that she knew it was an illegal thing, that it was a sin, that it was wrong. You will hear about treatments that are effective, and what shoulda, woulda, coulda been done, and whose fault this is. We don't have to prove whose fault this is. We don't have to defend the mental health system of the United States of America. The medical examiners will testify to the bruises that were on these children from holding their heads under water. Andrea Yates is presumed to be sane. The evidence will show that beyond a reasonable doubt, she is guilty of the murders of Noah, John, and Mary Yates. Omby was simple and direct, if occasionally flat wrong. George Parnham rose from his chair at the counsel table and approached the jury box. The moment for which you were selected has arrived, he began. How does a mother who has given birth, who has nurtured, who has protected, and who has loved these 5 children, interrupt their lives? How are nature's acts of birth, protection, and love inverted to cause what happened on June 20th? He asked. Andrea Yates's actions were, Parnham said, the definition of insanity. Parnham carefully substituted synonyms for verbs and nouns he might ordinarily use. He wondered how a mother could interrupt rather than end her children's lives. What might have been killing or drowning mutated to what happened to the children. With these few words, Parnham initiated the circuity that plagued his arguments throughout the trial. You will hear evidence relative to mental diseases. You will hear testimony concerning a disease known as postpartum psychosis, he continued. The loss of reality testing, including delusions. Postpartum depression with psychotic features is the cruelest and most severe mental illness. It takes the very nature and essence of motherhood to nurture, protect, love, and changes the reality. Parnham hit the highlights of Yates's struggle with mental illness, its severity, and her inability to get proper treatment. All antipsychotic medications are eliminated from her body by June 7th or 8th, and on June 20th, Parnham said, the inevitable happens. Experts will testify that not only did she not know what she was doing was wrong, she believed it was right, he concluded. As she sits here today, she is taking a daily dose of 15 milligrams of Haldol to prevent her from slipping into psychosis. The battle was joined. Yates sat and stared. The first witness for the prosecution had charge of the 911 call log. She established that Doreen Stubblefield was the telecommunicator whose voice was heard opposite that of Andrea Yates on the 2.5-minute 911 call of June 20th, 2001. Stubblefield was the second witness. Over several days, officers Knapp, King, Stumpo, Svan, Bacon, Mell, West, Jordan, and Smith, and medical examiners Sanchez and Moore carefully laid the prosecution's groundwork for admission of crime scene evidence into testimony. On the morning of Day 2, Omby attempted to introduce into evidence the clothing worn by each of the Yates children when they were killed. Your Honor, Parnham objected, there is no probative value whatsoever to display the clothes of those children, her children, to this jury. The sole issue, the ultimate issue in this case, is the mental state of this woman. We are willing to stipulate that Andrea Pia Yates drowned those kids. The clothing of these children shows the jury better than any other exhibit we have the size of these children, Omby insisted. Judge Hill sent the jurors out of the courtroom and asked the two lawyers about the proposed stipulation. We will stipulate that Andrea Pia Yates on the 20th of June 2001 drowned her children. We will also stipulate as to their names, dates of birth, and ages, Parnham said. The prejudicial value of these exhibits outweighs any probative value. I did not hear Mr. Parnham offer a stipulation that it was Andrea Yates's conscious objective or desire to kill each of these children, Omby fired back. Omby had heard Parnham correctly. The words conscious objective or desire contradicted his legal argument for insanity. They are not willing to stipulate, Judge Hill interrupted. Do you have photographs that would do the same? There are no photos of the children with rulers in the photo, Omby said. On screen, they'll appear 7 feet tall. In an 8x11 photograph, they'll appear too small. The actual clothing, he argued, was the only reasonable alternative. We have 2 medical examiners that are going to take the witness stand, Parnham said. Judge, I challenge the good faith on the part of the prosecution. I think it is a subterfuge to get this child's jumper in front of this jury. Omby, as he would frequently do, blew like a baseball manager protesting an intentional beanball. He gesticulated and walked the width of the courtroom in an exaggerated roll, uncharacteristic of his gait outside the courtroom. Your Honor, I have no reply. If Mr. Parnham is saying I'm lying, gentlemen, one word from Judge Hill restored quiet. The jury returned. Dora Yates, 63, the children's widowed paternal grandmother, was the first non-professional witness to testify. 8 months earlier to the day, she had said goodnight to her 5 grandchildren on a Tuesday, and when she returned to babysit Wednesday morning, they were all dead. If only she hadn't been worn out. If only she had slept an hour less, her grandchildren might still be alive. If only she had come half an hour earlier, she could have saved Noah and probably Mary, maybe even Luke. Who wanted to do that calculus? Ownby had first met Dora Yates 2 days after the killings, when he and Kaylin Williford and several police officers toured the crime scene. Dora's 2 sons had been there along with her sisters, Ferry and Kathy. 7 months later, Williford contacted Dora, but she declined to speak with the prosecution. This was true, Dora agreed under oath. Wasn't it also true that sitting at a backyard picnic table just hours after the murders, she'd had a tape-recorded conversation with investigator Boyd Smith of the Houston Police Department? Yes, it was. "What is your relationship to the defendant?" Ownby asked. Dora sat in the witness box not 15 feet from Andrea Yates. One could imagine the space between the 2 women as solid matter. Dora opened her mouth to speak words. Sobs came out instead. In that instant, it crossed Ownby's mind that he had made a serious miscalculation in calling Dora as a prosecution witness. "Quick, pass the antidote." "Would you like some water or something?" Ownby asked. Dora accepted a tissue from Judge Hill and began again, filling each word with heart. "I would say that Andrea is my very precious daughter-in-law," she finally managed. Dora Yates's ordeal brought her sisters and many spectators to tears. A NASA grief counselor comforted Ferry and Kathy with pats on the back. Ownby proceeded. He asked Dora to identify her grandchildren from their photos, a technicality he realized might have been timed better. She lived in Hermitage, Tennessee, and had visited her older son and his family during Christmas 2000. She came back again 4 months later on April 19th, with the intention of returning home on April 25th. After she arrived at the airport and saw how sick her daughter-in-law looked, she extended her stay indefinitely and contemplated moving to Houston. Rusty and Andrea had never told Dora about the 2 suicide attempts in 1999. "She trembled," Dora explained. "Her arms, especially. She would sit and stare for an hour, 2 hours. She would scratch her head until it was just bald in spots. She bit her lip. She wouldn't eat." "You didn't tell Sergeant Smith that," Ownby noted. "You told Sergeant Smith she needed help with the 5 children, as anyone probably would, but Andrea was also ill." "I was probably in shock at that time," Dora said. Ownby wasn't wasting any more time. "Because you know Andrea could tell the difference between right and wrong?" "I could not tell what she was thinking." "What made you think she could not tell the difference between right and wrong?" "I could not tell what she was thinking," Dora repeated. "You couldn't?" "Not in the state she was in, no. Because she could not respond when you asked her a question. She was not like herself." Now Ownby knew exactly where he was going. "It took her too long to answer, and she was not like herself, and from that you concluded she didn't know right from wrong?" "I don't think she knew how to cope. We never discussed right and wrong." "Even after you decided that you no longer needed to come to the house at 9 a.m.?" Ownby demanded. "Did you still have the opinion that she didn't know right from wrong when you left her alone with the children from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.? "I didn't think about right and wrong," Dora answered. Ownby allowed his implications to linger a moment before the jury. "On June 19th, you saw her staring at a TV set how long?" "It was a long time," Dora answered. "The children were watching cartoons, but I wondered why she was standing there. I thought she might be watching to see if the cartoons were all right for the kids to watch. She did not interact with the kids or laugh at the cartoons. I came back on June 20th at a few minutes after 10, and the tragedy had happened. Your observations didn't cause you to want to call a doctor? Omby pressed. Parnham objected. Let's just leave it that you didn't call the doctor, Omby said. He asked whether she'd taken the opportunity to talk to forensics expert Park Dietz. She hadn't. Do you know who Dr. Dietz is? Parnham asked on cross. I know him some, yes, Dora said. He's an expert witness hired by the prosecution to convict this woman and put her to death. Objection, Omby fumed. Sustained, Judge Hill said. Parnham had made his point. Mrs. Yates, you may step down. Aside from the division of men and women, everyone except officers of the court and defendants stand in the same lines to use the restrooms. It is always odd, this routine of waiting with mothers, sisters, aunts, and friends of an alleged murderer, people so close to the center of an event so extraordinary. The urge to ask just one question sometimes outweighs allowing that person her privacy and dignity. How do you begin to forgive her? A reporter asked Dora Yates, a former flight attendant and retired high school English teacher. It's not a matter of forgiveness, she said. Andrea is very, very sick. Dora could as easily have hated her daughter-in-law, called her a murderer, and gone home to Tennessee to try to forget. Much of Wednesday, February 20th was devoted to wrangling over which of the 37 crime scene photographs and sections of video the jurors would be allowed to view. On Thursday morning, they saw 26 of the photos, including the gruesome tableau of the dead children on their mother's bed, and a 17-minute video projected onto a 7-foot-tall screen. The audiovisual aid stirred Andrea Yates to sobs difficult to produce on such a high dose of Haldol. The public prosecution of Rusty Yates continued as well. If the state of Texas allows Russell Yates to go unpunished for his part in the drowning deaths of his children, it will be a shame, Jody King of Cleveland wrote in a letter to the editor of the Houston Chronicle published that day. Knowing that his wife was mentally ill for 2 years prior to the drowning deaths, Yates should not have allowed Andrea to become pregnant, nor be left at home alone with them without supervision from a third responsible party. On Friday, February 22nd, Omby and Williford questioned Assistant Medical Examiner Harminder Narula, M.D., resting their case in chief before lunch. Parnham and Odom called as their first witness psychiatrist Melissa Ferguson, the medical director of psychiatric services at the Harris County Jail, who had seen Yates at least 25 times. Ferguson began describing the wild ride of Yates's treatment in jail. Court recessed at 5:07 p.m. for the weekend. When Ferguson resumed her testimony on Monday, February 25th, she described for the first time how Andrea Yates had been urged by audio hallucinations to kill her 5 children with a knife, the weapon of choice for biblical sacrifices. Yates resisted. Using a knife was too bloody. She also ruled out drugs. I deserve to be punished. I am guilty, she told Ferguson. February 26th would have been Noah's 8th birthday. George Ringholtz, M.D., a neurologist who also held a doctorate in psychology, testified that Andrea Yates was schizophrenic and did not know her actions were wrong as a result of this disorder. She fit the definition of legal insanity, even in Texas, he said. When Ringholtz had administered the thematic apperception test, which asks a patient to tell stories about various scenes depicted on cards, Yates described sadness, depression, discord. The last card was blank. For this one, Yates described seeing a butterfly hatched by her son Noah. Later in the day, Dr. Eileen Starbranch testified that during Yates's nearly 3 weeks of hospitalization at Memorial Spring Shadows Glen Hospital in 1999, Rusty Yates visited his wife daily. He was very attentive, begging her to eat, drink, Starbranch said. We gave him special permission visit outside of regular visiting hours because I felt his presence was going to be positive because she was so shut down. Asked whether she had ever told the Yateses it was okay to have more children because a recurrence could be treated with Haldol, Starbranch answered, "No, I never planned for psychosis." Along the way, Omby suggested to her that a lot of psychiatric medications had been discovered by accident, that in fact lithium, used in treatment of bipolar disorder, had been discovered in West Texas water. Lithium was actually identified as a therapeutic agent in Australia in 1949 or 1950, Starbranch corrected. Wherever Omby had been going, he didn't get there. I'm not guessing when I prescribe medication, Starbranch chastised Omby. If I'm guessing, I should prescribe nothing. Rusty Yates had called Starbranch's office on March 28, 2001. His wife was sick again. I remember specifically stating that I wanted Rusty to bring Andrea in that day, that I wanted to see her, Starbranch said. Rusty had a presentation at NASA and couldn't come that day, but scheduled an appointment for April 2nd. 2 days before the scheduled appointment, with pressure from all sides to get immediate care, Andrea Yates reluctantly admitted herself to Devereaux. To this day, have you ever been contacted by Dr. Mohammed Saeed? Parnham asked on cross-examination. No, Starbranch replied. She had never spoken to Saeed on the phone, wouldn't know him if he were sitting in the courtroom, never received a message or correspondence from him. What was more, she was unaware of ever talking to anyone from Devereaux. She concluded that Andrea Yates would probably rank up with the 5 sickest patients I have ever seen with regard to how difficult it was to get her out of her psychosis. The days he testified, Wednesday and Thursday, February 27th and 28th, were the only times Rusty Yates had been seen in a suit and tie since the children's funeral. His perpetually wide-open blue eyes were on trial along with his wife. Never trust a man who doesn't blink, June Worrell, a crusty Texas antiques dealer, advised. She added that he should be strung up and hanged from the tree in her backyard. Hers was a popular sentiment. Since November 2001, 2 senior prosecutors in the district attorney's office had been investigating whether Rusty Yates shared criminal responsibility with his wife on charges of child neglect or endangerment. In June 2002, the Harris County DA's office announced there was insufficient evidence to pursue any charges against him. You knew Dr. Starbranch put her on Haldol, and you knew that Haldol worked. You knew that Dr. Saeed didn't, and she declined. Why in the world would you take your wife back to Devereaux? Parnham demanded. At that time, I just saw all psychiatrists as the same, Rusty Yates admitted. They all have their diplomas on the wall. It was my mistake. It was one of the few admissions of error he made. On May 4th, when we met with Saeed, I pretty much insisted he put her back on Haldol and put her back in the hospital. Rusty Yates's voice was hoarse and shaky on Thursday morning. It wasn't a good thing, getting through the night before a second day of testimony. I remember talking to her about a dream she had, I guess on the night of the 16th, maybe 2 days before we went to see Dr. Saeed. She was screaming. She said something about in her dream she was trapped in her bed. I woke her up. She said thanks and went back to sleep. She would not undress in front of you? Omby asked. That's a pretty personal question, but generally that is true. She's shy. Rusty didn't mention it, but even her mother called Andrea a prude. One thing Parnham and Odom were concerned about was the matter of Rusty Yates's fidelity. Yates had been a very married man. but he was also 38 and had been physically separated from the love of his life for 8 months at the time of the trial. Rumors circulated in the courthouse. The public speculated. The Kennedy family speculated, and so did Omby and Williford. "I would love to have asked him about that," Omby said, "but we never had any evidence." For the prosecution, evidence of adultery during the marriage would have given Omby a motive for Andrea Yates's crime. Even a post-crime affair would have been useful. For Parnham and Odom, playing the adultery card was not an option, even if there had been evidence. Insanity defenses that blamed the spouse or family of the mentally ill succeeded more often than those that blamed the medical profession. Discrediting Rusty might have been statistically advantageous, but would have created speculation that Andrea killed her children out of revenge against her husband. According to Rusty Yates, he had never been unfaithful during his marriage. And in the time since his wife's imprisonment, let's just say I'm desperately, desperately lonely. By March 1st, the Yates case was shaping up as a duel between two of the nation's most famous forensic psychiatrists, Dr. Park Dietz for the prosecution and Dr. Philip Resnick for the defense. As a professor of psychiatry and the director of the Division of Forensic Psychiatry at Case Western Reserve University School of Medicine in Cleveland, Resnick had been studying parents who kill their children for more than 30 years. Filicide, it is called, from the Greek word meaning son or daughter. Resnick had proposed a new term for the crime, neonaticide. He taught courses on the subject to agents at FBI headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. He was also an expert in the faking of mental illness. He was a past president of the Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, 1984 and 1985. He'd consulted for the U.S. Attorney on the Unabomber case, as well as for the government in its case against Tim McVeigh and Terry Nichols in the Oklahoma City bombing. He'd testified to the insanity of John DuPont, the wealthiest individual ever charged with murder in the United States, disagreeing with Park Dietz's opinion in that case. He'd helped prosecute serial murderer Jeffrey Dahmer, siding with Dietz, his sometime colleague in judging Dahmer sane. He'd been consulted by the defense in the Susan Smith case, but concluded that he could not be helpful to the defense with regard to an insanity defense in that of child killing. He was more than qualified to evaluate Andrea Yates for her defense attorneys at $300 per hour, a markdown from his usual rate of $400. Resnick testified that 3.5 weeks after Andrea Yates's arrest, he visited her in jail. She'd been on increasing doses of Haldol for most of that time. Certain aspects of the psychosis Dr. Ferguson charted had changed. On the day following her crime, Yates said Satan was within her, that she needed to be executed to fulfill the prophecy regarding Satan's death. By the time Resnick interviewed her in July, she still claimed that Satan was within her, but she had no memory of the prophecy or her references to Governor George Bush or the fires of hell. In fact, he said, she asked Resnick about the prophecy. By November, when Resnick interviewed Yates a second time, there were even more alterations in her memory. Between June 21st and July 2nd, she had believed she could rid the world of the one and only Satan and save her children from burning in the fires of hell for eternity if she were executed by Bush. By November, she remembered that if her children were not raised righteously, they would get in trouble with the law and be a burden on society. It was Resnick's opinion that Andrea Yates suffered from delusions and auditory hallucinations in 1999. He diagnosed her with a combination of schizophrenia and the mood disorder clinical depression. Virtually every mental health professional familiar with Yates, including Resnick and Dietz, agreed that she suffered from a severe mental disease on June 20th when she killed her children. Resnick had spent 3 hours and 50 minutes with Yates on July 14th, 2001, and another 3 hours and 10 minutes on November 3rd, 2001. He made a concise 14-minute videotape of Andrea Yates that reflected the substance of their first interview. The recording was particularly important, he thought, because over time, a patient often forgets his or her thinking, or puts a more rational spin on it as psychosis resolves. "Your Honor," Parnham said partway through Resnick's testimony, "at this time, we would like to play the videotape of the interview that Dr. Resnick had with her on July 14, 2001, as Defense Exhibit 23. The prosecution, defense, and Yates watched small monitors at their tables. The jurors watched the large screen at the defense side of the courtroom, returning with Resnick to visit Andrea Yates only 24 days after drowning her children. Resnick's was the first video record made of Yates after the drownings, the earliest that existed predating Puryear's. "Mrs. Yates, thanks for your willingness to make this videotape," Resnick began, sitting kitty-corner from Yates at a brown formica table in an interview room at the Harris County Jail. No response. "You and I have been talking for a couple of hours now, and I wanted to go over certain highlights of what happened to record this on videotape." Again, no response. Andrea Yates's bangs were so long, they fell beneath her lower eyelashes onto the cheekbones of her skeletal face. Her eye sockets were black, her posture concave. Her back was to the corner of intersecting cinder block walls. Her appearance might have repelled even morbid curiosity seekers. When she did speak, her grammar was uncharacteristically poor. "First of all, you're here in the Harris County Jail and you're charged with the killing of your 5 children," Resnick continued, undeterred by Yates's non-responsiveness. His questioning was more succinct than that of other physicians who interviewed her. That occurred on June 20th of this year. So this is now a little more than 3 weeks after the events, and what I wanted to focus on in this interview were the events leading up to the killings and what your thinking was. Nothing. "Would you tell me when you first had the thought of taking your children's lives?" Yates puckered her full lips and tried to speak. "Probably a couple of months ago," she said in the deeper registers of her voice. "A couple months before you actually did kill them, right?" "Mm-hmm." "You were hospitalized, I believe, in March and May of this year, 2001, and the drownings occurred on June 20th. So you had these thoughts. Do you recall any other thoughts before that second hospitalization this year?" With one of the children, Noah," she said, referring to the hallucination she'd revealed for the first time in 1999 to Dr. Thompson. "You had thoughts earlier of taking just Noah's life, but it was in the weeks after your second hospitalization when your depression increased and you started thinking about this in a clearer way?" "Mm-hmm." "First of all, would you just tell me the names of your 5 children and their ages?" "Noah 7, John 5, Paul 3, Luke 2, and Mary was 6 months." "Tell me your feelings toward your children. Did you love your children? Were you angry at your children? What were your feelings toward your children?" "I didn't hate my children." "You loved your children?" After a pause, Yates answered, "Yes, not in the right way, though." "All right, but as a mother, you stayed at home, you homeschooled them. Overall, would you say that you loved your children?" "Yeah." This time, no hesitation. "Now, you told me earlier there came a time when you felt you were being a bad mother. Could you explain that?" "Well, they weren't developing right, and, in an academic sense, righteous sense." Let me just repeat that, make sure I'm getting it. They weren't developing in an academic sense and a righteous sense. Uh-huh. And you were homeschooling, and you also told me you were teaching them right from wrong, and they were doing some things that you felt weren't righteous. What were some of the things they do which showed you they weren't right? Well, they just did a lot of silly stuff and didn't obey. The Warneckis had found Noah 4, John 2, and Paul 1 poorly behaved when they'd vacationed with them in 1998. The owners of the homeschool center and bookstore called them their model children. As Andrea became less present in her children's lives, Debbie Holmes saw the kids' behavior change to self-centered, disobedient, deceitful. They didn't obey you when you told them to do things, Resnick repeated. All right, you mentioned their manners before. Can you give me an example of their manners? Just when Rusty's mom would visit, they'd not treat her well. They'd call her names. Be disrespectful? Resnick asked. Uh-huh. You concluded that they're not righteous, and you're a religious person, and explain to me what you meant by their not being righteous. Well, they didn't do things. They didn't do things God likes. Okay, they didn't do the things God likes. Uh-huh. All right, you mentioned an aphorism from the Bible about a millstone. Would you say what that is? It's better to tie a stone around your neck and throw yourself into the sea than to cause a little one to stumble. Let me make sure I'm getting that. Better to tie a millstone around your neck and throw yourself in the sea rather than to do what? Cause someone to stumble. Yates had studied this section of the Bible carefully. Stumbling was a reference to the Gospel of Mark, chapter 9, the full revelation of the mystery. The chapter concerns the temptations to sin. Michael Warnecki quoted from it often. Whoever causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for him if, with a heavy millstone hung around his neck, he had been cast into the sea. There was more. If your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life crippled than, having your two hands, to go into hell, into the unquenchable fire. The same thing with one's foot, the same with one's eye. According to Mark, anything was better than being cast into hell. A couple hundred words earlier, Jesus had dealt with a boy possessed with a spirit which makes him mute. The boy's father begs for help. Jesus orders the unclean spirit out of the boy. A few convulsions later, the unclean spirit leaves for good. Jesus' disciples, who had seen others fail at exorcising the spirit, asked Jesus why they had not succeeded. This kind cannot come out by anything but prayer, Jesus explains. As they leave for Galilee, he tells his disciples not to talk about what he'd done. Cause someone to stumble, okay. And when you say stumble, you mean that, like on the path to righteousness? Yes. And so you thought that your children, all 5 of your children, somehow because of what you saw as your defective mothering, were not on the path of righteousness. And did you feel then that it was good for them or bad for them if you in fact threw them into the sea or in a bathtub, in a very real sense? What were you trying to accomplish then when you did take your children's lives? Maybe in their innocent years, God would take them up. It would be their innocent years and God would take them up. Is that what you said? Be with him, God would take them up to be with him in heaven? Is that what you mean? All right. And if you had not taken their lives, what did you think would happen to them? Guess they would have continued stumbling. And then where would they end up? Hell, Yates said, her voice cracking. In hell? All right. So, in that sense, by taking them to God and in heaven, did you feel you were doing what was in their best interest, or did you feel it was not in their interest? Thought it was in their interest. Okay. Another thing we talked about was what would happen to you. What did you think would happen to you if you took your children's lives? I'd be punished. You'd be punished. All right. And tell me how Satan fits into that. 5 seconds passed. In the punishment? Right. You'd mentioned earlier that Satan was within you. Do you recall that? Uh-huh. And explain how that would work then. So if you were punished, what would happen? How would you be punished? By being, executed? It was a question. Okay. So if you took your children's lives, you felt you were doing what was right for them, but you did know that it might result in your own execution. And was that a good thing or a bad thing for you to be executed? Probably a good thing. Why would that be a good thing, your being executed? 'Cause I'm not righteous. Because you're not righteous? All right. And another way of phrasing that you told some doctor earlier was that Satan was within you. Do you recall believing that? Uh-huh. So at the time you took your children's lives, you believed that Satan was within you? No answer. Do you remember that, or you don't remember that? I remember. You do? Uh-huh. One other thing that you mentioned to Dr. Ferguson, the jail-treating psychiatrist, was that if the state of Texas executed you, they would kill Satan because Satan was within you. Do you recall sharing that? Uh-huh. Okay. Can you explain that any further? No. Okay. But you do recall thinking that way when you first came in the jail? Mm-hmm. And when you took your children's lives? She nodded. All right, now just a couple of other things I want to bring out. You believed that you were a bad mother, is that right? And you also mentioned there was some, surveillance camera in your home which was showing you to be a bad mother. How long was that going on? She shrugged her shoulders. I don't know how. How long? Was it months or years before the killings of your children? It was months before. For months before. And who was behind that? Who would have put cameras in your house to monitor your mothering? Yates scratched at the bald spot on the crown of her head. Somebody who just wanted to watch over them, I guess. I don't know who. All right. Would that have been like an agency to protect children? Could be. Or would that be Satan who was behind it, do you think? Could be an agency. An agency, you think? Yeah, I asked about it and no one's answered me, she said, pressing her lips together. All right. So there's no doubt in your mind now that there was surveillance cameras in your home? I thought there was. Okay. And right now your thinking is, this is some 3.5 weeks after your children's deaths, and right now you've got some doubts about some things. You're not as sure as when you first came here to the jail? All right, but the things we've talked about, did you have any doubt about them at the time you were taking the children's lives? She leaned forward in her chair and started to speak, then paused. Any doubt about what I did? Yeah, that it was the right thing for the kids? She thought for 5 seconds. Blink, blink. Yeah, I had doubt. You had doubt, okay. So even though you did it, part of you was a little unsure? All right. Now, the other thing you told me earlier was about how the TV talked specifically to you and your children sometimes. Could you tell me a little bit about that? Well, they'd ate some candy one morning, and we had the TV on, cartoon, and just flashed a scene where the cartoon characters were talking to us, and they were saying, "Hey kids, stop eating so much candy." It was just a flash, and then back to the program. All right, so you concluded that the TV had this special message for you and your family? All right. And were there other messages on your TV which commented on your mothering ability? Did you ever hear voices telling you that you were a bad mother? No, you didn't. Okay. All right. Did Satan ever talk to you? Did you ever hear Satan's voice? Think when I was in the hospital last year or the year before. I was sleeping and I heard kind of a deep, growling voice said my name. Deep, growling voice. Do you think it might have been a dream or was it... I was awake. You were awake for sure, and you heard a growling voice call your name? Mm-hmm. And did you ever hear anything else from Satan? Instructions from Satan over the course of the last few years? She paused to think. Just what I mentioned earlier about harming Noah. All right. You heard Satan instruct you to harm Noah? Yes. All right. And when was that? When he was a few months old. So it was shortly after he was born that you heard Satan instruct you to harm him? Mm-hmm. At one point, did Satan say, grab a knife? Do you recall that? No. Don't recall that? She shook her head. To kind of summarize, after Noah was born, Satan talked to you about harming Noah. Then after Luke was born, this was 1999, you were depressed and hospitalized, and you thought of taking your children's lives then, is that correct? In 99 or not? I didn't think of it then. Oh, yeah, I did. You did think of it then? Okay. And then in the last couple of months before June 20th, you thought about it, and that was after you concluded that somehow you'd ruin them, and they were not righteous. All right. Is there anything else you want to add, Mrs. Yates, to the tape? They'd been talking for nearly 4 hours. She thought for a few moments. I don't think so. Andrea Yates's vacant gaze traveled from Resnick to the eye of the camera. Back in court, Resnick rebutted the prosecution's assertion that Yates covered her children's dead bodies with the bedsheet to hide them. His opinion was that Andrea Yates covered the children out of respect, as she might have done when she was a nurse in a hospital. She called police to her house, told them she killed her children, and then led them to their bodies, he said. Those were not the actions of a woman who was hiding dead bodies under sheets. Yates was, however, operating out of a psychotic delusion. Resnick attempted to explain how the psychotic mind worked. He gave an example of rationality within irrationality. A man thinks, my wife is poisoning me, and goes to the police, and the police say, you're crazy, go see a psychiatrist. Eventually, he kills his wife within his delusional perception of the world. Yates's delusion was that she had to kill her children to save them. According to Resnick, there are 5 classifications of parents who harm their children. This was not a case of spousal revenge. Andrea Yates believed Rusty Yates was a good husband. It was not a case of battered child syndrome. The Yates children weren't abused. It was certainly not an example of the children's being unwanted. Andrea Yates was a determined supermom. 3 of the 5 classifications did not apply in Resnick's opinion. Yates, he said, did fit into the 2 remaining categories: acutely psychotic, no logical motive to do what she did, say for insurance money, and altruistic, killing because she thought it was in the children's best interests. He classified the Yates children's killings as altruistic. Mrs. Yates, he said, had a choice to make: to allow her children to end up burning in hell for eternity, or to take their lives on earth. By taking their earthly lives, she achieved 2 good things. The children were happy through all eternity, and Satan was eliminated for humankind. She would give up her life on earth and her afterlife for the purpose of eliminating Satan and protecting her children from the fate of eternal damnation. In his opinion, even though she knew it was against the law, Yates did not know right from wrong and did what she thought was right through her psychotic eyes. Resnick's advocacy of her innocence was unreserved. Judge Hill recessed the court until Monday, March 4th, 2002, when psychiatrist Mohammed Saeed was scheduled to take the stand. I had spent some of the early morning doing a stand-up, live from the Criminal Courts Building with CNN's Paula Zahn in New York. On Sunday, the New York Times Magazine had published an article I'd written about Rusty Yates. But what Zahn really wanted to know about was the mysterious minister Michael Warrenecki, whom I'd been the first news person to locate and interview with my co-producer Joe Delmonico as a Dateline NBC exclusive. News junkies worldwide wanted to know what I knew about Rusty Yates and Warrenecki, but I wanted to know about a third man, Saeed. His grand jury testimony was sealed. Judge Hill's gag order protected him from the prying press. He was potentially indirectly responsible for the deaths of the Yates children. First, Saeed's colleague, psychiatrist Ellen Albritton, testified. Albritton worked for the state 95% of the time and moonlighted at Devereaux doing nighttime admissions and preliminary diagnoses. On March 31st, she received a call from Bruce Martin, a nurse supervisor, no longer employed at Devereaux. He had assessed a patient who needed inpatient care. When I walked in the room and saw her, I pretty much knew she needed to be in the hospital. She looked very ill, mentally ill. She looked like a shell. Albritton immediately filed for emergency detention, for safety of self and others, according to the detention form. Did she appear moot? Parnham asked. Mute? The doctor corrected. An attorney wearing an orange sweater laughed. She was seated in the gallery next to another attorney, a silver-haired man in a gray suit. Both, in some combination, represented Saeed and Devereaux, already involved in an unrelated wrongful death lawsuit, but refused to say so. The man scribbled furiously on a yellow legal pad, leaving wide left-hand margins. Yes, Andrea Yates was almost completely mute. I got very little information from her. That wasn't based on lack of trying, was it? Parnham continued. No. Typically, you start an interview with, how are you doing, why are you here, what's going on? When you get a blank stare, Albritton explained, you start asking yes or no questions. Andrea Yates could answer those, but only after a lengthy delay. So Mr. Yates was basically having to respond for her? Yes. Did she give you any indication that she had the ability to have thought processes? That was part of the problem with the evaluation, Albritton answered. I couldn't get enough information from her to decide, and that would lump her into the category of psychotic versus non-psychotic. I can only tell you there are two different types of catatonic behavior. One is schizoaffective disorder, and the other is schizophrenic disorder. She was nearly catatonic, but I didn't know which way. The definition of schizophrenia, Albritton explained, is a difficulty with the brain processing thoughts. Associations routinely made in the brain loosened so that thoughts became delusions or hallucinations unconnected to reality. For a schizophrenic, words one wants to say might simply vanish or become so jumbled he or she can't form a coherent idea to speak. For some, the unfamiliar collage of thoughts and words might seem to come from another person. Schizophrenia does not, however, describe a split personality, the common misperception among lay people. Simply stated, it prevents a sufferer from being able to distinguish what is real from what is unreal. And in this situation, you were unable, I take it, to evaluate her thought processes? That's correct. Was Andrea Yates so depressed she didn't speak because of apathy, ambivalence, lack of energy, or lack of desire to tell anybody anything, or, Albritton considered, had Yates advanced beyond that to in-and-out psychotic? Parnham asked Albritton to refresh her memory about her concern for Andrea Yates by looking at her chart notes for that March 31st. Albritton thought she'd written a note on the back of Yates's evaluation form. Usually she put an arrow at the bottom of the page to indicate additional medical comments. In this case, I just vented to the nursing supervisor, she said. What I wanted to write, I don't think would have been an appropriate part of a medical record. I was somewhat upset by the state of the patient. Parnham asked whether Albritton hadn't, in fact, been very upset. I was very upset, yes, she admitted, because the patient was so ill and had obviously been ill some time longer than I was being given history for, and wondered really why she hadn't been presented to our facility sooner. Parnham passed the witness to Omby. "Can I see the notes you're referring to?" Omby asked. "Emergency detention warrant, yes," Omby remarked, perusing the document. "Basically, you're taking away someone's rights. They no longer have the right to leave the building. At least for this 24-hour emergency." "Right." "What is the phrase that enables you to take away a person's right to commit them to a facility against their will?" "Imminent danger to themselves, to others, and evidence of a disorder, mental illness, that will decline if not treated. You were unable to assess her thought process, but you concluded she was a danger to the safety of herself. Did she say she had thoughts of suicide?" "She denied it." "Did you ask her about homicidal thoughts?" "I think it was a pretty standard, 'Are you going to harm yourself or others?' No." "And she said no?" "No," Albritton confirmed. "What was imminent about that?" "I wouldn't have trusted her to walk across the street. She might also not feed her children." Omby asked how Albritton could be so concerned when Yates denied serious illness. The clinical presentation did not match the physical presence of the patient. We don't read minds, but we make clinical judgments. Omby had lost ground. He moved on to the Devereaux patient intake packet, Defense Exhibit 25, page 291. The attorney in the orange sweater anxiously looked over the shoulder of the attorney in the gray suit as he grabbed a 2-inch thick black binder from his briefcase and flipped to find the corresponding page. "The patient has the right to request to be discharged from the hospital?" Omby asked. "Yes." "They, patients, have the right to be discharged within 4 hours of that request?" "No. They have 4 hours in which a physician will reevaluate them and determine whether or not they should stay or go." "I'm kind of confused," Omby said. Omby had a technique of feigning confusion that was quite successful with witnesses. Sometimes he really was confused. This deep into the case, for example, he sometimes had difficulty remembering that a psychiatrist was a medical doctor and a psychologist wasn't. Possibly, the attorneys for Devereaux and Said held their breath hoping Yates's defense team would not glance at the treatment problem sheet, page DEV 0046, describing Yates's problem number 2 as chemical dependency and her discharged goal as patient will verbalize sufficient coping skills to maintain ETOH drug-free lifestyle. Her measurable objectives were listed in the exhibit as patient will gain understanding of the disease concept of chemical dependency and develop lifelong resources which can support lifelong abstinence from mind-mood-altering drugs. The form suggested that Devereaux was ill-equipped to handle a patient like Andrea Yates, who psychiatrists agreed needed both mind and mood-altering drugs for her own and her children's survival. Omby certainly wasn't going to bring it up, and neither did the defense. This form and others like it have not been previously reported, nor specifically discussed at the Yates trial or pretrial hearings. Albritton testified that Rusty Yates said his wife had done well on Effexor and Wellbutrin in 1999 for 4 to 6 months. So, though she didn't usually prescribe medication, she prescribed those drugs. She was not aware that Yates had previously been psychotic and had taken Haldol. However, Nurse Bob Martin completed a Devereaux intake report, the medical history presented to physicians simultaneously with a new patient, at 11 a.m. that day. Under the category Previous Psychotropic Medications on page 5 of the report, Martin wrote the following. Wellbutrin, Effective 1999. Dosage? ? Effexor, effective 1999. Dosage? ? Zyprexa, ineffective. Dosage? ? Zoloft, ineffective. Trial times 1 month. Dosage? ? Haldol, used briefly. If Rusty Yates hoped for validation and a demonstration of Devereaux's failure during Parnham's redirect, he hoped in vain. The list of medications he had given the admitting nurse sat in the defense's treasury of unused exhibits, page DEV 0021, of Andrea Yates's medical records. Rusty's in-laws continued to believe that Rusty deliberately withheld from Albritton the information that Andrea had previously taken Haldol. Whatever Albritton learned about Andrea's past treatment from Rusty or the records, Albritton testified that following her evaluation of incoming patients, her routine was to leave written admission notes for a nurse to communicate to Saeed. "I don't talk to Dr. Saeed," she explained. Unfortunately, as testimony continued, Albritton began to seem a bright light in Devereaux's constellation of physicians. Parnham asked why Albritton had finished her written evaluation of Andrea Yates at 12:30 p.m., but had not signed the preliminary request for emergency detention until 3 p.m. What had happened during those 2.5 hours? Rusty Yates, Albritton said, did not want his wife committed. He wanted her to sign herself in. And she didn't particularly appear to want to be at the hospital. She has to sign several different pages. She would start to sign something and stop and have to be retold what she was signing, and she would make another mark and stop. Because of this, there was certainly something going on that wasn't quite right. I ethically felt I had to file. Mohammed Saeed received both his undergraduate and medical school degrees from Karachi University in Pakistan. He moved to the United States in 1982 and began practicing psychiatry here in 1984. Some 3 or 4 months prior to the trial, he had stopped working in an administrative capacity as medical director of the residential unit for adolescents at Devereaux. He still had privileges at the hospital. Parnham asked Saeed whether he knew Dr. Albritton. "I know of her," Saeed responded. He said he was aware that Dr. Albritton had admitted Yates to Devereaux on March 31st, because when the nurses call, they most of the time indicate who saw the patient. Parnham requested permission to approach, handed Saeed a copy of his testimony from a pretrial hearing 3 months earlier, and suggested Saeed refresh his memory. "I asked you, did I not, which doctor admitted Mrs. Yates?" "That was your question," Saeed answered. "All right," Parnham said, realizing he was going to have to do this the hard way. "Do you remember what your response was?" "I can read it here. My response was, I do not know that doctor personally." "Dr. Saeed," Parnham pressed, "is it a fact that you did not know that Dr. Albritton was the doctor who admitted her?" "That is quite possible, yes." "I'm not asking about possibilities here, doctor." "Objection? Omby to the rescue. Leading the witness." The attorneys approached the bench where Parnham asked permission to treat Saeed as a hostile witness. Judge Hill declined, noting, "At this point, he hasn't refused to answer a question." Parnham picked up where he left off. "You don't even know who she is, do you?" "I have saw her today for the first time." "Did you introduce yourselves?" "No." One could grow old and die listening to Dr. Saeed. He belabored minor aspects of Parnham's questions, leading away from the questioner's intent without being non-responsive. His foreign accent explained away occasional communications difficulties and afforded Saeed the leeway of Parnham's inborn courtesy. Whoever prepared him to testify had done a bang-up job of it. "Would you, doctor, describe Mrs. Yates as being very ill?" Parnham asked. "I would describe her that way." "Would you describe Mrs. Yates as appearing to have lost a lot of weight?" I was aware of the history that she had lost a lot of weight. Would you describe her as having fair eye contact? Very hard to recall, Saeed said, but that could be a fair statement. Would you describe her as being unkempt? I wouldn't be surprised if I described her that way. I have a notation here that she was dressed in hospital clothes. Did she suffer from psychomotor retardation? Yes, that I can answer without a doubt. She did suffer from severe psychomotor retardation. I'm looking at this psychiatric assessment of 3/31/2001, dictated on April 2nd, 2002. I have a notation here that she did not shake the hand. She did appear slow in her mental processes. I do not recall whether she was completely mute, but what I recall is that she was not answering all the questions. She did not respond to narrative questions? That is correct. She could answer yes or no and nod her head, but she was not able to respond to a narrative question? She gave me the husband's phone number. I can't be 100% sure, but that's what I recall. What does not being able to respond to a narrative question trigger in the mind of someone like yourself, a psychiatrist? A narrative question is more or less an open-ended question that it requires, in my mind, answers in sentences. He's, the husband, a very intelligent person, and he did provide me with a lot of information. Did you make contact with a psychiatrist by the name of Starbranch? I don't recall having made contact. However, I recall that I had made attempts to call her on at least a couple of occasions. Please, if you would, take your time and check the records and determine for this jury when your first effort was made to contact Dr. Starbranch. Time passed. Saeed flipped pages. I know I have a notation here from her second inpatient treatment that we got consent from Mrs. Yates, and the consent was faxed to Dr. Starbranch's office. I tried to call Dr. Starbranch. I had made a couple of attempts, and in one of the attempts, I talked to Dr. Starbranch's office personnel personally, and I think that's what resulted in us getting the records on May 9th. All those efforts that you expended occurred relative to the second stay beginning on May the 4th. Is that correct? That is how it is documented. There are no records that would indicate any attempts made by you or your office staff to contact Dr. Starbranch between the dates of March 31st up until May 9th? It appears to be so. With that answer, Saeed confirmed that after one failed 14-day stay at Devereaux, when his patient had been so mentally ill that he filed to have her committed to a state mental hospital, 6 days into a second Devereaux stay, with his patient's life in jeopardy, he had only just consulted successful 1999 treatment records from Yates's psychiatrist. If only one thing had gone right. Parnham asked Saeed whether Yates had appeared non-functional when he saw her the first time on April 1st. She appeared to be non-functional to a great degree, that is correct, Saeed answered. Did she exhibit an inability to form plans? Parnham continued. I would agree with that. Parnham asked whether Yates had been nearly catatonic. My recollection is that I did describe her as nearly catatonic. Did Mr. Yates tell you, for instance, that Dr. Starbranch had placed his wife on an antipsychotic medication known as Haldol? Parnham asked. I believe he did. When did he tell you that, Doctor? My recollection is that he gave me that information when I talked to him the first time. April the 1st? I believe so. In hindsight, would you say that if he told you on April 1st that she had previously been treated, had been determined to be psychotic, having been placed on Haldol, might it have been prudent for you to try to reach Dr. Starbranch to get some information from her? Parnham asked. Object to the form of the question, Omby interrupted. Sustained. You didn't put her on Haldol at that visit, did you, sir? Parnham persisted. No, I did not put her on Haldol. As a matter of fact, during the entirety of the first visit to Devereux, she was not placed on Haldol? She was not placed on Haldol, Said agreed, but she was taking another antipsychotic medication called Risperdal. But it didn't work very well, did it? I can't say that it did or did not. Did you sense a noticeable improvement in your patient? Yes, I did see an improvement. As a matter of fact, you thought she had been greatly improved. She was definitely improved. Parnham wondered whether Said had received any correspondence from an insurance company regarding payment of benefits and a pre-certification timeline for Andrea Yates's recovery. In fact, he had. The letter was dated March 31st, 2001, the day Rusty Yates had first taken his wife to Devereux. It says, Said read, total days certified, 14. I take it there is no pressure on you or anyone associated with Devereux to get her rolling and get her out of there as quickly as possible, or was there in this case? Not anything that I recall. I do not recall any pressure. And certainly, if there had been some type of pressure, you would have recalled that? Parnham asked without a hint of sarcasm. I certainly hope so, Said answered. You saw improvement throughout her stay, Parnham said, referring to Said's patient progress notes. She ate some solid food on 4/8, he read. She's comin' round. Said acknowledged that Yates was progressing toward her pre-certified release date. But the chart notes of the nurse who preceded you indicated that she refused nourishment except taking fluids when taking medications. She remained depressed. How did Said explain the contemporaneous and contradictory observations between himself and his nurse? He didn't. Parnham seemed on a roll. Were you aware that Andrea Pia Yates was being taken to daily drug therapy group sessions? What I've been able to gather is that for the first few days, Mrs. Yates was not involving herself in the therapeutic groups, Said said. But after that, she started going to the groups. Her participation was minimal and with encouragement. Drug group therapy? Parnham asked, close to a reference to Yates's mismanaged care. All patients are expected to participate in the group activities, Said said. It encompasses a broad treatment approach. You were aware she was being exposed to the drug therapy sessions, were you not? I knew she was not being excluded from any groups. This young woman never, ever had a drug problem. Is there some benefit to either you as a physician or to Devereux by having a person that's possibly psychotic sitting in on therapy relative to narcotics addiction? Object as to form of the question, Omby interjected. Sustained. Do you know if Devereux gets any extra money as a result of how many heads they put in a room and watch folks, with heroin needles in their arms? Not to my knowledge at all, Said said. Said remembered putting Yates on suicide precautions the first time he saw her. He hadn't changed her prescription from Risperdal to Haldol until her second inpatient stay around May 4th. He thought her filling the bathtub might be an indication that she was suicidal. Said didn't indiscriminately prescribe a harsh antipsychotic medication like Haldol, did he? No, he didn't. If she is doing so much better during that first inpatient stay when she is on Risperdal, why do you change her medication to Haldol? Why? Because she had deteriorated, and her recovery or improvement could not only be attributed to one single medication. She was taking 2 antidepressant medications during that first hospitalization as well. Where had Said gotten the information to change Yates's prescription from Risperdal to Haldol? Mr. Yates had described that during the past episode, the patient was given some sort of cocktail that included Haldol and cogentin, and she had recovered quite well with that. and Mr. Yates felt that the treatment would be effective. George Parnham set Saeed up perfectly, but did not go in for the kill. He pressed the point that Saeed spent too little time with someone as sick as Andrea, but did not focus on some of the most important of the hundreds of pages of Devereaux treatment reports. Saeed wrote in Yates's charts almost every day, as required by Devereaux Policies and Procedures Nursing, Precautions, page 4. And at least one Devereaux employee believes that meant he physically saw her. However, much of what Saeed wrote may have been supplied to him by nurses rather than by his own assessment of his patient. According to the Devereaux Special Intervention Precaution Checklists, also required under Devereaux Policies and Procedures Nursing, Precautions, page 5, assigned nursing staff observed Saeed visiting Yates for 1 hour, give or take a few minutes, during her 24-plus days of confinement there. Another bewildering fact of Yates's treatment, or lack of it, unremarked upon until now. At the time of Andrea's trial, Saeed had already been named in an unrelated wrongful death suit against Devereaux, which was settled in 2003. In April 2002, Andrea Yates's mother and brothers, Brian and Andrew Kennedy, Harris County residents, filed a complaint against Saeed with District Attorney Rosenthal. The complaint alleged that Saeed improperly managed Andrea Yates's medications and discharged her from Devereaux while she was delusional. We feel that Dr. Saeed's actions of excessive harmful treatment and his lack of action to warn about the endangerment of the children made him negligent in his duty to protect the children, the complaint alleged. Senior prosecutors investigated the allegation and found Saeed not criminally responsible in the children's drownings. The statute of limitations for a civil suit against Saeed expired in June 2003. Dr. Saeed did not respond to my request to interview him concerning his treatment of Andrea Yates for this book. To this day, some staff who worked with Dr. Saeed when Andrea Yates was a patient at Devereaux, including Janice Clemens, RN, a former Devereaux program director who handled much of Saeed's Devereaux correspondence, say he is a good doctor. By Tuesday, March 5th, when Resnick returned to the courtroom, Omby had had several days to prepare for cross-examination. He began by questioning Resnick on generalizations he had made to nationwide press before having met Andrea Yates. Regarding his appearance on ABC's Nightline, for example, Omby asked, "You couldn't comment, but broadly you guessed she, Andrea Yates, would fit into the category of an altruistic killer. Is that correct?" "If her husband's account was taken at face value, yes," Resnick answered. Omby read from a Cleveland Plain Dealer interview with Resnick regarding the Susan Smith case. "You described Susan Smith as a gracious person. You would not have any problem with her babysitting for your children. Do you remember saying that?" "Actually, you misread the quote," Resnick said with charming candor. "The quote is accurate." Omby asked Resnick to read the quote aloud accurately. In context, what the reporter had written about Resnick's opinion of Smith, who sent her car rolling into a South Carolina lake with her 2 young sons inside, was that she was not a danger to anyone's children but her own. "I would not have any problem with her babysitting for my grandchildren. She loved her children," Resnick read. "So, the misquote was children versus grandchildren?" "That's correct." "Okay, I'm sorry," said Omby, quickly moving on. What exactly was the evidence that made Resnick believe Yates killed her children to save them from hell? Resnick cited an interview with Mrs. Yates that Dr. Ferguson had conducted in the presence of Sergeant Mell. In the interview, Yates had said, "I am prepared to go to hell, and that the children would burn in hell for eternity because she was not raising them righteously," Resnick explained. "Is that it?" "Yes." "Andrea Yates believed that the one true Satan was inside of her?" Omby asked. And more important, what had she said before she wound up in jail that supported Resnick's opinion? "She believed if she said it, the idea of harming her children out loud, Satan would hear it and make it happen, Resnick answered. She told Debbie Holmes and her husband she was concerned she was possessed by Satan or a demon. A demonic influence, Omby carefully corrected. Yes. They share a belief system that includes demonic influence and the possibility of possession? Yes. Omby was curious how psychiatrists could tell the difference between a shared belief and a delusion. Actually, a shared belief can be delusional, Resnick explained. But if it is a religious belief held by a large number of people, it's not usually considered a delusion. The Catholic Church constitutes a large number of people, don't they? Yes. In a few brief exchanges, Omby had successfully insinuated that Resnick might believe the world's 1.06 billion Catholics were delusional. A simple no was the least harmful route out for Resnick. Penal Code Section 801 is the standard for legal insanity that's used in Texas? Yes, it is. Sometimes referred to as the McNaughton Rule? It comes closer to McNaughton than having an irresistible impulse, Resnick agreed. In some jurisdictions, not Texas, in order to be found insane, one can either not know the wrongfulness of one's act or be unable to refrain from that act. In Texas, it is limited to knowledge of wrongfulness. Why didn't she kill herself rather than harm her children, Omby asked. In 1999, she tried to kill herself twice rather than harm her children, Resnick answered. We really should be examining the conduct on June 20th, right? Omby asked. Right, but you're asking the questions, Resnick answered. It wasn't until psychiatrist Lucy Puryear came along that Andrea Yates trusted someone enough to tell her what she'd seen in those haunting 1994 visions involving baby Noah and a long steel gray knife. Lots of blood. After months of studying medical records and interviewing Yates, her family, and her friends, Puryear had concluded that in addition to postpartum psychosis and major depressive disorder, Yates had a baseline psychosis disorder, probably schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a poor prognosis psychosis. Puryear's testimony for the defense began on Tuesday, March 5th. The videotapes she had made with Yates on July 27, 2001, and February 4, 2002, were shown in the courtroom. When the videotapes of Resnick, Dietz, and Puryear were eventually made public by the Harris County Clerk of Courts under the Texas Public Information Act, the voice track on the earliest Puryear tape was missing. Regarding Yates's final hospitalization under Dr. Saeed at Devereaux, Puryear testified that the usual protocol for patients on suicide watch is for the patient to be off suicide watch for 24 hours before being discharged. Saeed had not followed the protocol. Parnham also projected a slide of the Devereaux suicide watch chart for April 4, 2001. There were 96 separate entries, one entry every 15 minutes around the clock, made by 6 Devereaux nurses. The nurses placed a code opposite each 15-minute period to indicate what the patient was doing. For example, the code 7K indicated that the patient was visiting with her family in the hallway. On April 4th, the 7K appeared 3 times, at 12:30 p.m., 12:45 p.m., and 1 p.m., representing a visit about 45 minutes long with her family members. What number is assigned to represent visitations by her doctor? Parnham asked Puryear. It's number 12. Do you know about how many times the number 12 is on the chart that day, representing visits by her doctor? I could find it once. Parnham shook his head in disbelief that Saeed had only checked on his patient once that day, at 2 p.m., for about 15 minutes. But Parnham left it at that. In the suicide watch charts for that 13-day hospitalization from March 31st to April 12th, the number 12 is entered 3 times, 2 of them on the same occasion. According to Devereaux's suicide watch charts, attested to by the signatures of 6 nurses, it appears that Saeed spent approximately 45 minutes total with Yates during the 13 days she was so mentally ill he petitioned the courts to commit her to Austin State Hospital. What is worse, during the 11-day hospitalization from May 4th to May 14th, immediately preceding the murders, Devereaux's suicide watch charts indicate one entry of Code 12 on May 10, 2001 at 1 p.m. 15 minutes, give or take. That was it. Parnham had pushed Omby's case to the edge of a cliff. Saeed had testified that he spent on average in the vicinity of 30 minutes assessing Andrea Yates, and some of his chart notes suggested visits with her. The defense did not attempt to clarify what Saeed had meant. One more shove might have sent the case over the edge if the defense had been able to establish that the suicide watch charts confirmed only a few visits by Saeed with Andrea Yates. Even though records of Saeed's visits with Andrea were placed in evidence, the conclusions that might be drawn from the suicide watch charts were never tested by the defense or pointed out to the jury, and until now, never mentioned in newspaper or magazine articles or television broadcasts. Puryear testified that she understood that the Yates and Warnecki families visited together, and that the Yateses considered the Warneckis their spiritual leader. They could have conversations with him. Once he told her she was going to hell, and that she was quite upset by that, and the next morning she apologized to him and acted humble, and he forgave her. Parnham reminded Puryear inaccurately of some lines from a Warnecki poem. The fruit of her selfishness, she did now see, what becomes of the children from such a Jezebel? The poem spoke of the fruit of rebellion, not selfishness, but he made his point. Copies of the Warnecki publication Perilous Times discovered in the Yates home were filled with dangerous content for someone like Andrea, who, Puryear said, was delusional about religion. Religious delusions were common among psychotic people, Puryear testified, clarifying that a shared faith belief is not psychosis. Based on her own observations and the records she had studied from other physicians who examined Yates, Puryear concluded that Andrea Yates was incapable of knowing what she did on June 20th was wrong. She played the get-out-of-jail-free card, the phrase that meant the difference between death or jail and supervised freedom. Yates was simply not in touch with reality at the time she drowned her children, Puryear insisted. She was psychotic. Dr. Saeed also had her on Remeron, an antidepressant at the very end of that time, Parnham asked, leading Puryear back to a potential malpractice issue. There's a wrong diagnosis in there, Puryear disclosed. She wasn't diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features. It was a rule-out psychosis diagnosis. Further testing should have been performed to reveal Yates's schizophrenia, she said. Treating her with medication for depression alone was a disaster. The defense rested its case in chief. On March 7th, the prosecution began calling rebuttal witnesses. Park Dietz knew how to enter a room. When the prosecution called his name and the doors in the rear of the courtroom opened that Thursday, March 7th, he walked briskly to the witness stand. He was trim and impeccably dressed. Before he had uttered even a word, he had the feel of infallibility. Hollywood Park, the newspaper called him. He'd never heard the nickname until he came to Houston. He thought Rusty Yates had made it up. He didn't live in Hollywood, but in the polished community of Newport Beach, north of San Diego. He was the $500 an hour casemaker. Dietz's record of sanity evaluations was impressive. John Hinckley, who attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan in 1981, serial murderer Jeffrey Dahmer, Melissa Drexler, the prom mom, Brian Uesugi, the Honolulu Xerox killer, Ted Kaczynski the Unabomber, the Columbine High School killer teens postmortem, the retrial of the Menendez brothers. He declined an invitation to work for the defense in O.J. Simpson's trial for the murder of his wife Nicole Brown Simpson, but worked on the civil matter. Dietz had begun testifying as an expert witness in 1977 and had given his opinion in 1,000 cases by 1980 when he said he stopped counting. It wasn't just Dietz's appearance that was impressive. He had credentials. Cornell undergrad, Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, Johns Hopkins Psychiatric Residency, Johns Hopkins Masters in Public Health, Johns Hopkins Doctorate in Sociology, Resident and Chief Fellow in Forensic Psychiatry at the Hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, as well as a fellowship in Forensic Psychiatry. Dietz's first job after finishing his fellowship in 1978 was as assistant professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. He was assigned to McLean Hospital, and through McLean to Bridgewater State Hospital, a maximum security prison for the criminally insane. He tried, without much success, to improve the quality of care, and during his third year there, he was asked by the U.S. Justice Department to be in charge of the evaluation of John Hinckley, who stalked actress Jodie Foster and had almost succeeded in assassinating President Ronald Reagan. Dietz moved on to become the medical director of the Forensic Psychiatry Clinic and medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia as an associate professor, and later a professor of behavioral medicine and psychiatry, teaching on both the law and medical school faculties. During those years at Virginia, I also engaged in a project for the U.S. Department of Justice that was the first study of threats and stalking, and that led to general recognition of stalking as a problem, Dietz said. Early in his academic career, Dietz had written an article on how to prevent filicidal drownings of children for the American Journal of Public Health. He co-authored 2 books, Autoerotic Fatalities and Psychotherapy and the Human Predicament, a Psychosocial Approach. Dietz left academia to go into private practice and spends 60% of his time working with his Threat Assessment Group, a company that specializes in violent crime prevention and outwitting celebrity stalkers. He devotes the rest of his time to forensic casework, half criminal, half civil, under the auspices of his firm Park Dietz Associates. 10 days a year, Dietz consults for the FBI on open cases and attempts to close unsolved cases. They don't always use it, the time, up, and sometimes they use more, he said. He also consulted for the trifecta hit NBC television series Law and Order. A search to try to find the truth about matter was how Dietz elegantly described his practice of the medical science, forensic psychiatry. Forensics is the enterprise where science meets the law. Dietz was contacted on July 6, 2001, by the prosecution, 16 days after Andrea Yates drowned her children. He told them the same thing he told anyone who retained him. I'll only work for you if you agree to show me everything, that is, not selectively hide things from me or just show me what you want me to see, that you pay me for my time, and live with whatever I find and not try to influence my opinion. Nearly 3 months later, on September 26th, the court signed an order authorizing Dietz to examine Andrea Yates. On November 6th, the first of his 4 interviews with her occurred, 4.5 months after the crime. Yates had been taking Haldol continuously. Before the interview, Dietz had examined a flow of medical records and police and legal documents pertaining to the case. The prosecution had chosen the strategy of calling Dietz as a rebuttal witness, saving their biggest gun for last. What were your findings as to the illness of Andrea Pia Yates? Ombie asked Dietz. My own impression, as opposed to diagnosis when I first met with Mrs. Yates, was she was suffering from schizophrenia, and despite being on appropriate doses of antipsychotic medication, she was still showing what are called negative symptoms of schizophrenia and of being rather passive and her mood being flat, he he said. Personally, he didn't like the conception of schizoaffective disorder, Resnick's diagnosis, and used it only in court because it's in the book Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th edition, text revision, the courtroom's medical Bible. I don't really believe in it as a separate condition, he said. In Dietz's opinion, schizoaffective disorder is a combination of schizophrenia and major depression with psychotic features. I consider all three of those perfectly legitimate diagnoses for a doctor to give. One couldn't strongly disagree with any of them, and any one of them is a severe mental disease for the person who, at the time they have it, has got delusions or hallucinations or marked illogical thinking. Sometimes people with these conditions are in a good state of mind and not mentally diseased even though they have the condition. But when they are psychotic, then they have a severe mental disease. Ownby organized his questioning around what Dietz called the contextual factors that helped to explain Andrea Yates's decline and how it came to this. Dietz's company had produced a slideshow for the jury titled State of Texas versus Andrea Yates as an audiovisual aid to his testimony. The jury left the courtroom while attorneys haggled over the admissibility into evidence of the slide presentation. Judge Hill allowed it. Dietz first detailed Yates's 1999 stressors, external events that represented changes or continuing problems for an individual. Living in a bus with a family, 3 children, and a newborn and a husband is a big stressor for someone. It's tough for anybody to raise multiple small children. To be homeschooling them in a bus is, I think, something anyone would find quite stressful. In fact, Yates did not homeschool in the bus. She had no school-aged children until after Noah turned 5 in 1999, and the family had moved into the Beachcomber house. Neither Parnham nor Odom clarified the inaccuracy in cross-examination. "What was your next finding?" Ownby asked. When Yates felt depressed and overwhelmed, she asked her husband for support, Dietz said. In Dietz's professional opinion, Rusty Yates's suggestion that his wife needed more rest gave more than one meaning to Andrea's choice of taking an overdose of her father's sleeping pills. Ownby asked what Dietz's next finding was. "Well, she's discharged from the hospital from Methodist, and she has a prescription for Zyprexa," Dietz said. Dr. Flack had been treating her there. She's given a prescription for an antipsychotic medication, and she flushes it down the toilet without taking it. Dr. Flack, medical records show, did not discharge Andrea Yates with a prescription for antipsychotic medication. He discharged her with a prescription for the antidepressant Zoloft and a referral to Dr. Starbranch. It was Starbranch who in July switched Yates from Zoloft to the antipsychotic Zyprexa, which Yates did flush down the toilet. She would later say she didn't want to take it, Dietz continued. She didn't think she was psychotic, didn't want to be thought of that way, and resented someone calling her that. At the time, though, her doctors described her as mostly mute, so Rusty Yates spoke for his wife. Even then, his description was less than flattering. Husband indicates that she, Andrea Yates, flushed the medications down the commode, one evaluating doctor wrote. Rusty Yates had also reminded nurses that his wife might cheek her medications. Ownby pressed on. "The next significant factor I believe that you found was an incident with her husband and a knife?" he asked. "Yes. Once again, when she's at her mother's house, there's a dramatic incident that leads to hospitalization. And in this case, the dramatic incident was with the knife rather than the pills," Dietz said. "So she's upped the ante." "You said she'd upped the ante?" "Yes. As a psychiatrist, I can't help but notice that she got help the first time only with an overdose. She didn't get enough help, so now she's going to do something more, which can get her more help. And, in fact, this time it not only got her hospitalized, it got her a house. And she was admitted to Spring Shadows Glen. And at some point during that time was when Russell Yates purchased the house? Yes. Andrea Yates attempted to kill herself for the second time on July 20th. But after considering several properties, she and her husband had co-signed a contract on the Beachcomber house on July 12, 1999, 8 days before her second suicide attempt. Neither Parnham nor Odom introduced the contract signed by Andrea Yates into evidence or cross-examined Dietz about the misstatement Ownby elicited. The house had been purchased by her husband while she was in the hospital, Dietz added later in his testimony. She had never seen it, he volunteered. She had no say in the decision of which house. The next significant event Ownby asked about involved James P. Thompson, Ph.D. Dr. Thompson's report is the only thing in the entire record prior to the crime that suggests that Mrs. Yates ever gave some basis for saying she had hallucinations. The only report prior to the crime? Ownby seemed astonished. The only thing written by a mental health professional, well, let me phrase that differently. There is some suggestive nursing notes when she might be hearing voices. Thompson later called Dietz's characterization a blatant manipulation of the records. The crowd in the courtroom was riveted, but had some of Andrea Yates's nurses and other licensed healthcare providers, medicine's second-class citizens, been present to hear Dietz's testimony, Judge Hill might have had to fend them off him with her gavel. In both her grand jury and trial testimony, Dr. Starbranch, Andrea Yates' psychiatrist for much of 1999, testified that Andrea Yates would rank in the 5 sickest and most difficult to get out of psychosis patients that I've ever treated. Starbranch had no doubt that Yates suffered both audio and visual hallucinations, but more than that, she was concerned for her patient's life. It doesn't matter whether she's schizophrenic, bipolar, schizoaffective, or depressed, she later explained, because all of those conditions can lead to catatonia and not eating and not sleeping, not taking in any fluids. When you're looking at a life-threatening condition, which it was, you consider ECT. Which was why, in August 1999, Starbranch ordered evaluations for her patient by James P. Thompson, Ph.D., and Arturo Rios, M.D., a psychiatrist who specializes in ECT. You note on the chart that ECT was recommended by Dr. Thompson and Dr. Rios, Ownby continued. Yes, they both recommended it, Dietz answered. But she did not receive electroshock? No, both she and her husband refused it. What was the significance of your finding there? I think it was a very appropriate treatment to recommend, and tragic that it wasn't provided, because although we still don't know the effect it would have had, it may have had a dramatic effect on her. The testimony did not reflect that Rusty Yates was reluctant to allow his catatonic wife to undergo the procedure without first exhausting less invasive alternatives. Andrea couldn't agree or disagree, according to Starbranch. She was incapable of making a decision. Fortunately, the Haldol, decanoate, Cajentan injections worked. You found it significant that Andrea Yates, as you put it, secretly went off medication, is that correct? She had been followed by Dr. Starbranch after the discharge from Spring Shadows Glen, Dietz explained. Dr. Starbranch had put her on Haldol and was continuing to treat her with antidepressants and Haldol, but then Mrs. Yates, unbeknownst to anyone, stopped taking all the medication in November of 1999 and kept going to Dr. Starbranch for some months after that, finally revealing in January of 2000 to Dr. Starbranch that she had stopped her medication. Andrea had indeed been blowing smoke regarding compliance with most of her medications, but discontinuing the most important drug in her arsenal, Haldol, wasn't a secret at all, Dr. Starbranch later recalled. It, the injection, wasn't given in my office, but a nurse would give it, so we knew that she got the Haldol decanoate. Ultimately, the Yates' health insurance declined to continue covering the antipsychotic injections. We couldn't get the insurance company to agree to have a home health nurse go out and give it to her, Starbranch explained. There's a note in my chart, October 14th, 1999, not getting Haldol decanoate cogentin, conflict with insurance, Starbranch said. Patient wants to know if it's okay not to take it. Doing all right. Better. So we said, okay, don't take it, Haldol, at all, but take the Zyprexa. Unfortunately, Andrea had a history of noncompliance with oral medications. Notes regarding the discontinuation of Haldol injections and replacement with Zyprexa appeared in Starbranch's records for Andrea's November and December psychiatric sessions as well. On the November 11th visit, Starbranch reported that her patient was doing okay, and her affect was bright. We'll try lower Zyprexa, she wrote, and reduced Yates's antipsychotic dose by half, to 2.5 milligrams. Her recommendations noted, for a second time, that she had discontinued Haldol in October. She listed Yates's current medications as Zyprexa, Wellbutrin, and Effexor XR. A month later, Starbranch again noted her patient's bright affect and made the same recommendations a third time. Discontinue Haldol, continue Zyprexa, Wellbutrin, Effexor XR. Husband may come to visit next time. Rusty, she added. She stopped taking Zyprexa. I didn't take her off, Starbranch said. In December 1999, when I saw her in the office, the recommendation was to continue the Wellbutrin, Zyprexa, and Effexor. In January, she let me know she hadn't been taking them. Husband says he didn't like her doing this, Starbranch wrote in January 2000. Still, for the 2 months she had been off medication, Yates had done well, by Starbranch's own descriptions. Starbranch's recommendation read, wants to be off medications unless symptomatic. Husband agrees. Rusty really tries the best he possibly can, Starbranch added. He really is a good person and tries, but he's a computer jock, and he's not as sensitive to things that were going on in Andrea. He could tolerate a lot of pathology in Andrea before he tried to get help. He just didn't see it. I think he's a very good-hearted man. I can't judge them, she continued. They fervently believed that their religion was going to carry them through. They wanted to have as many children as God wanted them to have. We told them this was not a good idea. I said she was one of the sickest persons I have ever treated, Starbranch said, recalling her trial testimony. I still say that. The contextual factors Dietz identified in 2000 began in February with Andrea's becoming pregnant with her 5th child, Mary, against medical advice. You've explained that good or bad, pregnancy like that acts as a stressor, Omby asked. Yes, Dietz replied. Now, did she follow the advice regarding medication during and after pregnancy? Asked Omby. No, Dietz said. Against advice, she got pregnant. Objection, Parnham responded. He answered the question. Sustained. Did she get pregnant against medical advice? Yes. After the baby was born, did you find records indicating she went back to the doctor to find out how to medicate and treat herself for her own problems after the baby was born? Omby asked. No, she didn't. I guess the next significant event was the admission to Devereaux, is that correct? Yes. And would you explain to the jury the context the significance that you attach to this contextual factor? There's more than one version of how well she did between November and March, but everyone agrees she got extremely depressed after her father's death, March 12th, and was functioning so poorly that she needed to be admitted again. And that's what led to the first Devereaux admission. All right, Omby continued, skillfully skipping over details of the Devereaux hospitalization and the fact that Saeed had not ordered any diagnostic testing for his new patient, nor had Dr. Starbranch been contacted for the release of Andrea's prior treatment records. She was released from Devereaux, and what was the next significant event that you found? First of all, it's not clear how improved she was the first time she was released, But what gets her back to Devereaux is the incident in which she's filled the bathtub with water. Now, I believe while at Devereaux again, ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, was recommended. It was recommended by Dr. Saeed, Dietz said. The advice was rejected. She never got ECT. After her readmission to Devereaux on May 3rd, Rusty Yates had been reluctant to allow his once again catatonic wife to undergo electric shock treatment without Saeed at least trying the injectable Haldol-Cogentin combination that had brought Andrea out of psychosis within hours 2 years earlier. In Andrea's chart, Saeed filed handwritten progress notes dated May 7, 2001. Husband was gravely concerned last evening because patient had not eaten anything even on his, Rusty's, request, which was unusual for patient. We discussed the options including ECT, a treatment not available at Devereaux League City. They remain reluctant and want to try exactly the same treatment that got her better last time, 1999. We have faxed consent and will try to contact Dr. Starbranch. According to Devereaux records, Saeed's typewritten assessment of Andrea Yates was dictated on May 6th, a day earlier than he made his handwritten notes. The content was similar. The patient did not deny suicidal ideation, just kept staring into space and looking severely depressed, so a decision was made to admit the patient after discussing treatment options with patient and husband, and I had mentioned in this situation ECT is recommended. The ECT's risks and benefits were discussed with them. Her husband chose not to consider ECT at this point of time, but agreed to rehospitalization. The husband reported that after the birth of her second youngest child, the patient had gone into similar episode of depression and had taken Zoloft for 4 weeks without any response. She was rehospitalized, received some kind of injectable cocktail including Haldol and Cogentin. The patient was then started on Effexor and Wellbutrin and began responding at that point of time. The patient did not show any response to Risperdal, and at this time we decided to try the Haldol again at the husband's request. ECT has never again been mentioned in Andrea Yates's medical records. What could possibly account for all this change between June 20th and June 21st? Omby asked. The biggest of all factors, Dietz said, is that there came a time on June 20th when Mrs. Yates had killed all 5 of her children, and even when those deaths are at the mother's own hands, it is an enormous stress, beyond any of our ability to imagine, he said. And she finds herself in jail, and, as I understand it, naked, and on suicide watch. Omby did not inquire about 2 additional stressors, the possible effects of sudden withdrawal from Haldol 2 weeks before the children's murders, and Saeed's major dosage changes of Remeron and Effexor 2 days before the killings. As for June 21st, it would be difficult for any psychiatrist to neglect to consider the chemical effects of instantaneous withdrawal from all drugs upon entering jail, especially on someone who had recently been medicated for psychosis as well as depression. But Dietz did not mention them. As proof of his thinking, Dietz introduced the first of 8 video segments that varied in length from more than 18 minutes to less than 1. All eyes were riveted on the projection screen for the first excerpt, referred to as Segment A. It was a little more than a minute long and had been taped on November 6, 2001. Dietz believed what Yates described in the segment exemplified obsessional intrusive thoughts that were less psychotic hallucinations than they were thoughts and fears. The video camera captured a 3/4 image of Yates sitting across from Dietz, the 3rd psychiatrist to videotape her in the Harris County Jail. She wore a white t-shirt under her jail oranges. Her body was lifeless. The antipsychotic side effect is called tardive dyskinesia, reduction of normal body movement. Behind Yates, a black molded plastic Eames-style chair stood empty in the corner. On the tape, men's voices reverberate in the hallway. Had you thought of any way at that point that you might hurt the children? Dietz began. 13 vacant seconds passed before Andrea Yates answered his question. With a knife, she said. Had you pictured it? In my head? Yeah. The thought came over me, yes. A thought, not a picture, she corrected Dietz. What was the thought that came over you? Noah getting hurt, Yates replied, nodding yes repeatedly. Noah in particular? Any of the others? Noah, she answered again softly, through the relentless mind-jangling reverb of the jail's public address system. What did you think? I didn't see that, she said. The next morning, November 7th, 2001, around 10 a.m., Park Dietz and Andrea Yates began again. 5-minute-long segment B describes how Yates thought she was getting better in early May 2001, but her husband worried and took her to the hospital. Her mother's coaxing, her husband's determination, and her brother Brian's strength got her into the car. Dietz posed the question 3 different ways, and 3 times she told him filling the bathtub on May 3rd was not part of a plan to drown the children. Dietz continued with 16-minute-long segment C, covering possible plans, opportunities for carrying the plans out, and an interesting conversation about the film Seven. Were there any opportunities that came and went that you didn't do anything? Dietz asked. No, Yates said. Dietz was aware that Rusty and Dora Yates had begun leaving Andrea alone with the children for an hour in the mornings following the 2001 Memorial Day weekend. Andrea's mother learned about the change at a family lunch on Father's Day, June 17th, at the Cracker Barrel restaurant 3 days before the killings. So the very first opportunity, when you were home alone with the children, was on the 20th? Yes, Yates answered. On every day before that, had Dora been at the house by the time Rusty left? Dietz asked carefully. Yes. 3 times, Yates had said she drowned her children at the earliest opportunity, but her answers didn't match the facts. Dietz rephrased the question. That was the very first day that she was coming later? No, I think she'd done it the week before, Yates said, reversing herself. Were there other days that you'd had an hour to yourself? Yes, Yates said, once again answering contrary to what she'd said moments earlier. Satan had given her the idea to kill her children. The method was her idea. She couldn't remember the meaning of prophecy. Do you remember having thought anything about the 7th deadly sin? Yes. She rolled her tongue inside her bottom lip. Tell me about that. Well, I thought it was murder. Her voice cracked on the word. And I felt I had done all the other sins, and now this one would be the last one. She paused. Just one of the sins. Her voice trailed off. This is a thought you had before drowning them? That this would be the last? Yes. Do you know what the other deadly sins are? Not all of them. Just gluttony, envy, greed, beat, lust. I forget the other 2. Sloth? Sloth, yeah. And what else? There's one more. 10 seconds. I can't remember. Silence. Where had you learned about the 7 deadly sins? 453, 453, the electric voice of the PA system screeched. Rat-a-tat-tat. I had seen a movie about it a couple of years ago. Was the movie 7? Yes. Had that movie had any effect on you? Not at the time, no. Were you thinking about that movie in June 2001? Yes. What did you think about it? That I thought about what I was about to do and how it fit in there. The 7th deadly sin. That I would have done all of them after I drowned my children. So you saw it as a sin that you were going to commit. Yes. Dietz acknowledged an important fact about psychosis, that logical and illogical aspects of reality are not mutually exclusive. So we can't always apply logic to it, he said. There is no rule to say it must be logical or must be all illogical. It can be a mixture. But in this case, you are applying some logic to this thought. Why? Omby asked. Because she's concealing thoughts which we say are going on for a month, Dietz explained. It is a plan to drown the children. She already knows that she's not going to do it when there are other people there. She admits that that's because they would stop her. Dietz described Yates's fixation with 7. She thought that killing the children would be sinful and that she would be committing the last of the 7 deadly sins. Murder isn't even one of them, but she believed it was, Dietz said. Apparently, Dietz, the prosecutors, and the defense attorneys were unfamiliar with the movie 7. In the movie's penultimate scene, a courier delivers to a detective, played by Brad Pitt, the severed head of his pregnant wife. The detective receives the delivery on an empty road in a vast expanse of sand dunes. The film's conceit is that each of the 7 murders exemplified directly, or provoked in another, the commission of one of the 7 deadly sins. The beautiful mother and unborn child had provoked the villain's envy, and their murders, in turn, provoked the husband-father detective's wrath. Murder is not one of the 7 deadly sins, but it is the last sin committed in 7. The detective murders his prisoner, played by Kevin Spacey. A more diligent search might have led to a revealing explanation of Yates's vocabulary of sin. As a binge and purger, she'd felt guilty of gluttony, even during Mary's brief life. Had been envious of others. Slothful, Michael Warnecki made certain she knew that, and had experienced greed, at least as the Gospel of Luke explained it. Among the closing soliloquies in 7, written by Andrew Kevin Walker, are these words spoken by the serial murderer. We see a deadly sin on every street corner, in every home, and we tolerate it. We tolerate it because it's common, it's trivial. We tolerate it morning, noon, and night. Well, not anymore. I'm setting the example, and what I've done is going to be puzzled over and studied and followed forever. Andrea Yates believed she was not raising the children properly, Dietz testified when he took the stand again on March 8th for his second day of testimony. She did not pay enough attention to them. She feared they might get in trouble. That's not delusional material, he said. She's guilt-ridden about it because she's depressed. But it's true, if she stays that depressed and dysfunctional, she's not going to be an adequate mother. Yes, Yates may have believed the children were being tormented by Satan or going to hell, but she didn't try non-lethal ways of protecting them and never mentioned this until the day after the homicides. He said he would have expected someone with satanic delusions to try to find non-lethal help, like calling the police, the FBI, sending her children away, even suicide. Why didn't Andrea Yates seek spiritual guidance from Rusty Yates or Michael Warnecki, Dietz asked. Rusty Yates, of course, had abandoned the Warnecki belief system back in 1998 and was not supportive of his wife's continued contact with the family. Rachel Warnecki says Andrea talked to the Warneckis by phone when they were living at an RV park near Galveston in the month before Andrea killed the children. Neither the prosecution nor the defense had called Michael or Rachel Warnecki as witnesses or subpoenaed phone records. No one besides Andrea and the Warneckis knew of the call, not even Rusty. Dietz pointed out that at no time prior to the crime did Yates say she believed she was Satan. There isn't psychotic material there, he testified, but there is a dramatic difference between what we know up to and through June 20th and everything we know through Dr. Ferguson's eyes after. Before the crimes, before Dr. Ferguson, there's nothing about saving the children from burning in hell there, but After the homicide, a number of things happen. Around 12:45 p.m. on that November 7th, Yates began the longest tape description she had given of the crime itself since her confession to Officer Mell. There is an unbearable softness in both Dietz's and Yates's voices, overridden with clanging, jolting sounds from inside the jail. When you got up that morning on the 20th, did you know that was going to be the day? Dietz asked quietly, gently. Yeah. Yates nodded, mumbling through thickened lips. When did you decide that? Time. When did she decide? It was legally critical. The night before. Did you share that with anyone? Was there a witness to premeditation? She shook her head no. Had you talked to Rusty about the 7 deadly sins? No, she said softly. Had you talked to him at all about Satan's presence? No. Why not? I was afraid. What were you afraid would happen? She paused. I wouldn't do what I was supposed to do, she answered. I couldn't do it with him in the house. And what would happen if you didn't do what you were supposed to do? Dietz persisted. Children would still be alive, she said, nodding. And then what? I was so worried about their souls with Satan around. Do I understand correctly that you were worried that if you told Rusty, he would interfere and the children would still be in danger? Yes, Yates answered promptly. Their souls would still be in danger from Satan? Yes. So in the morning, when you got up, did you try to act as normal as possible? Dietz suggested. You were trying to make sure he didn't think there was something unusual going on? Yes, Yates answered simply. Because you knew that if he observed something out of the ordinary, he would interfere? Dietz's question was ironically one of the most positive insinuations made about Rusty Yates since the drownings. Yes. So what did you do that morning? What did I do? She asked, sounding lost. Before he left, Dietz repeated. What were you doing? Oh, having breakfast, she answered dry-mouthed. Before he left, the kids were eating breakfast. Rusty left the house about 9, she said, her voice trailing off. Did you feed Mary? Yes. What did you feed her? Formula, she said. What time were you expecting Dora? 10. Did you lock the house? No. So the front door was unlocked. It was already locked from the night before. What door did Rusty go out? Yates's mind searched. The garage door, I think, she stammered. You mean the door that lets cars out? It's a doorway, yes, that goes out to the garage, and you have to give him automatic garage door opener. So he was going out a regular doorway? Regular doorway, where he also had to open garage door. Oh, had the back door been unlocked then? Dietz was looking for detail and what Yates remembered. Probably. Did you pull the blinds? No. There were no blinds. Or drapes? She shook her head. Did you take the phone off the hook? No. Did you make any other special preparations? I started to draw the water. Is there a stopper in the bottom of the tub? Yes. How do you activate it? It's a loose one, she said, indicating with her left hand. It's a rubber stopper that you pull out. It was attached to the faucet. So you put that in, filled the tub. What temperature were you trying to make it? Yates shook her head slightly, indicating that she had no intention regarding water temperature. It was whatever it was set at, the cold water. It was cold, it wasn't warm. It was cold. Was there any reason for that? No. What were the children doing while you were filling the tub? They were eating breakfast, getting dressed. Dietz cleared his voice. Was the television on or the radio? No. She was almost inaudible. Had you eaten anything? Cereal earlier. Anything else to prepare? She shook her head and grew somber. What were you wearing? Her lower lip quivered. Clothes, she said plainly. You'd already gotten dressed for the day? Yes, she nodded. Had you showered? No. Did you usually shower in the morning? Yes. Why didn't you that day? I don't know, she shrugged. Was that usual for you not to shower? Dietz asked, trying another route to the matter. I might sometimes shower later in the day. Had you taken your medication? In the morning time? Yes. She hesitated. I think I did. But you were no longer taking Haldol? Yes. And had you been taking all the medicine that had been prescribed for the last 3 weeks? Yes. This is one detail Yates would continue to be adamant about. Since you were out of the hospital, you took everything you were supposed to? Dietz asked again. Yes. Did you have any additional thoughts that morning that you hadn't had before? No. Any thoughts you didn't tell me about? I was just thinking about the children. Dietz paused in the questioning. Do you know if you had any thoughts that morning about a prophecy? Yates shook her head no. Were you still thinking about the 7 deadly sins? Yes. You used the phrase that you were supposed to do this. What did you mean by that? Well, it needed to be done for the children's sake, I felt, she said unsteadily. Was there any doubt about that in your mind? No, I didn't think anything about doubt. How certain were you that it needed to be done? I just thought it needed to be done. And the benefits to the children would be what? Eternal life. In heaven. Who would pay the cost? Who would pay? She asked, confused. I mean, would somebody have to pay a cost for that? You mean my cost? She asked, gesturing to her chest with her left hand. Yes. Yes, it would probably cost, she agreed. What would that cost be? Dietz persisted. You mean like jail time or punishment? What were you thinking? Probably punishment. How did you think you'd be punished? Jail. So you thought you'd be arrested and put in jail? Yes. Did you think there'd be other punishment for you? I wasn't thinking anything else. But you did think it was illegal? Yes, she answered. After more than 4 months of practice and legal coaching, she had given the answer most detrimental to herself. Did you feel the conflict? Dietz's throat seemed dry. Doing it, not doing it? Yes, Dietz said. No, she nodded. I said it in my mind to do it. Was there an earlier time when you thought a conflict about it? Yes. What had the conflict been earlier? Same. Same as what? Same as when I had a conflict before. And what was that? What conflict was that? Doing it or not doing it. What were the factors weighing on each side? Well, doing it, not doing it, you take the risk that Satan would get the kids. What about for you? What about for me? Yates had trouble with this question. If you did it or didn't do it, what were you thinking would happen to you? Dietz asked gently. Probably if I did it, I would get in trouble. And if you didn't do it, they'd still be with us. Who? The children. How did you resolve that conflict? Didn't. How did you make up your mind? I just decided that it needed to be done. Do you know when you made that decision? The night before. The night before was when you became certain. Yes, she nodded. But you'd been planning for about a week? Yes. Or was it a month? A month, yes. A night, a week, a month. Yates agreed with whatever Dietz was saying. Do you recall any other thoughts you were having around that time? 14 seconds passed. Just being ready for the drowning. Dietz didn't pursue the question of readiness. Were you thinking about being a bad mother? Yes. What were you thinking about that? Probably if they remain here, I would have a harder time dealing with them since Satan was involved. On the word Satan, Yates moved forward and back in her chair. Satan was going to make them more disobedient? Yes. Is that right? Yes. Did you feel that you had damaged the children somehow? Yes, she said more rapidly. What was that? I seemed like I might have ruined them, to learning new things or their behavior starting to regress. So what did you think you had done to ruin them? 10 seconds. Not being a good mother and not being affectionate with them or spending time with them? Was there some point at which you thought you had made some of the children retarded? Yates scratched her upper lip with her left hand. It was the most rapid movement she had made in the interviews. I felt like some were expressing it in that way. Luke wasn't talking very clearly at that point, and the other kids, behaviorally, were slightly off. And you thought that was your fault. Luke was the baby she had been nursing when she had taken the trazodone overdose. Yes. And that it would continue to worsen? Yes. Did you think that Satan was doing it? He does tempt people, yes. Seconds passed. And if you're weak, you can't overcome a temptation. This was perhaps the most enlightening insight into her thought process that Andrea Yates had volunteered in the interviews. And you were weak then? Yes. Was he tempting you? No. No. Why no? Dietz reworded. Did you sense the presence of Satan that morning? Yes. How did you experience that? Urging me on. How? Yates was beginning to space out. Just help me set up the tub and getting ready. Did you feel encouraged? Yes, she mumbled. Did you hear anything encouraging you? No, just thoughts. What were those thoughts? Telling me to go ahead and do it. Anything else? No. Tell me what you went ahead and did, Dietz said at 1:18 p.m. Drown them. I drew the water, and Rusty already left for work that day. And I went in the bathroom, and I sat Mary on the floor. And while I was filling the tub, Paul came in, and he sat on the tub, and he said, Mommy, are we going to take a bath today? She used Paul's vocal inflection. And he asked me, and I didn't answer him. She continued, crying out the word him. And I put him in the water, she said, crying softly, for a couple of minutes. And when it was too much, I took him down on that bed, our bed, and I went back in the bathroom, and John wanted in. She paused. So I put him in for a couple of minutes, and Luke was close by. She came to a dead stop, and I put him in, and I moved John on the bed. I put Luke on the bed, and I called for Noah from the kitchen. She continued, her voice rising. He came to me, and I let him in the bathtub. Now Yates had to think something was wrong. Before Noah, I did Mary. Mary was still in the tub when he came in. And he said, "Mommy, what's wrong with Mary?" she said, imitating Noah's voice. 1093, 1093, the voice on the scratchy public address system called. So I put him in the tub. Heartbeats passed, and I called the police to come to the house, and I called Rusty to come home. She stopped, blinking slowly several times. You said you read? Sorry? You said that you read? I read? Did you read something to the children? No. Did you put Jonathan and Luke in the bed at the same time? Yes. Where was John when you were drowning Luke? In the tub. So they were both in the tub at the same time? And then the same thing happened with Mary and Noah? Yes. They were both in the tub at the same time? She nodded. Did the children struggle? She nodded again. Every one of them? Except Mary. Yates gasped in tears. And she wasn't strong enough. Tap, 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 tap. The familiar sound of Yates's sewing machine foot against the interview table had returned. Noah the most because he was the biggest. Did he say anything else to you? She stiffened her upper lip, but it was like trying to stop rain. He came up out of the water and said something, she cried, that I didn't know what it was, like, I'm sorry, and I didn't hear the rest. I didn't know if he was saying, I'm sorry, or what. Segment D stopped there. In the 3 minutes that intervened between tape segments D and E, Andrea Yates acquired a tissue. The gallery was still. Why did you call the police? Dietz asked, trying to establish whether she knew she would be arrested and put in jail. Because I had to. Why? Because of what I did? Why was it the police you called? That's who you call. When what? When you did something wrong. Did you think you'd done something wrong? Yeah, she said sadly, her chin dropping to her chest. Before you did it, did you think it would be wrong to do it? She shook her head no. When did you think it was wrong? When I called the police. Before you did it, did you think it was the right thing to do? Yes. And why is that? It was my feeling that they would be tormented by Satan if I didn't. But if you did, then what? Then they wouldn't be tormented, she said. Well, afterwards, why did you think it was wrong? She waited. Because I did what I did. But had you done the right thing or the wrong thing? Dietz persisted. I thought that it was the right thing, Yates said, blowing her nose in the tissue and seeming as close to frustration as she had the entire interview. Well then, what do you mean when you say you'd done something wrong? Killing your children. Sniff, sniff, and then an open stare. As you drowned each one, did you think that it was the right thing to be doing? She nodded yes, rocking her full body. When the police came, do you remember what you told them? When they came, I opened the door and told them I killed my children and led them down the hall to where they were. The police report indicates that the police asked you if you'd ever tried to kill the children before, Dietz said. You said you'd been close to it but stopped, and the report, goes on to say about 2 months ago you filled the bathtub with water and you were going to drown the children, but you didn't carry out the plan. That's a little different from what you told me. You told me you weren't prepared to drown the children that time. Yates nodded agreement as she listened to Dietz. She agreed with what she'd told him. You told me you filled the tub because you saw the water truck. Which of those is correct? I didn't do it because I knew they were coming home that time. Dora was home, Dietz pointed out. Yes. Yates wasn't making sense. But were you going to do it then? No. And the police wrote that you said that you weren't a good mother to your children and you wanted to be punished, and that you were prepared to go to hell for what you'd done. Yes. I told the police officer? Yes, which is what you just mentioned to me. Yates nodded. Why did you think you'd go to hell for it? It was wrong, she replied in a monotone. So beforehand you thought it was a sin to do it, Dietz said. Andrea Yates had just said that before she killed the children, she thought her actions were right. And afterwards, you thought that what you did was illegal and you needed to call the police. You thought it was wrong and you would go to hell. She said nothing. But at the same time, you're saying that you thought it was a way to save the children's souls from Satan. To this statement she replied, yes. It was complicated, Dietz thought. What he heard was that Yates knew the drownings were sinful and illegal, but on the other hand, she saved the children from torment and their souls from Satan. She knew she was doing the right thing for the children. 27 seconds of quiet passed. Even the hallways outside the interview room were silent. Yates said nothing. How did you think Rusty would judge this? He'd think it was bad. How did you think society would judge it? Bad. How did you think God would judge it? Bad. Was there some standpoint from which it was good? My thought, she said. That it would save the children's souls? Yes. Joe Omby pressed Dietz for his opinion on the difference between Andrea Yates's mental state on the day of the crime and the days immediately following the crime, when she was under the care of Ferguson and Deborah Osterman. Dietz described a dramatic difference. Yates was grossly psychotic, according to Ferguson and Osterman, when they began treating her, he said. She's either hearing growls and voices or having what's called an illusion. She talks about a prophecy. She talks about being Satan and Governor George W. Bush executing her and a host of other things that are very sick, psychotic thoughts. And her memory for that period of time is impaired. When people asked her what she remembers about a prophecy, she's puzzled. We know she was in that state from June 21st. The question is, was she in that state on June 20th when she did these crimes? We don't find nearly as much evidence of that kind of extreme sickness or gross psychosis on June 20th as we have for the period beginning June 21st. That's not to say she wasn't sick on June 20th, because she still had the beliefs about the cameras and had recently thought the television was speaking to her. There was a big window for Parnham and Odom to explore reasonable doubt here, and to challenge Dietz on neglecting to mention effects of sudden withdrawal from medication. They didn't. So, it was the killings themselves that had driven her crazy. On June 21st, she was too sick to be sentenced to die for her crimes. 24 hours earlier, she was healthy enough to pay with her life. The prosecution queued up 43-second-long segment G. At the time, you didn't feel you were struggling against Satan? No. You felt he had taken over. He was nearby. Early on, I didn't think he was in me. When did you first think he was in you? When I was arrested. So you didn't feel that he was in you while you were drowning the children, it was afterwards. I felt his presence, she disagreed. When? When I was doing it. His presence? Or that he was in you? It was like asking how many angels could dance on the head of a pin, but to Dietz, this was the fine point on which Yates's guilt or innocence rested. His presence. Wrong answer. Were you able to form an opinion relative to the sanity of Mrs. Yates under the Penal Code under 8.01 at the time of this offense? Omby asked after placing Park Dietz's written summary of his opinions into evidence as State's Exhibit 239. I don't offer an opinion on the ultimate issue of sanity, but I do have opinions on the defendant's knowledge of wrongfulness at the time of the offense. My opinion, with reasonable medical certainty, is that at the time of the drowning of each of the children, Mrs. Yates knew that her actions were wrong in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of society, in the eyes of God. Mrs. Yates may have believed the killings were in the best interest of the children and that the ends, saving the children, justified the means, which was to wrongly and illegally kill them. Park Dietz's direct testimony was cut short on Friday, March 8th at lunch hour. Judge Hill released the jurors, instructing them to return the following day at 9:30 a.m. for an unusual Saturday session. Hill then heard a defense motion to block the showing of a $45,000 animated videotape recreation of the drownings that the prosecution planned to introduce into evidence. Hill granted the defense's motion. The tape was never shown. Court adjourned at 1:45 p.m. Saturday's cross-examination of Dietz was full of sound and fury, signifying little, or so it seemed that day. But a few words exchanged between Parnham and Dietz would alter lives and linger over the Yates case. You are a consultant, are you not, on the television program known as Law and Order? Parnham asked Dietz under oath. Dietz answered, Okay. Did either one of those deal with postpartum depression or women's mental health? As a matter of fact, Dietz said, there was a show of a woman with postpartum depression who drowned her children in the bathtub and was found insane, and it was aired shortly before this crime occurred. By Monday, March 11th, there had been a sea change. The attorneys on both sides saw the finish line. Speculation had been that the trial would go to the end of the week. Puryear was recalled to rebut Park Dietz. Andrea Yates's frontal lobe was impaired to a degree that would make her unable to have abstract thought at that time, June 20th, Puryear said, disagreeing with Dietz's suppositions about what Yates was thinking as she drowned her children. She wasn't thinking anything, Puryear said flatly. There was plenty of evidence that Yates was psychotic both before and after June 20th. Not to mention that, in Puryear's experience, frontal lobe impairment didn't appear or clear up overnight. Was that itself, saving her children, a delusion? Parnham asked her. Absolutely. Omby got straight to the money on his cross-examination of Puryear. I'm not charging door to door, Puryear said, referring to her travel time. She received $250 an hour, less than her out-of-town male counterparts. So far, I've been paid $7,500. Omby suggested that Puryear was giving away her services because she was sympathetic to Yates. He asked about her studies treating depressed women with fish oil. Puryear explained that although she was studying the effects of omega-3 fatty acids found in oily fish such as tuna, salmon, herring, and sardines, she did not recommend it as a sole treatment for patients with mental illness. An analysis of 11,271 pregnant British women showed that signs of major depression decreased with increased consumption of omega-3 fatty acids during their third trimester of pregnancy. One of the researchers, Dr. Joseph R. Hiblin, noted that the beneficial results began in the third trimester and continued as long as 8 months after childbirth. Omby moved from fish oil through the Warrenecki cult to Law and Order. You know she watched Law and Order a lot, right? No. Omby's implication was that if Park Dietz and Rusty Yates knew, how could a thorough expert not know, particularly when the information established motive and premeditation? Did you know that in the weeks before June 20th, Omby continued, there was a Law and Order episode where a woman killed her children by drowning them in a bathtub? The diagnosis was postpartum depression. The person was found insane, not guilty by reason of insanity. Puryear acknowledged she hadn't been aware of any possible law and order connection. For the first time in her testimony, she did not seem in command. "If you'd known that," Omby said, "would you have investigated whether she got the idea somehow she could do this and not suffer hell or prison?" Puryear supposed she would have asked about the show. There was no objection as to relevance from the defense table. Her patience with Omby's needling seemed to wear thin. Omby had a hypothetical for Puryear about her opinion that Yates's motive appeared to be doing right. What if the defendant's delusion was based on a cult-like teaching she adopted from someone who thought the United States was the great Satan? "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Really?" "No, I can't follow you." Omby tried 3 more hypotheticals. "You don't understand mental illness," Puryear finally said impatiently. "Psychosis and delusion is something that is so real. It's as real as the fact that the jury is in this courtroom. I'm sitting in this chair and you are asking the questions. It's crazy to everybody else." Believing the United States is the great Satan isn't crazy? You are taking things out of context and asking me questions that don't make any sense. We don't have any other questions for this witness. Parnham appeared for damage control. "Dr. Puryear, I have one last question, and you've testified about your standing in the medical community, and you're up there at the top, aren't you?" Puryear did not answer the question. Parnham withdrew the question. The defense rested. On Tuesday, March 12th, after having heard more than 3 weeks of testimony from more than 40 witnesses and viewing more than 300 exhibits, the jury heard nearly 2 hours of final arguments. Omby began at 9:34 a.m. with an 11-minute reminder to the jury of Texas Penal Code Section 801, governing severe mental defect. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all possible doubt, that Andrea Yates had known what she did was wrong. He refreshed jurors' memories about the McNaughton rule. The standard is strict for a reason. He appreciated the opportunity to prosecute the deaths of John, Noah, and Mary Yates for the state of Texas. Wendell Odom spent nearly half an hour recapping the testimony of witnesses. "I know you are restless and moving around," he told jurors. "And I know you're tired of hearing me talking, but I have a confession to make. I'm scared to death right now. I'm more scared than I've ever been in a courtroom. I don't know if what I know is in evidence. I just don't know, and that scares me because there might be a wrong result. How many times are we going to say that this is just mental illness? Stick our heads in the sand. All I ask you to do is use your common sense." What Odom was really asking for was jury nullification, that jurors vote with their conscience, not necessarily with the law. All he needed was one vote, one person who thought as he did, to hang the jury. Parnham continued the defense's final argument by telling the jury that he and Omby agreed on one thing. This is about prevention. The world is watching. Please, please do not allow that horrific set of circumstances and the deaths of Noah, John, Paul, Luke, and precious Mary take your eye off the issue that you must come to grips with: mental illness. If this woman doesn't meet the test of insanity in this state, then nobody does. 0. Kaylin Williford had the penultimate word. According to Dora Yates, and according to Rusty Yates, she was getting better. For 2 years, Andrea had been harboring the idea, Williford said. She made the choice the night before. Mary was the easiest. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at the loving act of a mother. She picks up the phone and calls 911. I need the police. She doesn't disclose that she has just saved her children and that the great Satan is in her. She says to the policeman, I killed my kids. How do you punish someone for having to live in a bus? Each of these children fought and struggled for their lives. They did not want to die. Andrea Yates took that control over her life that day. She wasn't doing this except for a motivation that only she knows. Andrea Yates is responsible. She knew it was wrong in the eyes of God, wrong in the eyes of the law. Do what is right. Look at the evidence. Don't be confused. The mom with 2 young children of her own demonstrated a precision unequaled by her 3 fellow attorneys. Omby spoke last, filling out the nearly 1 hour of the state's closing arguments. There is no women's mental health. There's no men's mental health, he said. There is the treatment of people who have mental illness. Men who kidnap children and hold them hostage deserve the same treatment as a woman who drowns children in a bathtub. After invoking Dietz's opinion that at the time of drowning of each child, Andrea Yates knew it was wrong, Omby talked about motive. Everything still seems to be reasonable until Russell Yates introduces these concepts of religion from Michael Warrenecki. He reminded the jury that according to one social worker, Rusty Yates was critical of his wife, said hurtful things, and that the perfect mother thinks that if she weren't perfect, he'd leave. He scored points but didn't leave well enough alone. She watches Law and Order regularly. She sees this program, he explained. There is a way out. The only time Andrea Yates gets attention is when she's in a hospital. She leaves those children for him to see. She takes not just her children, they belong to us. Every time you see a child laugh, it will stab your heart because you'll remember this trial. It was 11:40 a.m. Rusty Yates, wearing an orange plaid button-down shirt, had been allowed into the courtroom for final arguments. He sat next to his mother. Color rose in his face as he rocked. The cruelest thing he had ever personally witnessed was his wife being forced to listen to those closing arguments, he said. After only a few minutes, he'd stopped trying to count the lies. Following an hour-long lunch recess, the jury began deliberations. No one imagined that a verdict would be returned in less than 3.5 hours. Not even half the time it had taken the previous jury to find Andrea Yates competent to stand trial. The only testimony the jurors requested for review during their deliberation was one large print poster of the Texas Insanity Statute and a tape recorder to play Yates's confession and 911 tapes. At 4:59 p.m., Andrea Yates, wearing a gray blouse and white cardigan, entered the courtroom with Parnham trailing close behind. As Judge Hill silently scanned the verdict, Yates stood with Odom at her left, hands clasped behind his back. Parnham stood to her right and wrapped a protective arm around her waist. Many rows back, Rusty Yates sat with his elbows on his knees, his face turned toward the floor. Judge Hill read the verdict aloud. We, the jury, find the defendant, Andrea Pia Yates, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Odom rocked slightly on his feet. Parnham looked down. Andrea Yates lifted her face to Odom. Rusty Yates hung his head between his legs and sobbed. As Andrea Yates was led away, her eyes searched for her mother. The speed of the jury's verdict suggested that the death penalty was not far behind. Just after 8 on the night of the guilty verdict, my cell phone rang. It was Rusty Yates calling from George Parnham's office. The lawyer wanted to speak to me. He sounded desperate. It was about Law and Order. Since March 9th, when Park Dietz testified about a Law and Order episode, and Joe Omby began to spin a theory that Andrea Yates had found a blueprint for escaping a bad marriage and tiresome kids by watching her favorite television show, I'd been curious about the accuracy of Dietz's testimony. That Law and Order was Yates's favorite program was certainly true. Rusty Yates had told me so, and Andrea later confirmed the fact herself. But it was doubtful that there had ever been an episode in which a mother drowned her children, claimed postpartum depression, and was acquitted, as Dietz testified. I didn't believe such an episode existed. I had greeted Dietz outside the courtroom before he testified. I had written scripts for Law and Order. Dietz was a technical advisor to the show, and I'd consulted with him myself on one episode I wrote. Writers treasured him for his grasp of medicine and the law, and for having enough imagination not to constrain their ripped-from-the-headlines dramas with stultifying real-world limitations. Law and Order was closing in on Gunsmoke as the longest-running dramatic series in television history. Its sister shows, Special Victims Unit and Criminal Intent, were also network staples. Dietz had worked with writers on hundreds of plots. It wasn't unthinkable he'd made a mistake. I telephoned the show's creator, Dick Wolf. He confirmed what I suspected. Such an episode was never written, never produced, and certainly never aired, he said. At the time I confirmed the mistestimony, I was covering the Yates trial for executive producer David Corvo of Dateline NBC. Dateline's format didn't lend itself to the Dietz story, but Corvo passed the Dietz information along to the Today Show and Nightly News with Tom Brokaw. When NBC passed, I suggested the story to colleagues at other networks, and finally to New York Post stringer Stephen Long, who had been covering the trial. Long interviewed Dick Wolf by phone and dictated the story to the Post's rewrite desk, hoping his scoop would run the following day, Saturday, March 9th, 2002, the day Dietz was cross-examined. They, the rewrite desk, barely acknowledged what I was telling them, Long recalled. It seemed to go over their heads at the time, as if they didn't watch TV. The story never ran, anywhere. The prosecution's key witness had erred in his testimony. Not only had the jury heard false testimony from Dietz on direct questioning, but Omby had used the testimony to impugn key defense expert Lucy Puryear, and again in his closing arguments to drive home his theory of motive. Earlier that day, awaiting the verdict outside the courtroom, Rusty Yates heard me talking through notes for a Salon.com article. How could a mistake of such magnitude go uncorrected? Whatever I thought of Andrea Yates's guilt or innocence, fiction had been made fact in a court of law. Dietz's mistestimony was not simply a curious intersection of television and the law, it was grounds for a mistrial. That was why George Parnham had called. It was a matter of life and death, he said. He had tried unsuccessfully to get through to Dick Wolf and NBC. He said he needed a witness to testify to the non-existence of the episode in the penalty phase of the trial, when jurors would determine Andrea Yates's sentence. Did I know a Law and Order actor who might fly to Houston and testify the following day? I told Parnham an actor would be legally useless to him, but that I thought Dick Wolf would do the right thing. I put Parnham in touch with Wolf, who initially planned to fly to Houston and testify Thursday morning, March 14th. That morning before court, Parnham called me frantically. Did I know where Wolf was? I didn't. Next, Wolf called me to say his and USA Studios attorneys had decided to resolve the matter directly with Dietz, Parnham, Odom, Omby, and Williford. Court began that morning with extensive sidebars and whisperings regarding the missing witness. 11 other witnesses were called by the defense to plead for Andrea Yates's life. Joe Lovelace, of the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, Molly McGuire Stefano, Robert Holmes, Debbie Holmes, Marlene Berta Wark, Patrick Kennedy, Rusty Yates, Reverend Ferry Caroland, Dora Yates, Dr. Lucy Puryear, and Andrea's mother, Mrs. Kennedy, who said, "I'm here pleading for her life. I've lost 7 people in 1 year." The emotional wear and tear showed on Parnham. The prosecution called no witnesses. When court resumed Friday morning, March 15, 2002, at 9:53, just prior to seating the jury, there was a dramatic turnaround for Parnham, who made an oral motion for a mistrial. He revealed the identity of the mystery witness. He said that in lieu of Mr. Wolf's testimony, at 7 p.m. the previous night, attorneys for USA Studios completed research of their Law & Order archives and determined that Dr. Dietz was mistaken in his testimony. There had been no episode of Law & Order similar to the Yates crime. Parnham and Ombie met and agreed that Ombie had innocently relied on the evidence of his chief expert, who had given testimony that was inaccurate. "We asked the court to consider a motion for mistrial," Parnham told Judge Hill. His grounds were false evidence. He further requested a mistrial of the verdict and punishment. There was no testimony in the course of this case concerning an objective blueprint for a plan to be tried and acquitted, other than the testimony about the Law & Order episode, Parnham said. "We do not believe the jury can at this point segregate what they already know," Odom added. "Harm has already been done." Judge Hill disagreed. She denied the motions, but directed that Parnham present a stipulation to the jury. The stipulation revoked Dietz's earlier testimony and added new testimony to the record that no episode of Law & Order and/or Law & Order Criminal Intent, as described, was ever produced for the Law & Order television series. At 10:33 a.m., Judge Hill charged the jury in the penalty phase of the trial. There were only 2 choices: death by lethal injection or confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life, 40 years of actual time served. The jury, she said, should base its decision on whether the defendant's background and character mitigated against death, as well as on the likelihood of her future dangerousness. Odom argued that Yates was only a threat if she had more children. She could not get pregnant in a prison setting, he said, and would be almost 77, well beyond her childbearing years when eligible for release. Parnham hammered at the false testimony. "Didn't happen, guys," he told jurors. "That show never existed. Our chief witness, Dr. Lucy Puryear, when asked, you know she watched Law & Order a lot, right? If you had known that, would that have changed the way you went about interviewing her?" Parnham shook his head. There was no evidence that there was an objective reality, i.e. premeditation, other than the falsely presented Law & Order evidence. The jury softened perceptibly. Parnham closed with a paraphrase from John Donne's Devotions upon Emergent Occasions. "The life or death of any man diminishes me, for I am a part of mankind. Therefore never seek to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for me. It tolls for all of us. For we are a part of this system, and we are a part of mankind." Just take that back to the jury room with you. I want her to live. Thanks. Andrea Yates made choices, ADA Williford told the jurors. Wrong choices. "I want you to take one piece of evidence back with you," she said. "Take State's Exhibit 242, a poster of the 5 children. This crime is a crime of ultimate betrayal," she concluded. Andrea Yates was a mother who killed her children and deserved to pay the ultimate price, death. Ombie wavered. He assured the jury they'd be doing the right thing voting either way. Superficially, his remarks seemed an odd turn. Harris County prosecutors are among the most aggressive in the country. District Attorney Chuck Rosenthal had been emphatic about pursuing the death penalty in the Yates case from the outset, brushing away criticism of how he'd charged the crime. But did Omby realize a life sentence could be better for the state? He was an experienced prosecutor who'd made a big mistake. If the jury sentenced Yates to death, his big mistake might assure her a successful appeal. The state would be back at square one. "I wasn't thinking that way," Omby said later. "I did not think at that point that the Dietz issue was a significant appellate issue. By that time, the jury knew what had happened in a general way. There may have been higher scrutiny if it had been the death penalty, but I wasn't thinking that way." At 1:40 p.m., after a 35-minute deliberation, the jury returned a verdict that Andrea Yates was not a future threat to society, thereby recommending a life sentence. Yates smiled weakly at her attorneys, but to this day is confused about how and why her life was spared. Shielded from news and public contact, she knew little, if anything, about the intense scrutiny her family endured. Relief preceded grief for Yates, her husband, and their families. 2 days earlier, Rusty Yates had been prepared for only one verdict: not guilty by reason of insanity. Like his wife, he'd been insulated, but in a different way. Judge Hill had not allowed him to sit through the trial. Thus, he knew little more than did the general public about what took place in court each day. He was dead certain that American justice would triumph. His wife wouldn't be jailed or executed, but would receive years of mandated psychiatric care under the court's supervision. By March 15th, life in prison seemed like a prize. Judge Hill thanked and released the jurors and adjourned the court. George Parnham found me in the corridor outside. "You saved her life," he said. A press conference took place on the Preston Street side of the courthouse. District Attorney Chuck Rosenthal spoke, as well as ADAs Omby and Williford, Rusty Yates, Parnham, and Odom. With the automatic expiration of Judge Hill's gag order, retroactively determined by Special Prosecutor Max Seacrest to be unconstitutional, sources close to the case were finally free to end the embargo on information that flowed to the public about Andrea Yates. At Total Video, one of Houston's full-service remote television facilities, news agencies lined up for their piece of time with each of the principals. On Sunday night, Rusty Yates and his family were bundled off to New York City on a chartered jet and ensconced in suites at the Stanhope Park Hyatt Hotel on Fifth Avenue, just opposite Central Park and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Katie Couric's staff had won the war for Yates's first post-trial interview. They narrowly beat out ABC's Diane Sawyer. Rusty and his mother and brother Randy Yates, as well as his aunts Kathy Crisp and Reverend Ferry Caroland, appeared live on NBC's Today Show for much of its first 2 hours, 7 to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday morning, March 18, 2002. Their scheduled appearance was promoted heavily during the weekend. At the same time, an interview of Mrs. Kennedy and some of Andrea's siblings, pre-recorded in Houston with reporter Cynthia Hunt of the ABC affiliate KTRK, Channel 13, appeared on Good Morning America. With no family members or national media present, reporter Carol Christian of the Houston Chronicle wrote, Andrea Pia Yates stood before a judge who officially sentenced her to life in prison Monday. In an anticlimactic finish to her month-long trial, Yates glanced at the gallery, but her only close supporters were her jail psychiatrists, Doctors Deborah Osterman and Melissa Ferguson, in the back row. It was possible to blame the family of Andrea Yates for some things, but not for speaking out on its first legal occasion to do so in 9 months. Both the Yates and Kennedy families had been with Andrea in court every day. At 9:10 a.m., all parties announced ready. The court proceeds with sentencing of the said defendant, Andrea Pia Yates, court reporter Jennifer Schlesinger typed into her steno machine on Monday, March 18, 2002. The jury having returned the answer of no as to special issue number 1, you are hereby sentenced to life in Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Institutional Division, Judge Hill said. Good luck to you, Mrs. Yates. Slow guilty. From the moment Judge Hill released the jury from service on Friday, Mike Costner, Sarah Longden, Robin Olkus, and on-air reporter Dawn Fratangelo worked at warp speed on a Dateline NBC segment focused on the Yates jurors. The piece would air in little more than 48 hours. By 7:35 p.m. Saturday, cameras were rolling on 4 jurors in a darkened banquet room in the Renaissance Houston Hotel at Greenway Plaza, next door to the Houston Rockets' home basketball court at the Compaq Center. Melissa Ryan, Erlinda Burnell, Jill Swinney, and Roy Jordan had been sequestered at the Doubletree Hotel at 400 Dallas with 11 other jurors and alternates, who were excused before deliberations, throughout the trial, 28 days out of their lives. With the maximum news saturation the Yates case received, there was little news they could watch or read, and they weren't supposed to discuss the case among themselves. We just made the right decision, social worker Jill Swinney said in the Dateline piece. It was an emotional final vote. We knew what we had to do. Her fellow jurors agreed. It had been fairly simple. There's no doubt in anyone's mind she was mentally ill, Swinney explained. But that wasn't the question asked us. Did she know right from wrong? That was the only thing we talked about in deliberation. That confession tape to Officer Mel was crucial. And so it was. Andrea Yates's confession on June 20th, 2001, had legally determined her fate. Parnham and Odom understood that their client had made a routine statement to police when she was arrested. That wasn't unusual. 2 weeks later, after several requests, the DA's office provided them with a copy to which they listened carefully. That was when we went, oh shit, Odom remembered. It wasn't so much the statement as the voice, what was said and how it was said. Through nearly 9 months of reporting the Yates case, I remained certain the verdict would be guilty. In Texas, there is another expression for the insanity defense, the slow guilty plea. 2 people I sought opinions from were seasoned veterans of Texas justice. One was a hard-working Dallas civil attorney, Edward Brandt III, who had offices in a Dallas shopping mall and never made headlines. The second was headline maker Burl Osborne, chairman of the board of the Associated Press and publisher emeritus of the Dallas Morning News. Insanity defenses, as a matter of record, do not fly in Texas, they agreed. Life was the bone of mercy that might be thrown to Andrea Yates in view of what had shaped up to be a well-documented and nasty case of mental illness. After courtroom exposure to Yates's medical history, the press corps listed towards sparing Yates to a lifetime of judicial supervision in a mental health facility. But the jury was powerless to select that fate for Yates, or to be informed that it was an option. A Texas judge automatically imposes it, but only after a jury first finds that by the greater weight of believable evidence that the defendant should be acquitted. Unlike many states, Texas has no lack of common knowledge clause in its penal code, requiring a judge to charge the jury that if a not guilty verdict is reached, hearings regarding the defendant's present mental condition will automatically be held, and involuntary commitment to a state psychiatric facility will be imposed by the presiding judge, who remains in charge of the defendant's freedom for the rest of the defendant's natural life. Omby believed jurors knew better. I don't think anybody in today's world believes that that person is going to walk out of that courtroom. I just cannot see you getting 12 reasonably intelligent people to believe that a guy that they found doesn't know the difference between right and wrong and has killed someone is going to walk out of that courtroom unsupervised unless they find him guilty. Omby raised a prickly question. How much do you tell a jury? Do you allow me, as a prosecutor, to argue that unless you find this person guilty, they may be out on the street in 90 days? This sword cuts both ways. Jurors in Andrea Yates's capital murder trial had taken less than half the time to find her guilty than a jury of 11 women and 1 man had taken to find her competent to stand trial the previous September. The jury in the competency hearing spent 8.5 hours in what is generally a rubber stamp procedure. If you can walk, you're competent, one court watcher told me, describing Texas competency hearings. When the competency jurors delivered their verdict, some were visibly shaken. The initial jury poll, reported for the first time here, was 8 for incompetence, 4 for competence. Over the course of deliberations, the vote became unanimous for competence. What was the clear difference between the 2 juries? The jury that delivered the guilty verdict was death qualified. All prospects unwilling to impose the death penalty are automatically eliminated in a Texas capital murder case, substantially skewing the jury toward conviction and away from a not guilty by reason of insanity verdict, according to some legal experts. In 1968, Harvard University law professor Alan M. Dershowitz brought to the U.S. Supreme Court a California murder case that addressed the imbalance he believed was inherent in death-qualified juries. He told Houston Chronicle columnist Tom Marshall, "The High Court granted review, but then decided to duck this issue, leaving it for another day." Today, Dershowitz believes that Yates's defense attorneys should make the death penalty jury selection tactic part of Yates's appeal. Perhaps the courts finally will declare this practice unethical, even unconstitutional, he has said. Shortly after Andrea Yates began making world headlines, Marshall asked a DA from another Texas jurisdiction whether he would have pursued the death penalty in the case. No, the DA told him, without hesitation or qualification. The exchange highlighted the disparity of justice meted out between jurisdictions, particularly in cases of mental illness. Had Yates received less media attention or committed her sensational crime in another jurisdiction, she might be in a mental health facility today instead of prison. In a Texas capital murder case, there are 2 choices of punishment: death by lethal injection or life in prison. Effectively, juries make up their minds on the punishment at the time they render a guilty verdict, according to noted Houston criminal defense attorney Dick DeGuerin. In 2003, DeGuerin successfully represented New York real estate scion Robert Durst in the 2001 death and dismemberment of Morris Black in Galveston, Texas. The jurors answer the questions put to them by Texas law. Did a preponderance of the evidence show that Andrea Yates knew the nature and quality of her act when she drowned her children, and did she know it was wrong? The first vote the Yates jurors took among themselves was anonymous. The tally was 10-2 guilty. Roy Jordan was surprised. "I was thinking I might be the only one to say guilty," he recalled. After some discussion, the guilty vote grew to 11-1. Juror Ronald Jones was the lone holdout. His discomfort with the guilty verdict increased over time, particularly around the issue of Park Dietz's false testimony. After the trial, Jones was still so troubled that he wrote to Judge Hill about his misgivings. Jurors were shocked and confused over Park Dietz's testimony regarding law and order, according to Swinney. Swinney had believed the prosecution's blueprint for crime theory. "I thought it, the Law and Order episode, had to be more than a coincidence," she explained. "It was shocking," Ryan agreed. "False evidence may well be the grounds for appeal," she said. Jordan, too, thought an appeal was inevitable. In the highly charged politics of Houston's district attorney's office, and despite Dietz's assertion that the error was an innocent mistake, it wasn't unthinkable that the errant evidence might also become grounds for a grand jury investigation. In fact, in September 2003, a Harris County grand jury reviewed the matter and ultimately declined to indict Dietz in connection with his mistaken statements about law and order. The jurors also agreed that Yates could have had better doctors. "The last doctor that she saw, some people blame more," said juror Erlinda Burnell, an air conditioning technician. The jurors all felt Yates should never have been released from the hospital. Because she committed the crimes in such a brief window of time, they agreed there had been some premeditation. However, they also agreed that she would never have committed the crimes if she hadn't been mentally ill. "The medical community has to take a hard look at itself," Jordan emphasized. But malpractice or poor practice was not the issue before these citizens. "I feel bad for her, I do," Swinney said, "but she still knew it was wrong." Was it a revenge killing? The jurors hadn't thought so. "They, the prosecution, tried to give us a motive," Jordan said, "but we don't know what her real motive is." "There's more to her motives than what we saw," Swinney agreed. "Yes, I thought a way out had a lot to do with it. There has to be more there." On April 3, 2002, George Parnham and Wendell Odom filed a one-page notice of appeal of Andrea Pia Yates's conviction and sentencing, March 18, 2002, for the offense of capital murder. Although seeking an appeal was an obvious source of redress for the Dietz error and pro-prosecution jury, the big question wasn't justice. It was money. A real-life barricade that characters in television dramas seldom experience. No appeal, criminal or civil, can be filed without a printed transcript of the complete court proceeding, an expense that can be prohibitive, if not punitive. The transcript of the Yates trial was 12,000 pages long. To get a copy, one had to pay $60,000, eventually reduced to $49,000, to the court reporter attached to Judge Hill, Jennifer Schlesinger. It is little wonder Andrea Yates's family came to regard the price of a transcript as a sledgehammer wielded by the court against their appeal. It remained unavailable a year and a half after the trial ended. The transcript was filed with the First Court of Appeals on September 11, 2003. A Sinister Stew. Is Andrea Yates bipolar? I asked Margaret G. Spinelli, M.D., the world's leading expert on infanticide. Most new-onset postpartum psychosis diagnoses are bipolar unless proven otherwise, Spinelli replied matter-of-factly. Those 11 words formed the most depressing sentence I had heard in the 2 years I studied the Andrea Yates case. 5 children were dead, a $1 million trial was over, a dozen psychiatric witnesses had spoken, the world had listened. If Spinelli was right, convicted murderer Andrea Yates was in prison, still being treated for the wrong disease. George Parnham called me on June 22nd or 23rd, said Spinelli, director of the Maternal Mental Health Program at New York State Psychiatric Institute, an assistant professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons in New York City. Parnham made a plan to fly to New York to meet with her. They had begun discussing her fees. Of the 35 cases in which Spinelli had been employed as an expert psychiatric witness since 1994, all but 8 had been settled out of court. Spinelli reviewed Andrea Yates's medical records, but her meeting with Parnham never happened. The day after she and Parnham first spoke, she broke her neck in a car accident in upstate New York. She was forced to cancel her meeting with Parnham, but advised him by phone from her hospital bed. Just make sure you have someone who won't leave out the neurohormonal stuff. There was forensic evidence that Yates's brain was organically damaged when she killed her children, Spinelli said. But there was no forensic evidence that her damaged brain was capable of cognition, that is, organically able to determine her actions were wrong. I first spoke to Dr. Spinelli in January 2003, just after her $49.95 textbook, Infanticide, Psychosocial and Legal Perspectives on Mothers Who Kill, was published by American Psychiatric Publishing, Inc. The book includes contributions by 16 international experts and was awarded the Guttmacher Book Award from the American Psychiatric Association and the American Academy of Forensic Psychiatry. Bipolar mood disorder, also known as manic depression, is a brain illness that compromises the brain's ability to regulate its own chemical functioning. The disease begins in adolescence or early adulthood, though some cases with adult onset had been documented, affects between 0.5 and 1.6% of the total population and often runs in families. Andrea Yates's brother Brian had been diagnosed as bipolar. The DSM-4-TR, a kind of Bible for mental health providers, describes a skeletal picture of the disease whose symptoms include a classic waxing and waning between depression, minor or severe, and periods of mania that include high energy, elated mood, grandiosity, nonstop activity, little need for sleep, rapid talking, racing thoughts and ideas, delusions, hallucinations, paranoia, fearful thoughts, poor judgment, shopping binges, promiscuity, or illegal behavior. Patients in early stages of the disease are often considered charming, charismatic, and capable. Research indicates that infanticide frequently is committed by women diagnosed with bipolar mood disorder, major depressive disorder, or major depressive disorder with psychotic features, who often are biochemically pushed into postpartum psychosis by childbirth. Among 120 women admitted for hospital treatment of PPP within 90 days of giving birth, 80% suffered from mood disorders. Schizophrenia, Andrea Yates's most recent questionable diagnosis, was the underlying disorder in only 3% of the PPP cases. The highest risk for repeat PPP was among women with bipolar mood disorder at 21.4%. The DSM-4-TR, too, cautioned about the increased danger. The risk of postpartum episodes with psychotic features is particularly increased for women with prior postpartum mood episodes, but is also elevated for those with a prior history of mood disorder, especially bipolar I disorder. There is also some evidence of increased risk of postpartum psychotic mood episodes among women without a history of mood disorders with a family history of bipolar disorders. Talking to Dr. Spinelli was like learning that the world is round. One regretted instantly the valuable hours, days, weeks, years spent contemplating a four-cornered, flat world. The physician selected by Dr. Spinelli to write the textbook chapter on neurohormonal mechanisms is perinatal psychiatrist and clinician Deborah Sichel, MD. Dr. Sichel, a native of South Africa and a former instructor at Harvard University Medical College, as well as former director of Hestia Women's Health Center in Wellesley, Massachusetts, was also consulted by George Parnham before Andrea Yates's trial. Sichel had testified as an expert witness only 3 or 4 times. She gave a favorable opinion in a Vermont case where a woman who had been found guilty of killing her child had made a motion to be removed from prison to another setting. "There was a very odd outcome," Sichel said. "The judge actually said to me, 'I don't believe much of what you've said.' Then he ruled in favor of Sichel's opinion and granted the motion." Dr. Sichel had called Parnham and offered help. No charge. Parnham flew to meet her in her Boston office. They talked for most of one morning and part of an afternoon. Sichel, too, was clear in her opinion about Andrea Yates. "I hate to say this," Sichel said to me, "but this tragedy was completely preventable, and I know that if I had cared for her, Andrea Yates, this would never have happened." It was her view that Yates had never been diagnosed or medicated correctly, including up to that very moment in January 2003, as Andrea Yates sat in Rusk Penitentiary. Just listening to a family member's story about the life of his partner easily gives you the diagnosis, Sichel said, referring to Time magazine's interview with Rusty Yates. Because the person is so ill, they are often unable to articulate what is going on, and so you, the psychiatrist, miss all the relevant points. Too many psychiatrists use what Sichel calls psychiatric jargon that sick patients in particular are unable to understand. Asking a patient whether she has ever been manic or hypomanic, for example, struck Sichel as quite ridiculous. Most people have no idea what manic is, and you will never get an accurate history using those terms. Sichel believes in talking to as many family members as possible and forming a mosaic of what a patient was like from childhood and a timeline of the beginning of the illness. When Sichel offered her help, Parnham sent Andrea Yates's videotapes and her complete medical records to her, including her psychiatric treatment at the Harris County Jail, along with descriptions in the press by friends and family about Andrea as a teenager. Based on these, Sichel told me, Andrea's teenage diagnosis is bipolar 2, and it changed into bipolar 1, or the classic manic depressive illness that most of us know about. Bipolar 1 is the most serious form of manic depressive illness. This means, Sichel explained, she had clear symptoms of mood swings with classic periods of depression alternating with periods of increased activity. This is not an uncommon scenario. It is not reported in the literature, but we have documented at least 24 cases in which this has happened. In other words, according to Sichel, though Andrea Yates's periods of depression were classic, her periods of mania were not. Sichel had noted mania that manifested itself simply as a period of increased energy relative to the depression. In high school, college, and adulthood, Yates's friends spoke of times when she just disappeared. At those times, Sichel said, she was depressed, stayed in her room at home, and contacted no one. When she came out of those periods, no one asked her where she'd been. Similarly, when she was valedictorian of her school or a competitive swimmer at the highest citywide level, these accomplishments were simply accepted. Perhaps her high performance took place during manic periods, Sichel suggested. According to her husband, Sichel said, she once swam around an island. Most of us would say, oh, that's great, but in the context of Andrea Yates, this was clearly one of her increased energy periods. Her husband describes her as a great mom, which she was. She adored her children. But again, there was evidence she was having mood swings, which sounded like they were getting worse. She took her children's education seriously, took them riding when she was teaching them about horses, would get up early in the morning, swim about 80 laps, come home, bake elaborate cakes from scratch, cut up enough oranges and apple pieces for her kids, plus the kids in the park, stay up late making costumes for her children and her friends' children. This is not normal behavior. It is over the edge. But unfortunately, in this crazy world, when women function like that, it is applauded, not seen as abnormal. Sichel theorizes that when bipolar 1 patients become depressed after childbirth, a number of biological sequences in the brain, including increased cortisol levels at the end of pregnancy, hormonal changes after delivery, and an acute drop in estrogen among women vulnerable to these changes, trigger a much more serious and dangerous illness with psychotic symptoms, including delusions. Sichel was absolutely clear that not having more children after Andrea's psychosis following Luke's birth would not have protected her from getting severely ill again. She had the biology to get very ill, as we see, and it may not always occur related to birth. I was very unimpressed with the defense team's so-called experts, Sichel said, because they put words into her, Andrea Yates's mouth, which she could not explain, and suggested things to her which, again, she was not able to explain. They latched on to the wrong diagnosis, postpartum depression, psychosis, and then changed it halfway through the trial to schizophrenia, which is a disaster for the defendant because it just indicates to the jury that the psychiatrists do not know what they're doing. Sichel's review of Yates's medical records revealed something else to her. There wasn't one time the issue of bipolar illness came up. What they diagnosed consistently was depression with psychotic features, and that is really a different illness from what she has. What happens is that they don't realize that this is actually bipolar, and they end up treating it with antidepressants, without a mood stabilizer, which worsen the illness. Though positron emission tomography, PET, scans of schizophrenic and bipolar brains differ from those of normal brains, there are no conclusive tests to distinguish between the two diseases. Brain science hasn't advanced that far. Like a culinary art, the proof is in the pudding. If lithium or the lithium family of drugs works, the patient is bipolar. Successful drug therapy is crucial. Repeated relapses into psychosis cement dangerous pathways in the brain. Remeron and Effexor, we only use those two drugs in a situation when we really know that this is just depression, Sichel said. Parnham and Odom relied on well-qualified medical professionals and experts in whom they had every reason to trust. The defense did not want to place a fourth diagnosis, bipolar, in addition to PPP, major depression with psychotic features, and schizophrenia schizoaffective disorder before the jury and risk confusing or alienating jurors. Could a woman who had been as depressed as Andrea drown her 5 children in less than an hour? No one knows for sure, Sichel said, but perhaps taking a combination of those two medications, Remeron and Effexor, which we call rocket fuel, because they shock somebody out of depression but have a capacity to make them manic, they, patients, end up having strength that is mind-boggling. I've seen a manic patient pull a radiator out of a cement wall. They can pick up cupboards. They can pick up desks and throw them across the room. So it's not inconceivable that she was able to do this in that space of time. The children struggling would have been useless. Stephen M. Stahl, M.D., chairman of the Neuroscience Education Institute and professor of psychiatry at the University of California at San Diego, coined the term California rocket fuel in his book Essential Psychopharmacology of Depression and Bipolar Disorder. Dr. Stahl notes that the combination of Remeron and Effexor is a powerful antidepressant combination for depression, but can activate bipolar disorder or psychosis in some patients. It could be like putting gasoline on a fire. It doesn't happen all the time, so some people actually do this erroneously over and over again and don't get burned. When you do see it, it can be catastrophic, like this. It's a medical mystery that's completely solvable. Sichel's diagnosis was not surprising to some of the experts who testified at trial. Unfortunately, with disorders like schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder, Dr. Puryear said, if somebody showed up in the emergency room sick, all of those 3 diagnoses would look exactly the same on any given day. So you look at them and you put them in a category, and the category would be psychotic. And then you try to figure out which of the psychotic disorders best fits this person, and that's based on patient history. There's a lot of thought that schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder are on a continuum. With schizophrenia, psychosis would be the predominant symptom. With bipolar disorder, mood symptoms would be predominant, but you could also be psychotic at times. Schizoaffective disorder is in the middle. You have psychosis and mood symptoms about the same amount of time. If somebody was holding a fire to my feet and said, pick a diagnosis today, I'd probably pick schizoaffective, Dr. Puryear said, moving away from her trial diagnosis of schizophrenia in consideration of Yates's recent stability on lithium. 1, because the psychosis she had was much more than you usually see in bipolar disorder, she said. And 2, schizoaffective disorder is both a psychotic illness and a mood illness. The treatment is an antipsychotic and a drug like lithium. The same drug combination is used to treat a bipolar patient experiencing a psychotic episode. Dr. Resnick had given the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder at trial. "I'm not strongly wedded to the diagnosis," he said later. "Lithium is the appropriate treatment for either disease." He readily pointed out his specialty is forensic psychiatry, not psychopharmacology. But his opinion is that if Andrea Yates remains free of psychosis for at least 2 years on lithium alone, her diagnosis would be pure bipolar rather than schizoaffective disorder. He hedged on Yates's diagnosis, Resnick said of Dr. Park Dietz, his sometime colleague and adversary in the Yates case. Dr. Dietz's opinion at trial was that technically either schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder were appropriate diagnoses for Yates's mental illness. Dr. Dietz declined to be interviewed for this book without the opportunity to review the manuscript so that he could comment prior to publication on any passages that mention him. Dr. Puryear agrees that any antidepressant, such as Effexor and Remeron, given to somebody with a bipolar disorder, if you're not also giving them a mood stabilizer, can flip them into mania. Like Dr. Sichel, Puryear believes that Wellbutrin is the antidepressant least likely to trigger mania in bipolar patients. "I think about Andrea sometimes and get incredibly sad," Dr. Puryear said. "But the thing that comes out of this that's redeeming is an opportunity to educate and make change. It, the Yates tragedy, has advanced the cause of women's mental health forward by 50 years. Houston benefactors have established a $50,000 Yates Children Memorial Fund, YCMF, devoted to women's mental health education under the auspices of the Mental Health Association of Greater Houston. House Bill 341, known as the Andrea Yates Bill, authored by Representative Carlos Uresti, was enacted into Texas law on September 1, 2003. The law requires healthcare professionals treating pregnant and postpartum women to inform patients of a range of related mental illnesses. Dr. Puryear's self-help book on mental health during pregnancy and postpartum includes a chapter on Andrea Yates and is scheduled for publication in late 2004. Eternity. Rusty Yates blinks less than most people. He has a hard time looking people in the eye. "I always have," he said. "I'm not worried that they'll see good in me. You can see a person's soul when you see their eyes. It's kind of like touching someone or invading their privacy." He is unblinking in a figurative way as well. He rarely ducks tough questions or uncomfortable situations. He might rock back and forth on his feet or physically inch away when someone stands too close. But he is forthright and even-tempered. He says what he has to say and moves on. During the trial, he'd successfully maintained the position that Andrea would be found innocent. He had fantasies of having more children with her after she was successfully treated in a mental health facility and released on the proper medication. He worked his way through various fixes for their damaged lives, such as surrogate motherhood and adoption, horrifying Andrea's family, attorneys, and Houston psychiatrists before giving in to reality. In 2 years, he'd become familiar with courtrooms, prisons, national publicity, and the fact of being hated by people who didn't know him. "I knew I couldn't handle it if Andrea was found guilty," he told a friend, "but I did. I keep waking up every morning and I seem to be putting one foot in front of the other." By the time I met Yates for dinner at a Rice Center restaurant 6 weeks after the trial, he'd begun to reflect on the legal realities. That full range of punishment Chuck Rosenthal talked about was life or death, he said, indignant. The press in general and the Houston Chronicle in particular just didn't think. They tell people what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. He hadn't lost everything over a period of years as it had once seemed. He'd lost it in an irretrievable instant. It was like I came up to the house and the weather was maybe a little cloudy, he said, and suddenly my wife and 5 kids were struck by lightning, and I was still standing there. The only one left. All the bad happened that one day, and there was no way to turn back the clock. He struggled to find words to describe his feelings. All he wanted to do now was make things as right as possible. He was doing that with a website he'd established in memory of his children, yateskids.org. The website has received more than 800,000 hits since November 10, 2001. He received 7,000 emails before he stopped counting. 75% of them were positive, many from people struggling to understand. About the other 25%, he said, "I have a theory, my virtual mob theory. In a charged situation where the mob is acting on bad facts and wants a quick remedy, the leaders come from hate radio and hate TV. It's like a modern-day lynching. Let's string up that husband of hers." Yates is allowed 2 two-hour visits per month with his wife at Rusk Penitentiary, 1 non-contact visit behind a thick plexiglass window over a telephone-type intercom, and 1 contact visit in a small room near the prison's entrance, where he can give his wife a hug or hold her hand. He always brings her a Snickers bar and a Dr. Pepper. She likes the combination of their tastes. Andrea's mother, family, and Debbie and Bob Holmes visit on alternating weekends. Her mother-in-law, Dora Yates, visited Andrea for the first time on July 20th, 2003. In the months of his first visits to Rusk, Rusty's contact visits ended with a parting hug and a reflexive, "Let's go home now," to which Andrea answered, "Okay, take me home." They smiled, but mostly hurt. Andrea still believes that one's time on Earth is short, and then she will be together with her kids and Rusty again in eternity. Someday she can believe that her husband has forgiven her, that her brain is sick, that she can be redeemed even after the horrible acts she committed and for which she believes she should be punished. Other days she denies her illness. On those days, she believes she has to die and go to hell before her children will be allowed into heaven. On Saturday, August 31st, 2002, I began a series of trips to the penitentiary with Rusty Yates. We met that morning for the 3-hour-plus drive from Houston to the East Texas town of Rusk, stopping at Catfish King for lunch. Rusty spoke of his recent conversations with Andrea about her delusions. "I mean," he said, "we say it's a delusion, but to her it's a memory. She was talking about the kids, and she was saying she didn't think the kids were developing properly. I mean, she still did think that. I asked her, 'Did you think that before you were sick?' She said no, and I said, 'That tells you something.'" He worried that his wife couldn't identify these false memories. He envisioned her dropping them in a bucket with a not real tag on it. These things weren't real. These things were your sickness. No one was working with her to sort those things out, he said. That's not good. She needs to be able to separate those things out to help her recover. In prison, she receives 1 group therapy session with a counselor per week. The psychiatrist visits every other week to adjust her medications. When he'd asked her back then if she wanted to go back to work part-time, she'd answered, "I'm a mother now." Looking back, he wished he'd made the decision for her. More of a separate identity apart from being a mother would have been good. I don't know if that would have prevented what happened. She still would have gotten sick, but it might have been good for her, for everyone. Andrea has high standards for herself, he said, and feels a lot of guilt when she doesn't meet those standards. Michael Warrenecki's live as we do or perish mentality hadn't been good for her. If I had it to do all over again, I think I've learned a lot from Michael Warrenecki and gotten a lot. It's helped me a lot. But I think I probably would never have introduced him to Andrea. The downside for Andrea was too great. She grew up with that same sense of shame and same high standards and I think that hurt her. What she needs is somebody who can work on the most positive, encouraging sides and say, Andrea, you're a great mother. Look at your beautiful children. They're so fortunate to have you as a mother. Not, if you screw up, you might as well have a millstone hung around your neck and be thrown into the sea. She's looking at that scripture as if one of the kids took a candy bar in the checkout line at the grocery store. She's ready for hell. I waited in the visitor's center during his 2-hour visit with Andrea and then listened to him on the drive back to Houston. There was a marked change in his mood. She's doing pretty good, he said. She made a facial gesture. Rusty had moved to a gated rental apartment. He had given their dog Blackie to a family with a large acreage. He had told Andrea a story about Blackie redeeming herself after a dog fight by scaring off a water moccasin that threatened to bite her new owner's child. Andrea got a kick out of that. She just laughed. She seemed better today than from the last visit. I asked her if she was having any problems with her thinking. She seemed coherent. But what's tough is to see her more like her old self, you know? That's tough for me. Every time the Andrea he had known resurfaced, he wanted her back, which brought up the black cloud issue, as he called it. You can't protect your family from a psychotic person. You just can't. We could take a walk one day and she could throw herself in front of a truck going down the street. She could poison him or burn the house down. She'd done it to him before, hurt him more than anyone could ever hurt him, with no warning of what she'd been contemplating. Even if her appeal were to succeed and she got out of prison, what assurance did he have that she would tell him or even recognize if her thoughts began to go awry again? I have always loved her, Yates said. I will continue to love her and care for her. But the future? That was a difficult hurdle, even for Rusty Yates. By October 20th, 2002, Andrea's prison psychiatrist had tapered her off her antipsychotic medication, Haldol. He began increasing her dose of the antidepressant Effexor in anticipation of the holidays. Rusty Yates visited his wife in prison on his routine visiting days, Saturday, December 21st, 2002, and January 4th, 2003. Andrea worried him a little, especially on January 4th. He thought she was manic. She'd written him 2 letters totaling 20 handwritten pages. A Jehovah's Witness was teaching a Sunday morning Bible study at the prison on, of all the books of the Bible, Revelation. Revelation, Rusty exclaimed. Not the scripture for people in her state to work on. Her whole world has fallen down around her, and she's headed down some areas she shouldn't go down. I'm not surprised she's manic. He had come to recognize 3 topics on which his wife was easily set adrift: religion, politics, and prison reform. On January 6, 2003, Yates called his wife's prison psychiatrist, only the second time I've called, and discussed his concerns. By then, the psychiatrist, Dr. W. Lee McNabb, had raised Andrea's dosage of Effexor to 300 milligrams daily, the same dose she had been given when she was taken off Haldol and killed her children. McNabb was considering prescribing mood-stabilizing medication from the lithium depakote family of drugs, consistent with bipolar disease, for the first time in her medical history. He hadn't done it yet. In mid-January, Andrea returned to the same level of psychosis as when she drowned her children. Though he came to understand that his wife was bipolar, it hurt Rusty to consider that some of the things he most admired about Andrea also defined her illness. She lost her prison privileges. Through good behavior, she had worked her way up to mopping floors and laundering uniforms, grateful to be busy 6 or 7 hours of the day. Now she was back to spending 23 hours a day alone in her cell. The pattern would repeat itself 8 months later in September 2003, when Andrea began refusing food, liquids, and medications and slipped once again into psychosis, shortly after she stepped into a bathtub for the first time in over 2 years. Andrea Yates wrote the following in a letter to me, dated September 12, 2003. I got baptized this week. Another woman and I were escorted to the Hodge Chapel. When we entered, I saw the baptismal tub, and as I got dressed to enter the water, I started crying. You know the last time I saw a tub, and you can imagine how self-conscious I felt, surrounded by 6 to 7 grim-faced officers. Well, at first I felt bad, but later I figured the Lord realized my tears were of sorrow. Once again, she was prescribed Haldol. It took many months for her to find her way back to the level of clarity she had before the relapse into psychosis. During her recovery, McNabb prescribed lithium for the first time in her 4-year-long illness. It worked. 2 years to the hour that her daughter drowned her 5 grandchildren, Yuta Karen Kennedy took a white rag out of the plastic grocery bag she'd brought from her home, dampened it with water, and polished the gray granite marker on their graves. She cleaned the monument, etched with the images of Mary, Luke, Paul, John, and Noah every week. The day was 90 degrees and sunny, same as it had been the past 2 June 20ths. Senta, named for the female protagonist in The Flying Dutchman, romped on the easement sloping toward a narrow creek. Senta was the last Christmas gift Andrea had given her parents before the unthinkable, unmentionable, unprocessable it had happened. She, Senta, goes everywhere with me. She's the only child I have now, Mrs. Kennedy reflected. Of course, her son Brian still lived with her. Together with Andrew, the oldest, named for his dad, he was at that moment varnishing kitchen cabinets at their home near the corner of Glenview and Bliss. Rusty Yates had been given 7 graves, 6 together and another in an adjacent plot. Andrea had repeatedly asked that she be buried next to the children. That way, at the Last Judgment, when everyone was resurrected body and soul, she could see her children again. Rusty told her whichever of them died first would be buried in the plot with the children, or he'd take the adjacent spot, especially if he ever got remarried. I sat with Mrs. Kennedy on a stone bench under the nearest shade tree, talking. She was 74 and looked years younger than she had during her daughter's trial. I asked her if she ever felt guilty. There was a long pause. Sometimes, she said. She noticed her son-in-law drive up some distance to our left. He got out of his car and approached his children's graves alone. Senta ran off to greet him. Without seeing Mrs. Kennedy, Rusty didn't recognize Senta and looked about for the owner of the dog. Eventually, he walked toward us. I wondered how Mrs. Kennedy explained her son-in-law's sticking with her daughter through the murders of their children, a costly trial, and public ridicule. How 2 years later he continued visiting her every other weekend. You want to know the truth? She asked. Yes. I think he's waiting for you to finish the book. Though his relationship with Mrs. Kennedy and her family had become strained by the Kennedy family's criticism, Rusty Yates stood and talked for 20 minutes, offering to show us one of 15 color photocopies Andrea had requested he make and mail to her. The copies were of an 8x10 self-portrait done in crayon. In the drawing, Andrea is smiling broadly and wears a delicate crucifix around her neck. Rusty wondered whether she'd done it from memory, as there are no mirrors or jewelry in prison. Since her mother first brought Andrea photographs of her children in Harris County Jail, she'd been asking for more. Recently, she'd asked for family videos. Rusty made a tape and sent it to her prison therapist for consideration. I hope they let her see it, he said. When I watched it after the tragedy, 12 armed guards couldn't have pried me away. He wasn't as certain about having more children as he once had been. You kind of don't want to think of replacing your children, he said. He didn't know what to do about his divorce either. Maybe there would be a solution neither he nor anyone but God could foresee.
Are You There Alone? The Unspeakable Crime of Andrea Yates was written by Suzanne O'Malley and read by Becky Ann Baker. It was abridged for audio by Sally Hurst. The recording engineer was Erica Weintraub, with editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. The associate producer was Suzanne Wetzel. Are You There Alone? The Unspeakable Crime of Andrea Yates was produced and directed by Kelly Gilday. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Are You There Alone? Is available in hardcover from Simon & Schuster.